Library thieves? This ebook was shared to celebrate the centenary of the Russian Revolution, 1917 to 2017. Dear Alexander, I dedicate this book to you, because I have not written, and probably never will write, anything better, because I love it as evidence of a struggle in which I sacrificed many things, but not the ruthlessness of thought. Finally, because I am not afraid to entrust into your adolescent hands this protest, sometimes reckless, of an independent individuality against a conservative, servile, and lying way of seeing, against absurd idols which belong to other times, and which, devoid of meaning, they complete their cycle among us, hindering some, frightening the others. I don't want to mislead you, know the truth as I know it, accept it without harmful errors, without painful disappointments, by simple right of inheritance. In your life, other problems, other struggles will present themselves. You will not lack suffering or work. You are 15, and you have already suffered terrible blows. Do not look for solutions in this book, there are none, in general, in the present. What is solved is finished, and the future revolution is just beginning. We don't build, we tear down, we don't announce new relationships, we destroy the old lie. Contemporary man, said Pontifex Maximus, does nothing but throw the bridge, another, unknown, future, will cross this bridge. Don't stay on the ancient bank, it is better to perish with it than to seek its salvation. In the Reaction Clinic. The religion of the future social reorganization, that's the only religion I leave you. It knows no paradise, it knows no rewards, except in our conscience. This religion, when the time comes, goes and preaches it to us. In Russia, once my language was loved there, and perhaps people will remember me. I bless you for this journey, in the name of human reason, individual independence, and fraternal love. Your father. Twickenham, January 1, 1855. To the friends of Russia. Goodbye. Our separation will last much longer, perhaps forever. Today I don't want to go back to Russia, tomorrow it will perhaps be impossible for me. You were waiting for me, you are still waiting for me, an explanation is needed. If I have to account for my absence, for my actions, to anyone, it is to you, my friends. An invincible repugnance and a strong inner voice full of promises forbid me to cross the Russian border, especially now that the autocracy, furious and terrified by what is happening in Europe, is suffocating all intellectual life with redoubled fury, now that it violently isolates 60 million men from humanity that is emancipating itself, now that he intercepts with his black hand, with his iron hand, on which Polish blood has coagulated, the last ray of light that reached, albeit attenuated, a small minority. No, friends, I cannot cross the limit of this kingdom of darkness, in which arbitrariness reigns, a silent suffocation of life, annihilation that leaves no trace, suffering with one's mouth shut. I will wait until the weary power, weakened by futile efforts and by the reaction it has itself provoked, recognizes something worthy of respect in the Russian. Don't misunderstand me, please, it is not joy, not distraction, rest, or even personal security, that I have found here and, to tell the truth, I don't know who could find joy and rest in Europe today, rest during the earthquake, joy at the time of desperate struggle. You have seen pain in every line of my letters, life is very hard here, poisonous anger mingles with love, gall with tears, a feverish restlessness consumes the organism. The time of illusions and past hopes has passed. I believe in nothing here except a handful of men, a small number of ideas, and the impossibility of stopping the movement. I see the irreparable ruin of old Europe, and I regret nothing that exists, nor present superficial erudition, nor today's institutions. I love, in this world, only what it persecutes, I respect in it only what it condemns, and I remain there to suffer doubly, to suffer from my pain and from his, to die, perhaps, amid the devastating cataclysm towards which he is marching at full speed. So why do I stay there? I stay there because here is the fight, because, despite the tears and blood, it is here that social problems are decided, because here the sufferings are, yes, acute, but confessed, the fight is open, no one hides. Woe to the vanquished! But they are not defeated a priori, they are not deprived of speech even before having spoken, the violence is great, but the protest is high, the fighters often go to jail, their hands and feet chained, but with their forehead held high and free to speak. Where the word is not dead, neither is the deed dead. It is this open struggle, this possibility of expression, this publicity that induces me to stay, and for this struggle I give everything, I give a part of my possessions and, perhaps, of my life, I give them to you in the ranks of the energetic minority of persecuted, but invincible. In the name of this freedom of speech I have broken, or rather interrupted for some time, the blood tie that unites me to the people in whose bosom I have found so much echo of the dark aspects and the luminous aspects of my soul, to the people whose song and whose tongue is my song and my tongue. In the name of this freedom of speech I remain in the midst of a people whose life I deeply sympathize with only because of the bitter tears of the proletarian and the desperate courage of his friends. This decision has cost me dearly, you know me, and you will believe me. I suffocated the inner torment, I went through painful struggles, and I made up my mind, not like an impulsive young man, but like a man who has thought about what he is doing and what he is losing. For months and months, I weighed, and I ended up sacrificing everything. To human dignity. To freedom of speech. The consequences do not concern me, they are not in my power, they are in the power of a capricious will that has forgotten itself to the point of circumscribing not only our words but our steps in an arbitrary circle. What was in my power was to disobey, and I disobeyed. Submitting against one's conviction, when there is the possibility of not submitting, is immoral. Passive submission becomes nearly impossible. I have seen 2 revolutions, I have lived too long as a free man to allow him to chain me again, I've known popular revolts, I'm used to free speech, I can't become a serf again, not even to suffer together with you. If moderation were enough for the common cause, perhaps I would have the strength, but is there, now, a common cause? With us, there is no ground on which a free man can live. In these conditions, can you call me? For the fight, yes, but for silent martyrdom, for fruitless silence, for submission, never. Ask me anything but duplicity, do not force me to play the part of a faithful subject again, respect the freedom of man in me. The freedom of the individual is an immense thing, the only seed from which the true freedom of the people can blossom. Man must respect freedom in himself no less than in his neighbor, in a whole people. If you are convinced of this, you cannot fail to recognize that to remain here is now a right and a duty for me, the only protest that an individual can make in Russia, and this sacrifice, he must offer to human dignity. If you dismiss my estrangement as a flight, if you justify me only for the good you want me, this will mean that you are not yet completely free. I know what one can answer me, from the point of view of romantic patriotism and an artificial civility, but I cannot give authority to these obsolete ideas, I survived them, I broke away from them, it is they that I fight. These heated residues of Roman and Christian reminiscences hinder more than anything else the triumph of a just conception of freedom, of healthy, clear, virile ideas. Luckily, in Europe customs and a long historical tradition partially make up for the absurd theories and absurd laws. Here, men live on land made fertile by 2 civilizations, the path followed by their ancestors over the course of 25 centuries has not been traveled in vain, along the way, and independently of the external apparatus and the official order, the human personality is been developing. Even in the darkest years of European history, there is a certain respect for the individual and, up to a certain point, the recognition of special rights to intelligence, to genius. Spinoza was not deported as a colonist, flogged or enlisted in Lessing's army, however abominable the German governments of the time were of them. In this respect for not only material but moral strength, in this involuntary consecration of individuality, it is one of the greatest human principles of European life. In Europe, it has never been considered a criminal who does not live in his own country, nor a traitor who takes refuge in America. Nothing like this from us. With us the individual has always been crushed, absorbed, put in a position of not even being able to try to emancipate himself. With us the word free has always been taken for an insolence, independence for a rebellion, man disappeared in the state, dissolved in the commune. Peter I's revolution replaced the decrepit seigneurial government with European bureaucratic order, everything that could be copied of the Swedish and German codes, everything that could be transplanted from municipal free Holland into a municipal autocratic country, was transplanted there, but what is not written, the moral breaks of power, the instinctive recognition of the rights of the individual, of the rights of thought, of truth, could not pass, and did not pass. With us, slavery was consolidated thanks to education, the state was magnified, it perfected itself, but the individual did not derive any advantage from it. On the contrary, the stronger the state became, the more the individual weakened. Here, the European forms of administration and justice, of military and civil order, have given rise to a monstrous and implacable despotism. If Russia were not so vast, if the polity imported from abroad were not so confusedly adapted to local conditions and operated with such disorder, it would be impossible for anyone with the slightest sense of his own dignity to live in Russia. What power allowed itself without encountering resistance came at an arbitrariness unprecedented in history. A proof of the extent of this arbitrariness can be found in what is said of the Emperor Paul, this poet of his trade. Remove from Paul what was capricious, fantastic, and you will realize that it is not at all original, that the principle by which he was animated exists not only in all our emperors, but in every provincial governor, in every policeman, in every gentleman. The intoxication of arbitrary power dominates all classes of our famous 14-degree hierarchy. In all government acts, in all relations between superiors and inferiors, there is the insolent effrontery, the impertinent conceit of irresponsibility, the offensive belief that the individual will bear all, a triple recruitment, the passport law for the foreign countries, the correctional rods in the Institute of Engineers, the way Little Russia of the 18th century endured the imposition of slavery, the way all of Russia believed that men could be bought and sold, without anyone wondering on what legal basis all this was based, no one, not even those who sold themselves. With us, power is more self-confident, freer, than in Turkey or Persia, nothing opposes him, either in the present or in the past, he has denied his past, he does not care about that of Europe, despises popularity, knows no intellectual solidarity, hereby he is in struggle. At one time, the government was at least ashamed of its neighbors, it learned from them. Today, he considers himself called to serve as an example to all oppressors, holds school. You and I have witnessed the growth of imperialism, we have grown up under terror, under the black wings of the secret police, in its clutches, we have grown up crippled under this relentless pressure, and it is a lot if we are not experts. But isn't that too little? Isn't it time to free our hands and lips for action and example? Isn't it time to awaken the slumbering conscience of the people? But how to awaken? By whispering, making distant and vague allusions, where screams and direct speech are barely heard. Open and sincere action is essential. Why did December 14, 1825 so deeply shake young Russia? Because it took place in Isaac's Square. And now, not only the public square, but books, professorships, everything has become impossible in Russia. The secret individual work, or individual protest, remains from afar. I'm staying here not only because I don't like putting the handcuffs back on when crossing the border again, but to work. Everywhere you can live with your arms crossed, here, I have no other interests than our interests. Anyone who has nurtured a single thought in their heart for more than 20 years, anyone who has lived for him, anyone who has suffered for him, enduring prison and exile, anyone who owes him the best moments of life, the warmest affections, this he will not abandon it, nor subjected to external necessity and degrees of longitude and latitude. On the contrary, here I am much more useful, here I am your uncensored word, your independent body and, as it happens, your representative. It is only to you that all this seems new and strange, while, basically, there is nothing extraordinary about it. In all countries, at the beginning of a revolution, when thought was still weak and material power still unrestrained, active and passionate men fell away, their free speech echoed far away, and this same distance gave their language strength and influence, because behind the words was seen the action, the sacrifice. The power of their words increased with distance, like the speed impressed by the weight of a stone thrown from a high tower. Emigration is the first symptom of the approach of a revolution. Russians abroad also have another task. It's time to make Russia known in Europe. Europe does not know us, it knows our government, our facade, nothing else. Now, the current circumstances respond perfectly to this purpose. Europe has no reason to act proud, to wrap itself in the cloak of disdainful ignorance. Das Vornehme Ignorieren no longer suits you, since you saw a bourgeois republic and the Cossacks of Algeria, since she passed through a state of siege that stretched from the Danube to the Atlantic, since her prisons and jails are full of people persecuted for their ideas. You learn more closely about a people whose adolescent strength in the struggle you have come to appreciate, this mighty and enigmatic people who have silently formed a country of 60 million, which has multiplied in such a gigantic and surprising way without losing its principle communal, indeed keeping it intact through the revolutions connected with the development of the state, this people who miraculously knew how to preserve themselves under the yoke of the Mongol hordes and German bureaucrats, under the corporal's baton and under the humiliating canute of the Tsar, who has preserved under the pressure of slavery of noble traits, a lively intelligence, the vigorous sap of an exuberant nature, and which, finally, in response to the imperial order to educate itself, produced, at the end of a century, the great figure of Pushkin. Let the Europeans get acquainted with their neighbor, they only fear him, they must know what they fear. Until now we have been inexcusably modest, and, aware of our painful and unjust situation, we forget all that is good, full of hope, and capable of development in our popular life. We waited for a German to introduce us to Europe. Isn't he a shame? Will I be able to do anything? I don't know, but I hope so. So, friends, goodbye, and for a long time. Give me your hand, give me your help, I need both. And then, who knows, how many things we haven't seen in recent times. The day is perhaps not as far off as it seems when we will gather, as we once did, in Moscow, and our glasses will fearlessly be raised with the cry, "To Russia and holy freedom." My heart refuses to believe that this day should not come, and it constricts in a pang of pain at the idea of an eternal separation. It is possible that I no longer see the paths I have traveled so many times, completely taken by the ideas of adolescence, the houses so intimately linked to my memories, our Russian villages, our peasants, to whom even in southern Italy I thought back with love. No, that's impossible. But if... well, then I will bequeath that toast to my children and, dying in a foreign land, I will keep faith in the future of the Russian people and bless them from the bottom of my voluntary exile. Paris, March 1849. Before the storm. Conversation on the bridge. Written in Rome, via Del Corso, on December 31, 1847. Ist denn so großes Geheimnis, was? Gott und der Mensch und die Welt sei. Nein, doch niemand Hort's From Bleibt es geheim. Goethe. I agree that in your way of seeing there is audacity, strength, truth, even humor, however I cannot accept it. It is, perhaps, a question of organization, of the nervous system. You will never have disciples until you can change the blood in your veins. Maybe. Meanwhile, my way of seeing is beginning to please you, you look for physiological causes, you turn to nature. But certainly not to calm me down, to see suffering, to look, in indifferent contemplation, from the height of an Olympian grandeur, like Goethe, at the agitated world, nor to please myself with the fermentation of this chaos which tries in vain to find the equilibrium. You get annoyed, but your words don't touch me. If I tried to understand life, it wasn't out of interest, I wanted to learn something, look a little further. Everything I had heard and read did not satisfy me, explained nothing, on the contrary, it led to contradictions or absurdities. I wasn't looking for consolation or comfort, and this was because I was young. Now every fleeting consolation, every moment of joy has a great value for me, because every day they are reduced. Then I was only looking for the truth, I wanted to penetrate the essence of things. Now I have become calmer, I have stopped picking on life because it does not give what it cannot give. Here's what I got. For my part, I don't want to stop getting angry or suffering. It is a right so deeply rooted in man that I would not give it up for anything in the world. My indignation is my protest, I do not wish to be reconciled. And with whom? There is nobody. You say you don't want to stop suffering, this means that you do not want to accept the truth as it will reveal itself to your thinking. It is possible that it does not ask you to suffer at all, you deny logic a priori, you reserve the right to accept or refuse its consequences at your whim. Remember the Englishman who throughout his life did not want to recognize Napoleon as emperor, which in no way prevented Napoleon from having himself crowned twice. In so stubborn a desire to keep in touch with the world there is not only lack of logic, but much agitation. Man loves effect, he likes to play a part, especially a tragic one. Suffering is beautiful, it is noble, and it implies misfortune. But that's not enough, in addition to agitation, there is also a lot of cowardice. Do not be offended by this word, it is precisely out of fear of knowing the truth that many prefer suffering to research. Suffering distracts, occupies, consoles, yes, consoles, and above all, like any occupation, prevents one from penetrating deeply into oneself, into life. Pascal says he plays cards so as not to be alone with himself. We tirelessly look for all sorts of cards, we even agree to lose as long as we are allowed to forget the essential. Our whole life is a continuous escape from ourselves, as if we were haunted and afraid of remorse. As soon as the man wants to free himself, he starts screaming so as not to hear the voices that resound within him. He is sad, he runs to distract himself, he has nothing to do, he invents an occupation, out of hatred for loneliness he binds himself to everyone, he reads everything, gets involved in other people's affairs, finally, without thinking much about it, he gets married. Here it is in port, the peace of the family and the war of the family will not leave much room for thought. It is not convenient for a family man, so to speak, to think too much, he must not have the time. He who is not even suited to family life gets drunk on all sorts of narcotics, wine, coin collecting, cards, racing, women, avarice, charity, he abandons himself to mysticism, becomes a Jesuit, imposes enormous works on himself, and these seem to him even lighter than the truth that sleeps in him and threatens him. In this fear of research which might convince us of the vanity of what we are looking for, in this artificial preoccupation, in these false troubles, furthermore complicating each step with imaginary difficulties, we go through life half asleep, without having clear awareness of ourselves, and we die in a fog of nonsense and nonsense. It is strange that in everything which does not touch upon vital internal problems men are intelligent, bold, insightful. Thus, for example, believing themselves to be alien to nature, they study it conscientiously, with a method and a manner quite different from those they apply to the study of themselves. Isn't it pusillanimous to fear so much the truth, research? Of course, it will destroy many illusions, it will make life more difficult instead of easier, but still it is more moral, more dignified, more virile, not to retreat, not to act like capricious children. If men contemplated themselves as they contemplated nature, they would descend laughing from their pedestals and curly chairs, would look at life more simply, would stop sulking at it because it does not follow their haughty orders and satisfy their personal whims. You, for example, expected a very different thing from life, and instead of appreciating what it has really given you, you are indignant against it. This indignation can be a powerful ferment that pushes man forward, to fruitful activity, to action, but it is only a principle. One cannot be satisfied with simple indignation and spend one's life in struggle and anger crying over failures. Tell me frankly, how did you try to convince yourself that your needs are right? I didn't invent them, they developed involuntarily in my brain, and the more I thought about them, the more their correctness and full rationality revealed themselves to my eyes. These are my reasons. It is neither a monstrosity nor a form of mental alienation. Thousands of men, our entire generation, suffer in an almost identical way, more or less according to the circumstances and the extent of their evolution, and all the more the greater it is. Universal sadness is the most salient trait of our time. A heavy boredom has taken possession of the soul of contemporary man. The consciousness of his moral impotence oppresses her, the absence of faith in anything ages it prematurely. I consider you an exception. Moreover, your intolerance is suspicious to me. It has something of the cold despair and indifference of one who has lost not only hope, but despair itself. It is not a natural rest. Nature, true in everything it does, as you have said many times, must be equally true in this manifestation of sadness and depression, which acquires a certain right by its universality. You agree that from your point of view it is very difficult to deny it. But is it really necessary to deny? I ask for nothing better than to agree with you. The painful state you speak of is evident and has every right to a historical justification, and even more to the search for the means to get out of it. Suffering, pain are so many provocations to battle, life's warning cries that call attention to danger. The world we live in dies, the forms in which life manifests itself pass away, no remedy acts on his decrepit body anymore, and the successors, in order to breathe freely, must first bury him. Instead, men try at all costs to heal him and delay his death. You have certainly happened to see the crushing sadness, the oppressive and agitated uncertainty that weigh on a house where there is a dying person. Despair alternates with hope, nerves are tense, the healthy are sick, life stagnates. The death of the sick lifts the soul of those who remain, the tears flow, the excruciating weight no longer exists, misfortune is present in all its grandeur, irrevocable, he has cut off all hope, and life begins to heal the wounds, to reconcile, to take a new turn. We are witnessing a great and painful agony, that explains enough of our sadness. Moreover, the past centuries have particularly developed in us the ambassia, a morbid oppression. 3 centuries ago, everything that was simple, healthy, vital was still suffocated. The thought hardly dared to raise its head. Her stance resembled that of the Jews in the Middle Ages, position of a slave, circumspect, sinuous out of necessity. Our intelligence was formed under these influences, it grew, it reached manhood in this unhealthy atmosphere. From Catholic mysticism it naturally passed to idealism and retained the fear of all that is natural, the remorse of a deluded conscience, the claim to an impossible bliss, and it was formed in this disagreement with life, in this romantic sadness. She modeled herself for suffering and for innocence. Is it perhaps a long time since, intimidated from childhood, we ceased to refuse ourselves the most innocent satisfactions and to tremble at the discovery in the depths of our hearts of passionate impulses that did not enter the catalogue of romanticism? You were just saying that the needs that torment you have developed naturally. It is true and false. Everything is natural. Scrofula is the natural result of a faulty diet, a bad climate, yet, we consider it as something foreign to the organism. Education treats us as Hamilcar treated Hannibal. He takes an oath from us before we are aware of what we are doing. He envelopes us in a moral net which, later on, we believe we are obliged not to break, either out of false delicacy or because of the difficulty of getting rid of what has been inoculated into us. Younger age, or finally for the laziness of examining what it is about, education deceives us before we are able to understand. it persuades the child of impossible things, it deprives him of the free and simple relationship with facts. Growing up we realize that everything needs to be redone, life and thought, that what we have learned to consider as a support is rotten, goes to dust, and that everything we have been taught to avoid as poison is solid and lasting. Confused and deceived, accustomed to authority and, in a certain way, tamed, with age we become independent, everyone seeks the truth with their own strength, struggling, making mistakes, pressed by the desire to know, we listen at doors, we try to see through a crack, false and self-righteous, we take the truth for a crime and the contempt of falsehood for an insolence. It follows naturally that we do not know how to bring harmony either to our lower life or to our external life, we ask too much, sacrifice too much, we disdain the possible and we are offended that the impossible disdains us, we rebel against the natural conditions of existence and bow to arbitrary absurdities. Such is our whole civilization, it developed in the midst of moral confusion, it tore itself away from schools and convents, but it did not enter life, it only brushed against it, like Faust, to see, to reason a little, to get away from the brutal crowd and withdraw in salons, academies, books. It made its entire journey under two banners, one bore the inscription Romanticism for the heart and the other Idealism for the intelligence. Such is the source of a large part of the inconsistencies of our lives. We do not love what is simple, we traditionally despise nature, we want to dispose of it, heal with exorcisms, and we are surprised that the patient has not improved at all. Physics offends us by its independence, we want alchemy, magic, and life and nature follow their course imperturbably and do not obey man except to the extent that he learns to make use of their means. You apparently take me for a German poet, one of those of the past, who disdained having a body and having to eat, and sought virgins from another world, another nature, another Sunday. I don't want magic or mystery, I simply want to get out of the state of mind that you have described much better than me, out of moral impotence, of the sad inapplicability of convictions, of the chaos in the midst of which we no longer know who we are. He is a friend and who is an enemy, I am disgusted to see tortured or torturers everywhere. What spell will be able to explain to men that it is their fault that life is still so burdensome? To make it clear, for example, that the beggar should not be robbed, that it is repugnant to eat more than necessary next to someone who is dying of hunger, that the murder is atrocious whether it is carried out at night, on a main road, in secret, or when it takes place openly, during the day, in the main square to the sound of the drum, that it is cowardice to say one thing and do another, in short, all the new truths that have been repeated in 1,000 ways since the time of the 7 Greek sages, and which were already then, I believe, very ancient. The moralists, the priests thunder from the top of the pulpits, they speak of morality, of sins, they read the gospel, they read Rousseau, no one replies, and no one complies. In conscience, there is nothing wrong with all this, since these doctrines and these sermons are almost totally false and inapplicable, and confuse the spirit more easily than the daily teaching of life. The bad thing is that thought always goes so far that peoples cannot follow their masters. Take, for example, our time, some men have started a revolution that neither they nor the peoples are able to carry out. The more advanced believed that it was enough to say, abandon your hearth and follow us, to set everything in motion. They have deceived themselves, the people do not know them any more than they know the people, no one believed their word, no one followed them, and they, without realizing it, believed they were leading, preceding. Suddenly, seeing themselves alone, they began calling loudly to those who had remained behind, making signs to them, peppering them with reproaches, but it was too late, they were too far away, their voice did not reach them and their language itself was not that of the masses. It is painful to confess that we live in a world whose intelligence falls into senile impotence, a decrepit and exhausted world, which evidently lacks the necessary strength to rise to the height of its aspirations. We regret the old world, we have become accustomed to it as to our Father's house, we support it while trying to demolish it, and we adapt its impotent forms to our convictions, without realizing that the first word of our convictions contains the death sentence of the old world. We wear clothes that are not made to our size, but to that of our ancestors. Our brain was formed under the influence of previous circumstances. There are many things that it is unable to grasp, and many that it sees in a false light. Men have come with difficulty to their present way of life, and this way of life seems to them such a peaceful refuge, after the madness of feudalism and the stupid oppression which followed it, that they are afraid to change it. They have adapted themselves to its forms, they got used to it, habit has replaced affection, the horizon has narrowed, the flight of thought has lowered, the will has weakened. It's a magnificent picture. Add that these satisfied people, who are comfortable with the current order, have on one side an ignorant, poor, exasperated, retrograde, hungry people, caught up in an interminable struggle with need, immersed in exhausting work which is not enough for their existence. On the other, we who have imprudently ventured too far, land surveyors who are planting the foundations of the new world and who will not even see its beginnings. Yes, of all the hopes, of all the life that has passed through our fingers, and how, there is still something left, faith in the future. One day, long after us, the building for which we were preparing the ground will rise and make the lives of those who live there happy. Add that there is no reason to believe that the new world will be built according to our plan. The young man shook his head and stared out to sea. There was always great peace. A heavy cloud lingered almost motionless above them, so low that the steamer smoke mingled with it and lost itself in it. The sea was black, the air did not cool. "You act with me," he said then, "like brigands with travelers, not satisfied with having stripped me of everything. You want to take away from me the last piece that protects me from the cold, even my hair. You have made me doubt many things. I had the future left, you take it away from me, kidnap my hopes, kill my dreams, like Macbeth. And I thought I was acting like a surgeon who removes diseased tissue. So be it, worse still. The surgeon removes the diseased part, but does not replace it with a healthy part. And so he saves the man, freeing him from the burden of an ingrained disease. Oh, we know well what this liberation is. You open the prison door and want to push the prisoner into a desert by persuading him that he is free, demolish the Bastille, but don't build anything in place of the prison. What's left of it? An empty square. It would be wonderful if it were as you say, but unfortunately, this square is covered with rubble, with debris that prevents you from crossing it. What are they preventing? What is actually our vocation, our flag? What do we believe, what do we not believe? We believe in everything but ourselves. You try to find a flag and I try to lose it. You want something to guide you, while to me it seems shameful not to do without it, at a certain age. You say we are laying the foundations of the new world. Yes, and the spirit of denial and searching comes back to destroy them. You have a much darker idea of the world than mine, and your consolations make the weight of the present feel even more. If not even the future should belong to us, then our whole civilization is a lie, a 15-year-old girl's fantasy which she herself will laugh at 20. Our efforts are in vain, our efforts ridiculous, our hopes similar to those of Danube peasants. After all, perhaps it is precisely what you want, that we abandon our civilization, we renounce it, we return to those who have remained behind us. No, it is impossible to deny one's own evolution. How can I make sure that I don't know what I know? Our civilization is the most beautiful flower of current life. Who, then, will want to give up its development? But what relationship does all of this have with the realization of our ideals? Where is the need for the future to follow our program? So our thoughts have led us to hopes that cannot be realized, to absurd expectations, and with these, the last fruit of our efforts, we are at the mercy of the waves on a sinking ship. The future does not belong to us, we have nothing to do in the present, we have nowhere to take refuge, we are inextricably linked to this ship, for life and for death. We just have to cross our arms and wait for the wave to cover us, and those who are bored, who have more courage, can jump into the water right now. The world is shipwrecked. Old wood worn by the waves. It sinks, let's save ourselves by swimming. We ask no better, but it is quite another thing to save yourself by swimming and throw yourself into the water to drown. The fate of the young people whose memory you have evoked with this poem is atrocious, double martyrs, martyrs without faith. May their death befall the horrendous environment in which they lived, and unmask it and brand it ablaze. But who tells you that there is no other way out, no other salvation than death, to tear oneself away from this world of decrepitude and agony? You offend life. Leave the world you don't belong to, if you really feel it is alien to you. We will not save him. Save yourself from impending ruin. By saving yourselves, you save the future. What do you have in common with this world? His civilization? But it belongs to you now, not to him. He produced it, or, rather, it was produced by him, and he is not guilty even of the interpretation of his civilization. His way of life? He is hateful to you, and indeed it is hard to love such nonsense. It doesn't even suspect your torments, it ignores your joys. You are young, he is old. Look how he has shriveled up, in his worn-out aristocratic livery. Especially after 1830, his face took on an opaque, earthy color. It is the facies hippocratica from which doctors recognize the first symptoms of death. Every now and then he tries in vain to take hold of life once more, to take possession of it once more, to get rid of its disease, to enjoy it. He can't, and he falls back into a heavy, feverish half-sleep. There is talk of a republic, of democracy, of socialism. He listens and understands nothing. Every now and then he smiles, shakes his head and remembers the dreams in which, once, he too had believed, but no longer believes since he became reasonable. It is for this reason that he looks with indifference at communists and Jesuits, pastors and Jacobins, the Rothschild brothers and the starving proletarian. He looks at all this holding a few francs in his hand, so he is ready to die or to assassinate. Let him, the old man, finish his days in the hospital. You can do nothing for him. Leaving him is not easy. Apart from the fact that he is repugnant, one does not know where to take refuge. Where is a new Pennsylvania ready to go? To build old buildings with new bricks. William Penn has transported the old world to new ground. North America is a revised edition of the old text and nothing more, while the Christians in Rome itself have ceased to be Romans. To transport the soul so intimately from one world to another is what is most needed. The idea of concentrating on oneself, of cutting the umbilical cord that unites us to the homeland, to the present, is easy to preach, but difficult to realize. It arises with every account that doesn't add up, with every frustrated faith. The mystics and the Freemasons, the philosophers and the Enlightenmentists were founded on it. Everyone preached this inner estrangement from the old world, but no one walked away from it. Rousseau. He too turned his back on the world while loving it passionately. He tried to tear himself away from it because he couldn't help it. His disciples continued their life in the convention, fought, suffered, executed. Finally, they carried their own heads to the scaffold, but did not abandon France or their fervent activity. Their time is nothing like ours. They had a lot of illusions. Rousseau and his disciples imagined that if their ideas of brotherhood were not realized, it was due to material obstacles. Here the word is chained, there the action is not free, perfectly coherent. They faced head-on everything that stood in the way of their idea. The task was enormous, gigantic, but they won. And, having won, they thought, here, it's time that. And it was in this now that they were led to the guillotine. And nothing better than this could have happened to them. They died with full faith, overwhelmed by a storm wave, in the midst of battle, work, drunkenness. They were sure that, when calm returned, their ideal would come true. Even without them, it doesn't matter. Then came the calm, a banal calm. It's fortunate that all these enthusiasts are long buried. Otherwise, they would have seen that their ideal has remained ideal, that it has not come an inch closer to its realization, and that it is not enough to demolish the Bastille to turn prisoners into free men. You compare us to them, but forget the events of the 50 years that have passed since their death, forget that we have seen how all the illusions of theoretical spirits have been scoffed at, how the demonic principle has mocked their science, their ideas, of their theories, and how Napoleon made of the Republic, and of the 1830 revolution a stock exchange deal. Witnesses of what was, we can no longer have the hopes of those who preceded us. Having studied the problems of the revolution more deeply, we demand more, much more of them, and their very demands have remained as inapplicable as they always have been. On the one hand you see the logical consequence of the thought and its success, on the other, its complete impotence in the face of a deaf, mute world, unable to grasp the idea of the good as it is presented to it, whether it is presented badly or has a mere theoretical value, such as, for example, Roman philosophy, which never left a small circle of educated people. But, in your opinion, which of the two is right, theoretical thought, which also developed historically, but rationally, or the reality of the present world, which denies thought and is also the necessary result of the past? Both of you are absolutely right. This great confusion comes from the fact that life has its embryogenesis, which does not coincide with the dialectic of pure reason. Since I have mentioned antiquity, here is another example. Instead of realizing the Republic of Plato and the politics of Aristotle, it realizes the Roman Republic and the politics of their conquerors. Instead of the utopias of Cicero and Seneca, he created the Lombard counties and Germanic law. Do you want to predict for our civilization a ruin similar to that of Roman civilization? It would be a comforting idea, a magnificent prospect. Neither beautiful nor ugly. Why are you surprised by an idea that is a universal commonplace, that everything in this world passes? After all, civilizations do not perish as long as mankind continues to exist without a radical fracture. It has a good memory. Isn't Roman civilization still alive for us? And, like ours, it has extended well beyond the limits of the life within which it arose. Therefore, on the one hand, it had such a rich flowering, while, on the other, it could not be realized. He has given a lot to today's world, he still gives us a lot, but Rome's immediate future was maturing on another terrain, in the catacombs where persecuted Christians hid, in the woods where the wild Germans camped. Why, while everything in nature is so teleological, does civilization, this supreme effort that crowns an age, pass it aimlessly? Why does it leave actuality and perish without leaving any trace other than an incomplete memory? And in the meantime humanity retreats, it drifts to start anew and then end up again with a double flowering, rich, but without seeds. In your philosophy of history there is something that rejects. What is the point of these efforts? The life of the peoples becomes a vain game. It piles up one grain of sand on top of another, one pebble on top of another, and here everything collapses again, and men come out from under the rubble, start clearing the ground again, building huts of moss, planks, capitals fallen, to arrive, in a work of centuries, to a new collapse of the building. Shakespeare was therefore right in saying that the story is a boring fairy tale told by an imbecile. It's your fault you have such a sad view of things. You are like those monks who, when they met, found nothing better to say to each other than the lugubrious memento mori, to those sensitive people who cannot remember, without crying, that men are born to die. It is a great mistake to see the end of the process, not the process itself. What is the use of its rich, dazzling corolla for the flower? What is the use of the intoxicating perfume, which will also pass in vain? But nature is not stingy and does not despise what is ephemeral or present. In everything and everywhere it reaches everything it can reach. It goes to the extremes of the possible, up to perfume, enjoyment, up to thought, up to that which reaches both the limits of development and of death, the limits that regulate his overly poetic imagination and his boundless productivity. So who will blame nature because the flowers open in the morning and close in the evening, because they cannot give the rose and the lily the firmness of flint? And would we like to apply this miserable and prosaic way of seeing it to the historical world? Who can reduce civilization only to what is realizable? Where is the wall that would stop him? It is infinite like thought, like art, sketches the ideals of life, he dreams of the apotheosis of his own way of being, but life is not bound to realize its fantasies and thoughts, otherwise there would be nothing but an improved edition of the same thing, while life loves the new. Roman civilization was much higher and more humane than the barbarian horde, but in the latter's very inconsistencies were hidden the seeds of a multilateral development that did not exist in the former, and barbarism triumphed despite the corpus juris civilis, despite the wisdom of the Roman philosophers. Nature enjoys what she has achieved and seeks to reach for something higher. He doesn't want to offend what exists, he lets it live as long as his strength is enough, waiting for new forms to unfold. This is why it is so difficult to arrange nature's productions in a direct line. Nature hates the front, it rushes in every direction, it never proceeds at a steady pace straight ahead. It was precisely the raw and impulsive nature of the savage Germans that set them as potential adheres above the civilized Romans. I'm beginning to suspect you're expecting a barbarian invasion, a migration of peoples. I don't like to prophesy. There is no preformed future, the future will result from the simultaneous action of 1,000 necessary and casual conditions and from the human will which adds unexpected solutions and twists. History seldom repeats itself, it continually improvises, takes advantage of every fortuitous eventuality, knocks simultaneously on 1,000 doors, and who can know in advance which one will open? Perhaps the Baltic, and then Russia will flood Europe. Perhaps. And here, after having searched so much, we find ourselves before this vicious circle, with the courses and appeals of the old Vico. We have returned to Rhea, which, amidst strange pains, continually gives birth to children which Saturn swallows. Only that Rhea has become more conscientious, and she no longer replaces newborns with stones. It's not worth it, because among them there is no longer any Jupiter or Mars. What is the purpose of all this? You avoid this question without answering. Is it perhaps worthwhile for children to be born for their parents to eat? And, in general, is the game really worth the candle? No doubt it's worth it, especially since you're not paying for it. What troubles you is that none of the games come to their conclusion, but, if it did, it would be unbearably boring. Goethe taught that beauty passes because only what is fleeting can be beautiful, which hurts men. Man has an instinctive love for keeping everything he likes. Once in love, he wants to love and be loved all his life as at the moment of the declaration. He is indignant against life because at 50 the feelings are no longer as fresh and lively as they were at 20. But this motionless fixity is contrary to the genius of life, which never makes the individual immutable, which always blossoms entirely in the present and, while endowing men with the faculty of enjoying as much as possible, it ensures neither life nor enjoyment, it is not responsible for their prolongation. Through this continuous movement of all that exists, through this incessant change of all things, nature renews itself, lives and remains eternally young. It is therefore that every historical moment is beautiful, full, complete in itself, like every year with spring and summer, with winter and autumn, with storms and good weather. Therefore every period is new, fresh, full of particular hopes, and carries within itself its good and its bad. The present belongs to it. But for men it is not enough, they would also like to possess the future. What pains man is not seeing not only in the present, but not even in the future the port to which he is heading. It is with sad restlessness that he contemplates the infinite path that stretches before him, and he sees how, after so many efforts, he is still just as far from the goal as 1,000 and 2,000 years ago. You are always confused by misunderstood teleology. What is the purpose of a song? The sounds that flow from the singer's chest, the sounds that die the instant they are born. Yes, not satisfied with the pleasure they give, you start looking for something else, trying to reach another goal, and thus you risk arriving at the moment in which he will stop singing with nothing more than a memory and the regret of having always waited for something, instead of having listened. You allow yourself to be led astray by categories that do not fit well with life. Think seriously, what is this purpose? A program or an order? Who enforces it? Is it mandatory or not? If it is, are we puppets or men? Morally free beings or wheels of a machine? It seems to me simpler to consider life, and therefore history, as a goal achieved, not as a means to achieve it. How much to say that the purpose of nature is you and I? Partly yes, plus the present of all that exists. Everything enters it, the legacy of all the efforts of the past, the seeds of all that will be, the inspiration of the artist, the energy of the citizen, the joy of the adolescent who, at this precise moment, sets off secretly at a mysterious meeting with his companion, who awaits him timidly and abandons herself entirely to the present without thinking about the future or the purpose, the joy of the fish that makes the water spray, there, in the moonlight, the harmony of the entire solar system. In short, I can bravely end, like feudal titles, with 3 etc., etc., etc. You are quite right about nature, but you forget, it seems to me, that all the metamorphoses and inconsistencies of history are crossed by a common thread that unites them, which makes them a single whole, and this thread is progress. Or do you not recognize progress? Progress is an implicit property of conscious evolution that has never stopped, it is the active memory and improvement of men through social life. Can't you see any purpose in it? On the contrary, I see a consequence in it. If progress is a goal, who do we work for? What a strange Moloch is this! To the extent that men approach him, he disappears instead of compensating them, and to the exhausted masses doomed to perdition, who cry out to him, Morituri te salutant, he only knows how to answer with this bitter mockery, that, after their death, it will be sweet to live on earth. You too, therefore, sacrifice the men of the present to the sad fate of the caryatids, who support a terrace on which, one day, others will dance, or of unhappy workers who, immersed in mud up to their knees, drag a boat carrying a mysterious fleece, and whose flag reads progress belongs to the future. The exhausted fall along the way, others cling to the ropes with new strength, and the way, you yourself said, remains as long as at the beginning, since progress is infinite. This would be enough to warn us, an infinitely distant goal is not a goal, but, if you like, a bait, the goal must be closer, it must be at least the reward of the work or the joy experienced in the same work. Every epoch, every generation, every individual life has had and has its fullness, along the way, new needs arise, new tests, new means, some faculties are perfected at the expense of other faculties, and, finally, the very substance of the brain improves. Why are you laughing? Yes, yes, the brain substance is perfecting itself. It is strange how everything natural irritates and surprises you, you idealists, just as the knights were once amazed that even the plebeians pretended to have human rights. When he was in Italy, Goethe compared the skull of an ancient ox to that of today's ox, and found that the latter has less large bones and that the space that contains the large cerebral hemispheres is wider. The ancient ox was evidently stronger than ours, while ours, in its peaceful submission to man, has developed on the side of the brain. Why then do you think man less susceptible of development than the ox? This generic evolution is not a goal, as you suppose, but an inherited property of the successive existence of generations. The purpose of each generation is within itself. Nature not only doesn't make generations a means to reach the future, but it doesn't concern itself in the least with the future. Like Cleopatra, it is ready to dissolve pearls in nectar, just to enjoy the present. It has the heart of a Bayadir or a Bacchante. Oh poor thing, she cannot fulfill her calling of her. She is a Bacchante on a diet, a Bayadir in mourning. In our day, I assure you, she rather resembles a repentant Magdalene. Could it be that the brain has developed all on one side? Instead of sarcasm, you spoke a truth of far greater significance than you think. A one-sided development always causes the abortion of other sides, sides that have fallen into desuetude. Intellectually overdeveloped boys grow up badly, are physically weak. Centuries of artificial life have educated us to idealism and have broken our balance. We were big and strong, we were even happy in our isolation, in our theoretical bliss. Now that we have passed it, this stage has become unbearable for us, while the detachment from the practical sphere has become immense. There is no fault in this, either on one side or the other. Nature has flexed all her muscles to overstep, in man, the limits of animal organization, and he has crossed the limits of nature to such an extent that, with one foot, he has completely exited it, and he did it because he is free. We talk so much about our freedom, we are so proud of it, and, at the same time, we resent them because no one leads us by the hand, because we put our foot down and suffer the consequences of our actions. I am ready to repeat your words, that the brain has developed sideways, but, thanks to idealism, men are beginning to notice and lean the other way. They will recover from idealism as they are cured from other historical maladies, from chivalry, from Catholicism, from Protestantism. You agree, however, that sicknesses and deviations are strange means of development. But the means are not prescribed. Nature has just indicated its intentions in the most general rules possible, leaving the details of the execution to the will of men, of circumstances, of the climate, of 1,000 collisions. The struggle, the reciprocal action of the forces of nature and those of the will, a struggle whose results we cannot know a priori, gives a lively interest to every historical period. If humanity aimed straight at some result, there would be no history, there would be only logic, and humanity would stop ready-made in an immediate status quo, like the animals. All of this, fortunately, is impossible and useless, and would be worse than it is. The animal organism gradually develops instinct. In man, evolution goes further, it reaches reason, it gets there slowly, with difficulty. Reason is neither in nature nor outside nature, one must work to reach it, one must conform one's life to it as best one can, because there is no booklet. And if a libretto existed, the story would lose all interest, it would become useless, boring, ridiculous. The pain of Tacitus and the enthusiasm of Columbus would become a game, a joke. Great men would take the stage as stage heroes, who, whether they act well or badly, necessarily come to a certain conclusion. In history everything is improvisation, everything is freedom, everything is extempore. In front of it there are neither limits nor traced itineraries, there are conditions, a holy restlessness, the flame of life and an eternal challenge to the fighters to test their strength, to go further, wherever they want, wherever there is a road, and where there is none, genius will trace it. What if, by misfortune, a Columbus is missing? Then Cortez will do it for him. Men of genius are almost always found when needed. After all, they are not indispensable, the peoples will carry out their task all the same. Later, by another way, a more difficult way, genius is a luxury of history, its poetry, its coup, its somersault, its triumph of triumphs. All of this is fine, but I believe that, with such an indeterminacy, with such a dissolution, history can continue as infinitely as it ends tomorrow. Certain. Men will not die of boredom if the human race outlives itself too much, although, probably, they will find any limit enclosed in the very nature of man or physiological conditions insurmountable for anyone who wants to remain a man. But work will never fail. 3/4 of what we do are just the repetition of what others have done before us. As you see, the story can go on for millions of years. On the other hand, I have nothing to object to its end, tomorrow if you want. Who knows what can happen? A comet can hit the Earth, a geological cataclysm can upset its surface, turn everything upside down, any evaporation makes breathing impossible for half an hour, and that is the end of the story. What a horror! You frighten me like little children, but I guarantee you that will not happen. Would it be worth developing for 3,000 years with the pleasant prospect of suffocating in some sulfuric fumes? How can you not see that it is absurd? And I'm surprised you haven't yet gotten used to the methods of life. In nature, as in the human soul, slum bears an immense accumulation of forces, of possibilities, as soon as the conditions necessary to awaken them are found, these forces are ready to invade the world, but they can stumble halfway, take a new direction, stop, perish. The death of one man is no less absurd than the end of all mankind. Who guarantees the eternity of the planet? It would no more resist a revolution of the solar system than the genius of Socrates resisted the hemlock, but perhaps hemlock will not be given to her, perhaps. This is where I started. Basically, for nature, everything is indifferent, it cannot be diminished, nothing can be subtracted from it, everything is in it, you can change anything you want as you want, it will begin again, after having buried the human race, to produce with the same immense love of gigantic ferns, reptiles half a kilometer long, and, probably, with improvements suggested by the new environment, by the new conditions of life. Eyes. But it's not the same for men. I don't think Alexander the Great would have liked to know that he had turned him into clay, as Hamlet says. As for Alexander the Great, rest assured, he will never know. Of course, it is not indifferent to man to live or not to live. It follows that we must take advantage of life, of the present. It is not in vain that, in all languages, nature calls us to life and whispers its memento vivere in our ear. Wasted effort. How do we know that we live? With deep pain, with indignation that gnaws at our hearts, and with the monotonous jingling of clocks. It is difficult to enjoy, to indulge in intoxication, knowing that the universe is collapsing around you and will end up crushing you. And that's not enough. To die old, and to see that the ancient walls, bent and chipped, don't think at all of falling. In all of history I know of no more suffocating epoch. There were struggles, there were pains once like today, but there was also a reward. One could at least die with faith. Instead we have no reason either to live or to die, a fine moment to enjoy life. And do you think that, at the time of the fall of Rome, life was easier? Of course, her fall was as evident as the world that rose in her place. Obvious. And for whom? So do you think the Romans saw their times as we do? Gibbon could not escape the fascination that ancient Rome exerts on all strong souls. Remember how many centuries her agony lasted. To us such a period is precluded by the scarcity of events, by the lack of individuality, by a gloomy monotony. Now, these silent, great periods weigh horribly on our contemporaries. Then as now, the years were 365 days old, then as now men's souls were on fire, and they withered, and they didn't know where to turn their heads in front of walls collapsing with a din. What cries of pain then tore from the human breast! Their moans still make us shudder with horror. They could get baptized. Even the position of the Christians was then very sad. For 4 centuries they hid in the dungeons, success seemed impossible, the victims were before their eyes. But they were supported by a fanatical faith, and this faith has not been denied. No. But the day after the victory, the heresy began. The pagan world broke through into the holy peace of their brotherhood, and the Christian, with tears in his eyes, thought back to the times of persecution and blessed their memory by rereading their martyrology. You begin, it seems to me, by consoling me, assuring me that life has always been as hard as it is today. No, I just wanted to remind you that our century does not have a monopoly on suffering, and that you do not value enough the suffering of the past. Thought has always been impatient, it wants to grasp everything at once, it refuses to wait, and life is not satisfied with abstract ideas, it is in no hurry, it hesitates before taking a step, because its mistakes are difficult to correct. Hence the tragic position of those who think. But in order not to make a further digression, let me now ask you why you believe that the world around us is so solid and should live so long. For some time now large drops of rain had been falling on us, the dull peals of thunder grew louder, the lightning brighter. At that moment a downpour came. Everyone rushed into the cabin, the steamer creaked and rattled unbearably, and our conversation broke off. After the storm. Written in Paris, July 24, 1848. Periat. Women cry to console themselves, We don't know how to cry. Instead of crying, I want to write, not to paint, not to explain the bloody tragedy, but simply to talk about it, to give free rein to words, tears, thoughts, bile. I lack the strength to describe, to gather information, to judge. The shots still echo, the gallop of the cavalry, the lugubrious and deep sound of the wheels of the carriages circulating through the empty, dead streets. Detached details arise from memory. A wounded man on a stretcher brings his hand to his side and a few drops of blood drip onto his hand, omnibuses full of corpses, prisoners with tied hands, cannons on the Place de la Bastille, a field at the gate of Saint Denis, another on the Champs-Élysées, the dark nocturnal cry of the sentry, beware. How to describe? The brain burns too much, the blood burns too much. Being closed in your room with your arms crossed, not having the possibility of going out, hearing here, there, near, far, everywhere, the fire of the platoons, the cannon fire, the shouts, the roll of the drums, and knowing that at 2 steps from you blood flows, men slaughter themselves, lives are extinguished, there is to die for, to go crazy. I have not died, but I have grown old. I leave the days of June as if from a serious illness. Still, they started out great. On the 23rd, around 4 o'clock, I walked along the quay towards the town hall. The shops were closing up, columns of the National Guard, with certain ill-omened faces, were heading in all directions. The sky was overcast, it was raining. I stopped on the Ponte Nuovo. A violent thunderbolt darted from a cloud, the thunders followed one another, and in the midst of all this, from the tower of Saint Sulpice echoed the rhythmic and prolonged sound of the flocking bell. The proletarian, once again deceived, called to arms his brothers. The cathedral and all the buildings along the river were unusually lit by a few rays of the sun that came blindingly from under a cloud. The drum could be heard from different sides. The artillery was slowly approaching from the Piazza del Carosello side. I listened to the thunder and the ringing of bells and could not satiate myself with the sight of Paris, as if I were taking leave of it. At that moment I was passionately in love with Paris. It was my last gift to the great city. After the June days, I was disgusted by them. Across the river, barricades were being built in every street and alley. I still see those gloomy figures carrying pebbles. Children, women helped. A young man from the Polytechnic climbed onto a barricade already ready, planted the flag there, and intoned the Marseillaise in a low and sadly solemn voice. Everyone sang with him, and the notes of this grandiose song, which came out from behind the stone slabs, tightened the heart. The flock bell continued to ring. Meanwhile the artillery noisily crossed the bridge and the general examined with binoculars the position of the enemy. Everything could still be prevented, the Republic could be saved, the freedom of all Europe, a reconciliation was still possible. The obtuse and clumsy government was unable to do so, the Assembly did not want it, the reactionaries were looking for an opportunity to take revenge, to shed blood, to have February 24th atoned for. The greasers at the National provided them with the performers. Well, what do you say, dear Count Radetzky, Your Excellency Count Paskevich-Ivansky? You are not worth Kavanak's little finger. Metternich and all the members of the third section of the private chancellery of His Majesty the Emperor of all the Russias are but good children next to an assembly of enraged shopkeepers. On the 26th, the evening after the victory of the National over Paris, we heard regular salvos at short intervals. Involuntarily we looked at each other. We were green. They're shooting, we all said together, and looked at each other. I leaned my forehead against the glass. For moments like this you hate for 10 years, you take revenge for a lifetime. Woe to anyone who forgives such moments. After the butchery that lasted 4 days and 4 nights, silence settled, a peace like a state of siege. The streets were still barred by troop chains. Every now and then, rarely, a carriage was encountered. The arrogant National Guard, with a stupid and ferocious rage on his face, guarded his shops, threatened with rifle butts and bayonets. The mobile guards, drunk and festive, circulated on the boulevards singing, to die for the fatherland. Bad boys aged 16 to 17 boasted of the blood of their brothers coagulated on their hands. The bourgeois came out from behind the counter to greet the winners and throw them flowers. Cavaignac drove one of those monsters, which had killed dozens of Frenchmen. The bourgeoisie triumphed, and the houses of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine still smoked, the riddled walls crumbled, the interiors of the rooms, inhabited a little earlier, stood there, wide open, like stone wounds, the broken furniture burned here and there, fragments of mirrors shone in the rubble. And where are the inhabitants? No one thought of them. Here and there the streets were covered with sand, but blood continued to surface. It was forbidden to approach the Pantheon damaged by the bullets. The boulevards were covered with awnings, horses gnawed at the ancient trees of the Champs-Élysées, Piazza della Concordia was covered with bales of hay, armor, cuirasses, saddles, the soldiers were cooking soup in the Tuileries garden, near the grating. Paris saw nothing like this even in 1814. A few days later, the city began to resume its normal appearance, crowds of idlers scattered along the boulevards, elegant ladies went in carriages to see the ruined houses and the traces of the desperate battle. Only the frequent patrols and the chains of prisoners reminded of the terrible days, and it was only then that the truth began to leak. Byron describes a night battle whose bloody details are hidden by darkness, but for a long time after the end of the battle, traces of it can be seen, a hilt, a bloody uniform. A similar light then filtered into the soul, illuminating the atrocious devastation. Half the hopes, half the faith were destroyed, despair brewed and took root in the heart. One would not have believed that, after so many experiences, in our soul tried by modern skepticism, so many things still remain to be eradicated. After such trials, man cannot remain what he was, either his soul becomes even more religious, he clings to faith with the stubbornness of despair, he finds solace in the very absence of hope, and then he revives, purified by the storm, carrying death in the heart, or he gathers all his strength and, manfully abandoning the last illusions, becomes even more gloomy and lets the pungent autumn wind tear away the last yellowing leaves? Which of the two solutions is preferable? It's hard to say. One leads to the bliss of mental insanity. The other to the curse of knowledge. Choose yourself. One is very solid, because it takes everything away from you. The other is not guaranteed by anything, but gives a lot. For my part, I choose knowledge. And now, deprive me of the last consolations, I will travel the world as a moral beggar, yes, but I will have extirpated all the infantile hopes, all the illusions of adolescence, I will have them all submitted to the incorruptible tribunal of reason. The man carries within him an eternal revolutionary tribunal, an inexorable Fouquier Tinville and, above all, a guillotine. Sometimes the judge falls asleep, the guillotine rusts, the false, the past, the romantic, the weak raise their heads, they believe they are reliving, suddenly a violent blow awakens the careless judge, the distracted executioner, a terrible justice then begins, the slightest concession, the slightest grace, the slightest compassion lead back to the past, leave the chains intact. One of two things, either execute and go on, or pardon and fall halfway. There is no other alternative. Who does not remember his own logical novel, who has forgotten how the first idea of doubt crept into his soul, the first daring of analysis, and how all this gradually grew until it hit the most sacred heritage of the soul? Well, this is the extreme judgment of reason. Executing convictions is not as easy as one might think, it is painful to part with the ideas with which we grew up, which have become an integral part of our being, which have caressed and consoled us. Sacrificing them seems ingratitude. Yes, but in the environment in which the tribunal arises there is no place for gratitude, sacrilege is unknown to it, and if the revolution devours its own children, like Saturn, denial kills its own mother, like Nero, to get rid of the past. Men are afraid of their own logic and, after having hastily summoned the church and the state, the family and morality, good and evil, to their tribunal, they try to save fragments of the past. They deny Christianity, but keep the immortality of the soul, idealism, providence. Here the men who marched together separate, some go to the left, the others to the right, some petrify halfway and remain as milestones indicating the path traveled, the others throw overboard the last ballast of the past and bravely proceed forward. Going from the old world to the new, you can't take anything with you. Reason is as inexorable as the convention, impartial and severe, she stops at nothing and calls the Supreme Being into question. January 21st of the good King of Theology is approaching. This process, like that of Louis XVI, is the touchstone of the Girondins. All that is weak, all that is halfway flees, lies, abstains from voting, or votes without faith. And those who condemned the king think that, after his execution, there is nothing more to execute, and that on January 22 the Republic is done and happy. As if it were enough to be an atheist to have no religion, as if it were enough to kill Louis XVI for there to be no more monarchy. There is a striking phenomenological analogy between terror and logic. The terror began just after the execution of the king, after him the noble sons of the revolution, brilliant, eloquent, weak, ascended the gallows. They do pity, but it is impossible to save them. Their head falls and is followed by the lion head of Danton and the leader of the Enfant Gate of the Revolution, Camille Desmoulins. And now it's over? No, it's the turn of the incorruptible executioners. They will be executed for having believed in the possibility of democracy in France, for having killed in the name of equality, yes, like Anacharsis Clootz who dreamed of the fraternity of peoples a few days before the Napoleonic era, a few years before the Congress of Vienna. Freedom will not rest until all that is religious and political becomes simply human and is not subjected to criticism and denial. Logic, having come of age, hates canonized truths, strips them of priestly clothes, degrades them from the angelic sphere to the human. Of sacred mysteries he makes evident truths, nothing in the world it considers intangible, and if the Republic assumes the rights of the monarchy, it despises it as much as the monarchy itself. Indeed, he despises her infinitely more. The monarchy is meaningless, it is argued with violence, while the mere name of the Republic makes the heart beat faster. The monarchy is itself a religion, while the Republic has no mystical justifications, nor divine rights. It is on the same ground as us. It is not enough to hate the crown, one must stop respecting the Phrygian cap. It is not enough to abolish the crime of lèse-majesté, the salus populi must be recognized as criminal. It is time to call the Republic, legislation, representation, all our ideas about the citizen and his relationships with other citizens and with the state before the tribunal. There will be a lot of death row inmates. One must sacrifice what is most intimate, most dear to one. It's easy to sacrifice what you hate, but to sacrifice what one loves, when one is convinced that it is false, that is what requires courage. This is our real task. We are not called to reap the fruits, but to be the executioners of the past, to persecute it, to execute it, to recognize it under all its masks and to sacrifice it in the name of the future. If it triumphs in fact, let us demolish it in idea, in conscience, in the name of human thought. We have no one to make concessions to. The flag of concessions has tarnished its three colors too much. It will take time for the blood-soaked in June days to dry. And indeed, whom should we spare? The elements in destruction appear in all their pitiful absurdity, in all their disgusting madness. What will you respect? Maybe people's government? What will you regret? Maybe Paris? For 3 months, men elected by the universal suffrage of all France did nothing, and suddenly they erected themselves in all their grandeur to give the whole world the unheard of spectacle of 800 men acting as a single criminal, as a only monster of cruelty. Rivers of blood flowed, and they did not find a word of love or conciliation. Everything that was magnanimous, human, raised cries of vengeance and indignation. The voice of a dying Afro failed to move this Caligula of 800 heads, this Bourbon in pennies. They pressed to their hearts the National Guard who shot unarmed citizens, centered blessed Cavaignac, and Cavainac wept with tenderness after having performed all the arbiters that the lawyer's finger of the representatives pointed to them. And the austere minority fell silent, the mountain hid behind the clouds, content with not having been shot or thrown to rot in the cellars. She watched in silence as the citizens were disarmed, as deportation was decreed, as she was imprisoned for everything and for nothing, some even for not wanting to shoot at their brothers. In these terrible days, assassination became a duty. A man who did not splash in proletarian blood became suspect to the bourgeois. The majority at least had the courage to be ferocious. And these priests, these unworthy friends of the people, these rhetoricians, these empty hearts. A single male lament, a single supreme indignation echoed outside the chamber. The dark curse of old Lamennais hung over the heads of the heartless cannibals, and he seared more than any other the brows of the cowards who, having uttered the word Republic, feared his sense. Paris. For a long time this name shone as the guiding star of the peoples. Who hasn't loved Paris, who hasn't adored it? But you have had your time, come down from the scene. In the June days a great struggle begins, which will never end. Paris has aged, the dreams of adolescence no longer suit her. To recover, she needs violent shocks, San Bartolomeo nights, September days, but the horrors of June have not restored it. Where will the decrepit vampire suck more blood, the blood of the righteous, the blood in which the lights of the street lamps lit by the bourgeoisie to celebrate his victory were reflected on June 27? Paris was very fond of playing soldiers. He made emperor a soldier blessed by fate, applauded the arbitrariness called victory, erected monuments, after 15 years put back on the column the bourgeois figure of a petty corporal, conscientiously transported the mortal remains of the restorer of slavery, hoping once again to find his soldiers a lifeline against liberty and equality. He summoned hordes of broken African savages to cruelty against his brothers for not sharing his property with them, and had their throats slain by the hands of professional assassins. Well, bear the consequences of his mistakes. Paris shot without trial, that cannot go unpunished. Blood calls for blood. What will this blood produce? Maybe. But, whatever it produces, it is enough that in that whirlwind of revenge, of torment, of retaliation, the world perishes, which suffocates the new man, which prevents him from living, which blocks the way to the future. Is gorgeous. So. Long live chaos and destruction. Long live death. Make way for the future. Year LVII. Of the one and indivisible Republic. Written in Paris, Campi Elysei, October 1848. It's not socialism, it's the Republic. From a speech given at the Chalet on October 22, 1848. A few days ago, the first grape harvester of the year 57 was celebrated. All the aristocrats of the Democratic Republic gathered at the Chalet, all the red members of the Assembly. At the close of the banquet, Ledru Rollin gave a brilliant speech studded with red roses for the Republic and thorny thistles for the government. He was completely successful, and he deserved it. When he was silent, everyone shouted, "Long live the Democratic Republic!" Everyone stood up, took off their hats, and solemnly intoned the Marseillaise. The words of Ledru Rollin, the notes of the traditional song of freedom, the wine, animated, one after the other, all the faces. His eyes shone all the more as his lips did not say what was stirring in the hearts. The Champs-Élysées drum reminded us that the enemy was close, that the state of siege and dictatorship continued. Most of the diners were men in their prime, but who had already more or less tested their strengths in the political arena. They spoke loudly and with fire. How much energy, how much daring, how much nobility in the character of the French, when they have not yet suffocated within themselves the healthy elements of their nation, or when they have emerged from the narrow-minded and filthy environment of the bourgeoisie which, like mud, covers France with its greenish slime. What a manly expression on their determined faces! And how we read there that they only ask to confirm their words with deeds, to face the enemy head-on, to expose themselves to the hail of bullets, to execute and to be executed. I looked at them for a long time and, little by little, an inexpressible sadness rose from the depths of my heart and enveloped all my thoughts. I felt immense pity for this handful of noble, devoted, intelligent, ingenious men, the flower, perhaps, of the new generation. Do not believe that I pitied them, thinking that perhaps they would not have lived until one Brumaire, until one Neviso of the year 57, that in 8 days, perhaps, they would perish on the barricades, in the prisons, in deportations, on the guillotine, that, according to the new fashion, pushed to some corner of the Piazza del Carosello or onto the external fortifications, they would have been shot with their hands behind their backs. All this is very sad, but this is not what afflicted me. My anguish was deeper. I mourned their sincere mistakes, their conscientious faith in unrealizable things, their fervent hopes, pure and illusory as Don Quixote's chivalry. I pitied them as the doctor pitied the sick, unaware of the terrible disease brooding in his chest. How many moral sufferings these men are preparing for! They will fight like heroes, they will work to the death, and they will not arrive in time. They will give their blood, their strength, their life, become old, they will realize that their work has remained fruitless, that they have not done what should have been done, and they will die doubting, in their hearts full of bitterness, man and his ability to act, or, worse still, they will fall back into infamy and, as now, they will expect from one day to the next a radical change, the advent of their republic, taking the agony of childbirth. The republic, as they conceive it, is an abstract, unrealizable idea, the result of pure theoretical reflections, the apotheosis of the current order of the state, the transformation of what is. Their republic is the ultimate dream, the poetic delirium of the old world. However, in this delirium there is also a prophecy, but a prophecy that refers to life after the grave, to the life of the future era. This is what these men of the past fail to understand, these men who, however revolutionary, remain inextricably linked to the old world. They believe that this decrepit world can rejuvenate itself, like Ulysses, and do not realize that the realization of the smallest part of their republic will kill it at a stroke. They do not know that there is no sharper contradiction than that which exists between their ideal and the present order, and that the one must die in order for the other to live. They cannot get out of the old forms, they consider them as external borders, therefore their ideal has only the name and color of the future, but, in reality, it does not deny the past world, it belongs to them. And why don't they know? Their fatal error is that, impelled by a noble love of neighbor and freedom, impelled by impatience and indignation, they hasten to liberate others before they themselves were liberated, is that, while deploying sufficient energy to break the heavy iron chains that paralyzed their limbs, they did not notice that the prison walls remain standing. They want, without breaking down the walls, to give them another destination, as if the plan of a prison could adapt to a free existence. The old feudal Catholic world has undergone all the metamorphoses of which it was capable, it has developed in every sense, up to the highest forms of the beautiful and the repulsive, up to the external evidence of all the truths and all the lies that encloses, and it ran out. It can continue for a long time, but it cannot renew itself. The evolution of thought today is such that every step towards the creation of new forms will be a step out of the old world. Go out? But where to go? What's on the other side of the wall? A sense of horror seizes you, the void, the space, the freedom. How to proceed without knowing where? How to lose what you have without understanding what you are buying? If Christopher Columbus had reasoned like this, he would never have weighed anchor. It was madness to leap without knowing the way on the ocean that no one had crossed, to sail towards a country whose existence was problematic. Yet, it is thanks to this madness that he discovered the New World. Of course, if people moved from a furnished apartment to a more comfortable one, it would be easier. The trouble is that there is no one to prepare the new home. The future is worse than the ocean, there is nothing in it, it will be as circumstances and men will make it. If you are satisfied with the old world, try to keep it, it is very decrepit and will not long withstand aftershocks like the one of February 24. but, if you can't bear to live in an eternal contradiction between ideas and life, to think one way and act another, then leave these whitewashed medieval streets, exit at your peril. I know it's not easy, it's no joke to part with what is familiar to us from birth and grew up with. The men we are talking about are ready for enormous sacrifices, but not for those that new life demands of them. Are they ready to sacrifice present civilization, today's way of life, religion, conventional morality? Are they ready to deprive themselves of the fruits plucked with so much effort, fruits of which we have been boasting for 3 centuries and which are so dear to us? Are they ready to deprive themselves of all the comforts and delights of our existence, to prefer a wild youth to a learned old age, a wasteland, virgin forests to bare fields and manicured gardens? Are they ready to demolish the hereditary castle to indulge in the pleasure of taking part in the construction of the first scaffolding for the new home, which will not be built until long after us? It's a crazy question, many will say. Jesus Christ asked it, albeit in other terms. Liberals have long played, joked, with the idea of revolution, and February 24 caught them off guard. The popular hurricane has taken them to the top of a bell tower and has shown them where they are going and where others are leading. A glance cast into the abyss made them pale. They saw that not only what they considered a prejudice collapsed, but also everything else, everything they considered eternal and true, and they were so frightened that some clung to the collapsing walls, the others stopped halfway, full of remorse, swearing to passers-by that they had not wanted this. This is why the men who proclaimed the Republic became the executioners of freedom. Even the Republic, they only wanted for a circle of educated people, of men of letters. Beyond this inner circle, they become conservatives. Thus the rationalists amused themselves by explaining the mysteries of religion, by revealing their meaning. They did not think that their research, starting with the Lord's Passion, would end in atheism, nor that their criticism of religious rites would lead to the denial of religion. Since the Restoration, liberals of all countries have called on the people to destroy the monarchical feudal order in the name of equality, in the name of the tears of the unhappy, in the name of the sufferings of the oppressed, in the name of the hunger of the indigent. They amused themselves by persecuting until their fall the ministers from whom they demanded unrealizable reforms. They rejoiced when, one after another, the feudal pillars collapsed, and they ended up getting so enthusiastic that they went beyond their desires. They recovered from their enthusiasm when the half-collapsed walls revealed no longer in books, no longer in parliamentary gossip, no longer in philanthropic declamations, but in all its reality. What? The proletarian, the worker with an axe in his hand, with black hands, hungry, covered in rags. This brother treated unjustly in the division of goods, this brother of whom there had been so much talk, who had been so sorry for, was finally there, and asked where on earth was his share of goods, where his freedom, his equality, his brotherhood. The liberals marveled at the impertinence and ingratitude of the worker, stormed the streets of Paris, covered them with corpses, and surrounded themselves with the bayonets of the state of siege in order to save civilization and order against this brother. They are right, but they are not consequential. Why have they worked so hard to shake the foundations of the monarchy? Why didn't they understand that, by destroying the monarchical principle, the revolution cannot stop at the expulsion of the dynasty? They rejoiced like children because Louis Philippe had just reached St. Cloud, that there was already a new government at the Hotel de Ville, and everything was booming, while precisely this facility of the revolution should have demonstrated its inconsistency. The liberals were satisfied, but the people were not. The people raised their voices, they repeated their words, their promises, and as soon as they saw that it was no longer a joke, they reneged 3 times, like St. Peter, their words, their promises, and began the massacre. This is how Luther and Calvin drowned the Anabaptists. This is how the Protestants denied Hegel, and the Hegelians, Feuerbach. This is the position of reformers in general. They do nothing but build the bridges that serve the people, stimulated by them to pass from one shore to the other. For them there is only a dark and constitutional neither one nor the other. It is in this world of disputes, of discords, of incurable contradictions, and without changing it, that these restless men wanted to realize their pious desire for freedom, equality, and brotherhood. In Europe, the forms of the state, civilization, good and evil rest on an entirely different basis. They have evolved on the basis of other principles, they have been elaborated in view of other needs. To some extent, these forms, like all living things, were capable of transformation, but, like all living things, they were only to a certain extent. The organism lends itself to education, it can deviate from its original direction, adapt itself to influences, as long as these deviations allow its particular characteristics, its individuality to subsist. If this is threatened by external influences, the organism enters into a life and death struggle, wins or perishes. The phenomenon of death consists precisely in the fact that the component parts of the organism direct themselves towards another goal. They do not die, it is the individuality that perishes, while its constituent parts enter into a series of other relationships, other phenomena. The forms of government of France and other European powers are, by virtue of their fundamental principle, incompatible with liberty, equality, and brotherhood. Any realization of the ideas implicit in this formula will be a denial of present European life, its death. No constitution, no government can give true freedom and true equality to feudal monarchies, without demolishing completely what is monarchical and feudal in them. European life, Christian and aristocratic, has shaped our conceptions, our habitus. The aristocratic Christian milieu is indispensable to her. This environment could develop in accordance with the spirit of the time, the level of education while retaining its essence intact, in Catholic Rome as in Voltaire's Paris, as in philosophical Germany, but it cannot go further without going beyond its borders. In different parts of Europe one is perhaps a little freer, a little more equal, but nowhere can one be free and equal, as long as this form of state and this civilization exist. All intelligent conservatives knew this, and that is why they supported the ancient order with all their might. Can you believe that Metternich and Guizot did not understand the injustice of the social organization around them? But they understood that these injustices are so intimately linked to the whole organization of life that it was enough to touch them to bring down the building. And, having understood this, they became the jealous custodians of the status quo. And the liberals, after unleashing democracy, would like to return to the old order of things. Who is right? After all, everyone is wrong. Guizot, Metternich, and Cavaignac, all have committed crimes for an imaginary goal. They oppressed, they crueled, they shed blood, to stop death. In reality, neither Metternich with his intelligence, nor Cavaignac with his soldiers, nor the Republicans with their incapacity, can stop a current that spreads with such impetus, but, instead of paving the way, they cover it with pieces of glass. The marching peoples will pass more with difficulty, with more obstacles, hurting their feet, but they will pass. The force of social ideas is great, especially since they begin to be understood by the real enemy, by the legal enemy of the current order, by the proletarian, by the worker. It is he who suffers all the bitterness of the current form of life, it is he who has been deprived of all the fruits of him. We still mourn the old order of things, and verily, who can regret it but we? It is only us that it has benefited. We were brought up by him, we are his favorite children, we recognize that he must die, but we cannot refuse him our tears. So be it, but the masses oppressed by work, driven by hunger, dejected by ignorance, why should they weep at his funeral? They were the uninvited at the banquet of life, of which Malthus speaks. Their humiliation was the sine qua non of our lives. All of our culture, all of our intellectual, literary, and scientific development, our love of beauty, our occupations, all of this supposes a ground continually cleaned up and continually prepared by others. Someone's work is needed to get us the time indispensable for our psychic evolution, that free time, that active idleness that allows the thinker to concentrate, the poet to dream, the Epicurean to enjoy, which favors the luxuriant, capricious, poetic, exuberant development of our aristocratic individualities. who ignores how much intellectual freshness material well-being produces. Poverty that sublimates itself is an exception. Poverty disfigures the human soul as much as wealth. Exclusive preoccupation with material needs kills his faculties. But how can everyone achieve well-being in the current order? Our civilization is a civilization of the minority. Nothing is possible except through the brute work of the majority. I am neither moralist nor sentimental. It seems to me that, if the minority was really satisfied and the majority kept silent, this form of existence was justified in the past. I do not regret the 20 generations of Germans spent making a Goethe possible, and I rejoice that the income from the Scow governorship offered the possibility of elevating a Pushkin. Nature is ruthless, like the famous tree. She is both mother and stepmother. He does not object to 2/3 of his children serving to feed the other third, provided that he develops. When not everyone can live well, let at least a few live, let only one live at the expense of the others, as long as someone enjoys life. It is only from this point of view that aristocracy can be understood. Aristocracy is, in general, nothing more than a more or less refined anthropophagy, the cannibal who eats his slave, the owner who asks for an enormous rent, the industrialist who gets rich at the expense of the worker. These are the variety of anthropophagy. On the other hand, I'm ready to defend the grossest anthropophagy. If one considers himself food and another wants to eat it, what if he eats it? One deserves to be cannibal, the other to be food. Until the educated minority, while absorbing the lives of entire generations for their exclusive profit, hardly suspected why life was so easy for them, as long as the majority, despite working day and night, barely suspected that the fruit of their labor was going to others, this state of affairs was considered natural by all, and the world of anthropophagy could be preserved. A prejudice, a habit is often considered the truth, and then it doesn't matter, but let it be understood that the presumed truth is foolishness, and it's over. One cannot, except with violence, force a man to do what he thinks is absurd. Try to establish lean days without faith, impossible. It will be just as unbearable for men to eat lean, as for believers to eat fat. The worker no longer wants to work for others. Here is the end of anthropophagy, here is the limit of the aristocracy. What still holds back is that the workers have not yet measured their strength, that the peasants are backward in their cultural development. When the workers and peasants have shaken hands, then say goodbye to your leisure, your luxury, your civilization, then the exploitation of the majority for the elaboration of the brilliant and exuberant life of the minority will have seen its last hour. In the order of ideas, the exploitation of man by man is already over. It's finished, because no one believes it right anymore. How could this world resist the social revolution? In the name of what would you defend yourself? Religion is in decline, the monarchical principle no longer enjoys authority, it maintains itself with terror and violence. The democratic principle is the cancer that gnaws at its bowels. The sense of suffocation, oppression, tiredness, disgust, cause spasmodic efforts to break the unbearable circle. Everyone feels that life is getting hard, and this is a serious symptom. Where is the quiet, contemplative life of study, entirely enclosed in the circle of science and art, in which the Germans lived? Where is the vortex of gaiety, of spirit, of liberalism, of toilettes, of songs, in which Paris swirled? All that is past, and exists no more than in memory. The latest effort to save the old world by a renewal of its principles has failed. Everything emaciates and withers in the exhausted soil. There are no more intelligences, no creative geniuses, no power of thought, no power of will. This world has survived the era of its glory. The time of Schiller and Goethe has passed like the time of Raphael and Michelangelo, like the time of Voltaire and Rousseau, like the time of Mirabeau and Danton. The brilliant era of industry also passes as the brilliant era of aristocracy. There is no more credit. We live from day to day. The conception of life becomes less and less aesthetic and graceful. Everyone shrinks, everyone is afraid, everyone lives as shopkeepers. The customs of the petty bourgeoisie have become generalized. No one takes up permanent residence, everything takes place according to deadlines, by contract, everything fluctuates. It is a time similar to that which weighed upon the world in the 3rd century, when the same vices of ancient Rome went astray, when the emperors became slack and the legions peaceful. Anguish, anxiety gnawed at the restless and energetic men to such an extent that they fled en masse, no matter where, into the deserts of the Thebaid, throwing sacks of gold into the public square and abandoning forever the fatherland and the gods once adored. Such an era is approaching for us. Anxiety grows overnight. Repent, gentlemen, repent. The final judgment of your world has come. You will not save it either with a state of siege, or with the republic, or with the death penalty, or with charity, or even with the distribution of goods. Perhaps his fate wouldn't be so sad if he weren't defended with such zeal and obstinacy, with such desolating incapacity. No armistice will serve France any more. The adverse parties can neither explain nor understand each other, they have two logics, two reasons. When problems arise like this, there is no alternative but struggle, one of the two must succumb, the monarchy or socialism. Think about it, which of the two is more likely to succeed? I am for socialism. It's hard to imagine, you say. And was the victory of Christianity over Rome perhaps easier to predict? I often try to imagine how Tacitus or Pliny reasoned with their friends about this absurd sect of the Nazarenes, these Pierre Leroux of Judea with their energetic and semi-crazy speech, of this Proudhon of the time, who came to Rome to preach the end of Rome. The empire stood proud and mighty before these poor propagandists, but he could not resist them. Don't you see the new Christians starting to build, the new barbarians starting to demolish? Here they are, they advance slowly, heavily, like lava on the mountainside. When their hour strikes, Herculaneum and Pompeii will disappear with all that is good and bad in them, with the innocent and the guilty. It will not be a judgment, it will be a cataclysm, a geological revolution. This lava, these barbarians, this new world, these Nazarenes, who come to sweep away all that is decrepit and impotent, and to clear the ground to what is young and strong, are much closer than you think. They are those who die of hunger and cold, they are those who are tired, above our heads and under our feet, in the attics and in the cellars, while the rest of us, housed on the first floor, talk about socialism dipping biscuits in champagne. I know that all this is not of today, that it has been so for a long time, but until now they didn't suspect that it was very silly. But is it ever possible that the future form of life, instead of announcing itself with progress, begins with a night of barbarism, that profit must be obtained through losses? I don't know, but I think if the educated minority don't cool off in their new way of looking at things, they'll have a harder time than now. Far from being indignant about it, I find it consoling. In the losses to be suffered I see proof that each historical phase has a complete reality, its own individuality, and that each one is a goal achieved and not a means. Therefore each one has its good sides which belong exclusively to it and which perish together with it. Do you believe that the Roman patricians gained a lot by switching to Christianity? Did the aristocrats before the revolution live better than we do now? All right, but the idea of an abrupt and forced revolution has something repugnant to many. Some, who feel the need for a change, would like it to happen slowly, naturally, spontaneously. Nature itself, they say, as it formed and became richer and more evolved, ceased to resort to the frightening cataclysms that left their testimony in the shell of the terrestrial globe with the bones of entire generations destroyed. A peaceful and tranquil metamorphosis is the prerogative of the period in which nature has achieved the development of consciousness. Yes, but this development has reached a small number of the elect, while the others are still reaching it and are therefore subject to the Nadergewalt, to instincts, to dark tendencies, to passions. For an idea, clear and rational for you, to become so for another, it is not enough that it be true, the latter's brain must be as developed as yours, that it freed itself from the weight of tradition. How are you going to persuade the worker that he is starving until the social order changes by itself, little by little? To persuade the landlord, the tenant, the master, to open the fist in which he holds his monopoly and his rights? It's hard to believe such self-sacrifice on their part. What could have been done has been done. The development of the third estate, the constitutional regime, are only intermediate steps that unite the monarchic feudal world with the republican social world. The bourgeoisie represents precisely this semi-emancipation, this insolent attack against the past, combined with the desire to inherit its rights. He worked to his advantage and he was right. Man works seriously only when he works for himself. The bourgeoisie could not consider itself a monstrous and intermediate link in the chain, it believed itself to be the goal, but, since its moral principle was poorer and meaner than that of the past, while evolution proceeds ever faster, it is no wonder that the bourgeois world has exhausted itself so rapidly and no longer harbors the seeds of renewal. Just imagine what the slow and progressive revolution you are talking about could consist of. Perhaps in a subdivision of property like that implemented at the time of the Great Revolution? The result would be negative for everyone. The small owner is the worst bourgeois. All the energies hidden now in the sick but powerful breast of the proletariat will be exhausted. He will no longer die of hunger, it is true, but he will remain stationary, limited by his strip of land or by his cell in the labor barracks. Such is the future of a peaceful, organized revolution. If this were to happen, the current of history would find another outlet, it would not get lost in sand and clay, like the Rhine. Humanity would not follow a narrow and muddy path, it would seek a broad way and, to open it, it would spare nothing. In nature, the conservative element is just as strong as the revolutionary element. Nature allows what is old and useless to exist as long as possible, but, to do better, she has not spared mammoths and mastodons. The revolution that exterminated them was not made against them. If they had been able to save themselves in some way they would have remained, to then die out quietly and peacefully in an environment that no longer suited them. The mammoths whose remains are found in the snows of Siberia were probably saved for a moment from the geological revolution. Such are the calmness and paleologus in the feudal world. Nature has nothing against this happening, any more than history has it. It is we who attribute a certain sentimentality and our passions to it. We forget that our language is metaphorical and we take the expression for the fact. Without being aware of this absurdity, we introduce our little house rules into the universal economy, whereby the life of generations, of peoples, of planets has no importance in the face of general evolution. Contrary to our subjective way of seeing, linked only to what is personal, the destruction of the individual is, like his appearance, the result of the same necessity, of the always equal game of life. She doesn't regret it, because, in her vast womb, everything changes but nothing is lost. Vixerunt. Written in Paris on December 1, 1848. Mortem moriendo destruxit. From the Easter Sunday Office. On November 20, 1848, the weather was atrocious in Paris. The violence of the wind, the early snow and the frost reminded us, for the first time since the summer, of the approach of winter. Here winter is expected as a public calamity. The poor get ready to chatter their teeth in their cold attics, without warm clothes, without sufficient nourishment. Mortality increases during the 2 months of cold, sleet and humidity. Fevers wear out and deprive the workers of strength. On November 21, the day did not want to dawn. A wet snow fell ceaselessly, melting in the damp air. The wind blew hats and flapped furiously. A few hundred tricolor flags attached to long poles on the Piazza della Concordia, teeming with masses of soldiers and National Guards. At the entrance to the Tuileries garden a sort of embankment had been erected with a Christian cross above it. From the garden to the obelisk, the square, surrounded by soldiers, was empty. The troops of the line, the mobile guard, the spearmen, the dragoons, the artillery filled all the streets leading to the square. Without being informed, one could not have guessed what was being prepared. A new execution of a monarch. The declaration of the fatherland in danger. Not at all, it was January 21, not of a king, but of the people, of the revolution, the funeral of February 24. Around 9 in the morning, a handful of men of a certain age walked in scattered order on the bridge. They marched sadly, with the collars of their cloaks turned up, and choosing the least wet places to set down an unsteady foot. They were preceded by two leaders, one of whom, wrapped in a barricino, barely gave a glimpse of the hard features of his physiognomy as a medieval leader. Nothing human, touching, tender altered his thin, sickly face, his features of a bird of prey. His whole decrepit figure gave off a whiff of misfortune, of catastrophe. The other was large, well dressed, with curly graying hair. He wore nothing but a tailcoat, and he had an air of studied nonchalance that offended. His face, once handsome, barely retained an air of blissful satisfaction, due to the consciousness of his dignity, of his place. They were met with no acclaim, only the docile rifles made the presentation arm. Simultaneously, from the opposite side of the Madeleine, another handful of even stranger men advanced, in medieval costumes, in mitres and cassocks, surrounded by Thursdayables with rosaries and breviaries, like shadows of the feudal ages, long dead and buried. Where were they both going, and what were they about to do? Some were preparing to proclaim, under the protection of 100,000 bayonets, the will of the people, a constitution made under bullets, discussed during the state of siege, in the name of freedom, equality, brotherhood. The others were about to bless this fruit of philosophy and revolution in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The people did not even come to see this travesty. He circulated in a sad crowd around the mass grave of his brothers who died for him, the July column. The small shopkeepers, the itinerant sellers, the clerks, the doormen of the neighboring houses, the waiters of the cafes, and you, foreign tourists, these were what formed the rear of the regular army and the armed bourgeois. But these same witnesses looked in amazement at the reading which was impossible to hear, the masquerade costumes of the judges, red, black, fur and without, the snow whipping their faces and the soldiers in battle order, a sight to which the cannon shots from the Esplanade des Invalides sounded scary. The soldiers and the cannon shots involuntarily recalled the June days. The heart sank. Everyone looked worried, as if they were aware of doing wrong, some because they were committing a crime, others because they helped to perpetrate it, because they had allowed it to be done. At the slightest noise, thousands of heads would turn, expecting from one moment to the next to hear the rhythmic tolling of the flock bell, the cry of revolt, the whistle of bullets. The dreadful weather continued, the troops, soaked to the marrow of the bone, murmuring. Finally the drum sounded, the crowd got going and the interminable parade began to the meager sound of the Mourir pour la patrie, with which the grandiose Marseillaise was replaced. At this point a young man, with whom we have already made acquaintance, forced his way through the crowd towards a middle-aged man and said to him, with signs of sincere joy, "What unexpected luck! I didn't know you were here." "Ah! Good morning," replied the other, holding out both his hands. "Since when have you been here?" "For a few days." "And where do you come from?" "From Italy." "Well, are things bad?" "Better not talk about it, terribly. You see, dear dreamer and idealist, I knew that you would not have endured the test of February and that this would have meant great pain for you. Pain always reaches the height of hopes. Then you complained of the immobility, of the drowsiness of the Europe. Now it is not certain that one can reproach her for this. Don't joke. There are circumstances at which it is not good to laugh, however much skepticism one has in one's heart. Sometimes you lack tears, how to mock. For my part, I confess that I am afraid to look back, to remember. It's not even a year since we've separated, and it's like a century. Seeing all the most beautiful hopes, the most intimate, the deepest, in the process of being fulfilled, seeing the possibility of their realization and falling so low, losing everything, and not in the fight against the enemy, but for one's own powerlessness, inability to act, it is terrible. I am ashamed to meet a legitimist, they laugh at us, and I feel that they are right. What a school, not of evolution, but of the stifling of all faculties. I am extremely happy to have found you again. I had a real need to see you. I argued and reconciled with you from a distance. I even wrote you a very long letter which I am happy to have torn up. It was full of bold hopes with which I thought of convincing you. Now, I would like you to persuade me definitively that this world is dying, that it has no way out, that it is destined to dry up and grow weedy. Now you can no longer grieve me. After all, I didn't expect any relief from you. Your words, instead of diminishing, only increase my suffering. Yes, that's what I want. Persuade me, and tomorrow I'll go to Marseilles to embark on the first steamer for America, for Egypt, it doesn't matter where, just to leave Europe. I am tired, I dry up, here, I'll go crazy if I stay. Few nervous diseases are more stubborn than idealism. After all the events of the last few months, I find you as I left you. You would rather suffer than understand. Idealists are very capricious and very lazy. I have already apologized for this word. You know I'm not referring to individual courage, there's almost too much of it. Idealists are lazy before the truth, they reject it, they fear the facts that do not fit into their theories. You believe that, apart from the ways you have discovered, there is no salvation for the world. You want, in return for your devotion, the world to dance to your music, and, as soon as you realize that it has its own pace and measure, you get angry, you despair, you are not even curious to witness its highly original dance. Call it what you like, laziness or stupidity, the fact is that I really have no curiosity to attend this macabre dance. I don't have the Roman taste for terrifying spectacles, perhaps because I don't understand all the subtleties of the art of dying. The dignity of curiosity is measured by the dignity of the spectacle. The public at the Colosseum was made up of the same idle crowd that thronged around the auto da fe at the executions. Today, he rushes here to somehow fill his internal void. Tomorrow, he will go with the same zeal to see one of today's heroes hanged. But there is another curiosity, more respectable, which has roots in healthier soil. It leads to knowledge, to study. It has no rest as long as a corner of the universe remains unexplored. The contagion is inoculated to study its properties. In short, it has profit as its aim. But what is the use of looking at a dying man, knowing that it is too late to save him? This is a poem of curiosity. This poetic curiosity, as you call it, is very human to me. I respect Pliny who, in order to witness the terrible eruption of Vesuvius until the end, remains in his boat and forgets the imminent danger. Moving away would have been more reasonable and, in any case, more comfortable. I understand the illusion, but your comparison is not exact. Faced with the cataclysm of Pompeii, man could do nothing, to stand by or leave, it depended on him alone. I don't want to flee the danger, I want to leave, because I can't stay anymore. Exposing yourself to danger is much easier than it might seem from afar. But being a passive witness of ruin, knowing that it will be of no use, understanding how one could be of help, not having the possibility of communicating, of clarifying, of explaining, to be a passive witness when men, struck by a kind of epidemic madness, leap here and there, whirl around, ruin each other, to see a whole civilization, a whole world shatter and cause chaos and destruction, that is beyond human strength. With Vesuvius, there is nothing to do, but in the world of history man is in his house, he is not only a spectator, but also an actor. He has the right to speak and, if he cannot participate in the action, he must at least protest his absence. Undoubtedly man is at home, in history, but from your words one could conclude that he is visiting nature, as if a stone wall were erected between nature and history. I think that he is at home in both, but that he is not the autocratic master of either. If man feels less offended by the insubordination of nature, it is that the autonomy from nature is evident to him. We believe in a reality of nature independent of us, above all of contemporary history. In history, man believes himself absolutely free to do as he pleases. This is the sad consequence of the dualism that for so long has clouded our vision with a double image, making us oscillate between two optical illusions, Dualism has lost its brutality, but remains unnoticed in the depths of the soul. Our language, our first ideas, which have become natural through habit and repetition, prevent us from grasping the truth. If we hadn't been taught from the age of 5 that history and nature are two absolutely different things, it would be easy for us to understand that the evolution of nature continues imperceptibly in the evolution of humanity, that they are two chapters of the same novel, two phases of a single process, very distant at the ends and very close in the middle. Then it would no longer surprise us that a part of everything that takes place in history is subject to physiology, to obscure tendencies. Without a doubt, the laws of historical evolution are by no means opposed to the laws of logic, but their ways do not coincide with the ways of thought, just as, moreover, nothing in nature coincides with the abstract norms constructed by pure reason. Convinced of this, we would abandon ourselves to the investigation, to the search for these physiological influences. Do we do it now? Who has ever seriously dealt with the physiology of social life, with history considered as an objective science? Nobody. Neither conservatives, nor radicals, nor philosophers, nor historians. Nevertheless, much has been done, perhaps because it is just as natural for us to make history as for the bee to build the hive, because it is not the fruit of reflection, but an ineluctable inner need of man. You mean an instinct? You are right, it has led and still leads the masses. But our position is different, we have lost the blind instinctive restlessness, we have developed reflection enough to repress in us the natural impulses through which history laboriously opens its way into the future. In general, we city dwellers lack both physical tact and moral tact. The farmer, the sailor predict the weather he will do, we know nothing about it. Of instinct we are left with only the restless desire to act, and it is good. A conscious activity, that is, such as to offer us full satisfaction, cannot yet exist. We grope, we try to impose our ideas, our desires on the surrounding environment, and these attempts, always sterile, serve to develop us. It hurts you that peoples do not realize an idea that is dear to you, that is obvious to you, that they do not know how to emancipate themselves with the weapons you offer them, and cease to suffer. But why do you think the people should implement your idea and not theirs, and at this moment rather than another? Are you sure that the means you propose does not have drawbacks? Are you sure there is no other means, no higher goals? Your thought may, it is true, coincide with popular thought, but it will only be a lucky accident, and it is much more likely that you are wrong. You and the masses belong to two different civilizations, between you there are centuries, more than oceans, since oceans today can be crossed comfortably. The masses are full of occult tendencies, of passionate impulses, their thinking is not separated from their imagination, it does not remain, like ours, a theoretical construction, but passes immediately into practice. If it is so difficult to inoculate the masses with a thought, it is precisely because for them a thought is nothing. Therefore it sometimes happens that the masses overcome the most daring thinkers and drag them along in spite of themselves, or, abandoning those who adored the day before midway, they remain behind despite the evidence. The masses are like children, like women, capricious, impulsive, fickle. Instead of studying this physiology proper to mankind, instead of trying to penetrate it, to understand its ways and laws, we criticize, we teach, we get irritated, as if the peoples or nature were responsible, as if they attached some importance to our approval or to our disapproval of the motion that involuntarily drags them to uncertain ends, to irresponsible actions. Until today, this didactic priestly attitude had its justification, now it becomes ridiculous and brings us back to the outdated role of the disillusioned. You are offended by what is happening in Europe, you are indignant at this ferocious, stupid, and triumphant reaction, so am I, but you remain faithful to romanticism, you are angry, and you want to run away only so as not to see the truth. All right, it's time to abandon our artificial and conventional existence, but certainly not by fleeing to America. What do you think you will find? The United States is the latest revised and corrected edition of the same feudal Christian text, and in a vernacular English translation. A year ago, your departure would have been nothing strange, events dragged on deftly, feebly, but how to start at the culminating point of collapse, when everything is fermenting and agitating in Europe, when the age-old walls are collapsing, when one idol after another falls, when in Vienna they have learned to build barricades. And when Paris learned to bomb the city, when, while the idols fall, which, however, immediately go back to the pedestal, the best fruits of European life fall forever, achieved with so much effort by a secular culture. I see a trial, I see execution, death, I see neither a resurrection nor an amnesty. This part of the world has finished its cycle, its energies are depleted. The peoples of this area have fulfilled their mission to the last, they begin to become dull, to lag behind. The current of history has found another channel, that's where I'm going. You yourself, last year, tried to demonstrate something similar to me, remember, on the steamer between Genoa and Civitavecchia. Yes, but that was before the storm. You, then, did not agree. Now, however, you not only consent, but go further. It is neither through life nor through thought that you have come to this conclusion, that is why your present attitude has a spasmodic character instead of a calm one. You arrived there out of annoyance, out of a momentary desperation with which, naively and without intention, you covered your hopes at the time. If your way of seeing were not the whim of a sullen lover, but a clear perception of what is happening, you would express yourself differently, you would put yourself from another point of view, you would abandon personal rancor, you would forget yourself, because you would be moved and filled with horror at the tragic fate that is taking place before your eyes. But idealists are not easily given up, they have a self-love as stubborn as monks, who endure all deprivations without ever losing sight of either themselves or their reward. What do you fear, staying here? Do you perhaps leave the theater at the beginning of the fifth act of a tragedy, for fear of getting too agitated? Oedipus' lot will not be alleviated in the least by the fact that you leave the audience, he will perish in exactly the same way as if you had remained. It is much better to stay until the last scene. Sometimes the spectator, shocked and oppressed by the fate of Hamlet, encounters a young Fortinbras, full of life and hope. The very sight of death is solemn and holds many lessons. The cloud that weighed over Europe, and which did not allow anyone to breathe freely, has been torn apart, lightning, tremors follow one another, the earth trembles, and you want to flee because Radetzky has taken Milan and Cavaignac Paris. This is what it means not to recognize the objectivity of history. I detest humility, but, in these cases, humility is proof of intelligence. It is time to submit to history, to acknowledge it. Especially since things are going better than expected. So why get angry? Didn't we expect to waste away, to wither in the unhealthy and heavy atmosphere of slow servitude? Instead of chaos, Europe has been gripped by typhus, it collapses, falls apart, melts away, forgets itself, it forgets itself to the point that, in its struggles, both sides become delirious and no longer understand themselves or the opposing side. The fifth act of the tragedy began on February 24. Suffering, hyperesthesia of the soul are very natural, no serious person jokes in the face of similar events, but all this is very different from despair and your way of seeing things. You imagine that your despair comes from the fact that you are a revolutionary. That is a mistake. You despair because you are conservative. Thank you very much. In your opinion, I am on the same level as Radetzky and Windisch-Gratz. No, you are much worse. A conservative, Radetzky. It destroys everything, he nearly blew up the Milan Cathedral. Do you seriously consider conservatism that savage Croatians storm Austrian cities and leave no stone on stone? Neither they nor their generals know what they are doing, but they certainly don't keep. You judge everything and everyone according to the flag. These are for the emperor, therefore they are conservatives, those are for the republic, therefore they are revolutionaries. But today the monarchical principle and conservatism are fighting in the two opposing camps. The most pernicious conservatism is the one on the side of the Republic, the one you preach. Would you like to tell me what tends to preserve, in what precisely it consists, my revolutionary conservatism? Well, aren't you annoyed that the Constitution being proclaimed today is so silly? No doubt. Are you not indignant that the movement in Germany has emptied itself through the Frankfurt funnel and disappeared? Why did Carlo Alberto fail to maintain the independence of Italy? Why does Pius IX prove to be beyond any criticism? Of course, but what do you conclude about it? I don't even want to defend myself. There it was, your conservatism, if your wishes had been fulfilled, a solemn justification of the old world would have resulted. Everything would be justified, except the revolution. Should we then rejoice that the Austrians have conquered Lombardy? But why rejoice? There is no cause for joy or surprise in all of this. Lombardy could not free itself either with the demonstrations in Milan or with the aid of Carlo Alberto. It is convenient, now, to discuss these things sub specie aeternitatis. However, I know well how to distinguish man from his dialectic, and I am convinced that you would forget all your theories when faced with piles of corpses, looted cities, women outraged, to savage soldiers in white uniform. Instead of answering me, you appeal to compassion, which always succeeds, because, barring a few moral monsters, every man has a heart. It is just as easy to be moved by the fate of Milan as by that of the Duchess of Lamballe. Compassion is natural in man. Don't listen to Lucretius when he says that there is no greater pleasure than to contemplate a shipwreck from the shore. It is a poet's slander. The spectacle of victims succumbing to the hazards of brutal forces shocks our entire moral being. I have not seen Radetzky in Milan, but I have seen the plague in Alexandria. I know how these fatal calamities degrade and offend man, but stopping at the tears that tear us apart is a very miserable thing, a weakness. Alongside the indignation, an invincible desire for resistance, for struggle, for investigation, for research, to arrive at the means and the causes, arises in the soul. Such problems cannot be solved with sentimentality. Doctors observe a seriously ill patient in a very different way from their inconsolable relatives. They can weep in the depths of their hearts, join their tears, but to fight the disease it is not tears that are needed, it is knowledge. The feeling that binds the doctor to the patient matters little. He must not lose his presence of mind, nor be surprised at the approach of death whose inevitable coming he has understood. After all, if you regret only the human lives that perish in this ferment, in this fearful explosion, you are right. It takes a kind of education to reach insensitivity. Men who have no compassion for others, military leaders, the ministers, the judges, the executioners, have spent their whole life getting used to every human feeling. If they hadn't succeeded, they would have stopped halfway. Your anguish is absolutely justified, nor can I console you except with the number. Think that all these events, from the insurrection in Palermo to the capture of Vienna, did not cost Europe 1/3 of the victims that it cost, for example, the Battle of Eylau. Our ideas are still so confused that we don't even know how to count the dead who fell under a flag, who followed neither out of desire to fight nor out of conviction, but because of that social plague called conscription. The dead on the barricades at least knew what they were dying for. And the others? If they had been able to hear the first lines of the river meeting of the two emperors, they would have had only to blush at their courage. Why do we fight each other? Asked Napoleon. It's a misunderstanding. Actually, said Alessandro, it doesn't make sense. And they kissed. Tens of thousands of combatants slaughtered others, with stupendous courage, and sacrificed themselves, for what? For a misunderstanding. However large or small the number of victims, I repeat, it is sad, very sad for them. But it seems to me that you are not sad only for men, you cry also for something else. For many other things, I mourn the revolution of February 24th, which began so grandly and ended so modestly. The Republic was possible, I saw it, I breathed its air, it was not a dream, but a fact, and what has it become? I pity her as I pity Italy, which woke up only to be conquered the next day. I pity Germany, which has risen in her full stature, to fall back at the feet of its 30 owners. I pity humanity, which has gone back a whole generation, and the movement which finds itself once again arrested and suffocated. As for the movement, it can't be stopped. The motto of our time is more than ever, semper in motu. Do you see how right I was to accuse you of conservatism? It is so strong in you that it leads you to constant contradictions. Aren't you the ones who, a year ago, were talking to me about the terrible demoralization of the educated classes in France? And now imagine that they became Republicans overnight, only because the people drove out a stubborn old man, and allowed the place of a stubborn Quaker, surrounded by petty diplomats, to be filled by a characterless theophilanthropist, surrounded by little reporters. It's easy, after things have happened, to be insightful. Nor was it difficult before. The 26th of February determined the whole character of the 24th. All non-conservatives understood that this republic was a play on words, Blanqui and Proudhon, Barbes and Pierre Leroux. It is not the gift of prophecy that is needed to understand these things, but the habit of conscientious inquiry, of observation. It is therefore that I always recommend exercising and sharpening the intelligence with the natural sciences. The naturalist gets used to observe, to wait, to add nothing of himself ahead of time. He does not miss a single symptom, a single transformation. He seeks the truth in a completely disinterested way, without intervening in it either with his love for him or with his hatred. Note that the most penetrating publicist of the first revolution was a veterinarian, and that the chemist Raspail published on February 27 in his journal, which the students burned in the Quartier Latin, the things of which today everyone is convinced, but of which today there is no it is more remedy. It was unforgivable to expect any political surprise from February 24. Except for the ferment that actually dates from that day and which is its great result, the ferment cannot be denied. It overwhelms France and all of Europe, it pushes them from one convulsion to another. Is this what you were waiting for, what you wanted? No, you hoped that a reasonable republic would stand on the scrofulous, bulletin-wrapped legs of Ledru Rollin, and thanks to the anointing of Lamartine. It would have been a great evil. Such a republic would be a heavy hoof capable of stopping all the wheels of history. The republic of the provisional government, based on the old monarchical principles, would be more harmful than any monarchy. It presented itself not as the absurdity of violence, but as free consent, not as a historical calamity, but as something rational, right, with its stupid majority of votes and with its lie on the flag. The word republic had a moral force that no throne has any more. Deceiving with his name, the republic shored up the collapsing social order. Reaction saved the movement, reaction tore off the masks and thereby saved the revolution. People who would have been drugged for years by Lamartine's opium have regained their senses following the 3-month state of siege. They know by now what it means to crush a movement on the basis of the ideas of this republic. Things that were accessible only to a few have become accessible to all. Everyone knows that Cavaignac is not to blame for what happened, that it is absurd to accuse the executioner is more repugnant than guilty. The reaction, without knowing what it was doing, overthrew the last idols in whose shelter, like behind the throne and the altar, the old order hid. By now, the people no longer believe in the republic, and they do very well. It is time to disbelieve in any unique, redemptive church. The religion of the Republic was fine in 1793, and then it was colossal, grandiose, then it produced the titanic line of giants that closes a long era of political revolution. The formalist Republic showed itself in all its nakedness after the days of June. Now we begin to understand the incompatibility of brotherhood and equality with the traps called courts of assizes, of freedom with butchers called martial courts. Now no one believes the partial jurors from the pre-established verdict who, blindfolded, decide without appeal the fate of the accused. No one believes any more in a social order which defends only property, which deports men for public health measures, and which maintains a permanent army, if only 100 men, always ready, without asking why, to fire at the first order. Here is the utility of the reaction. Doubts ferment, occupy the spirit, make one reflect, and it was not easy to arrive at these doubts, especially for the French who, although people of wit, are very reluctant to understand new ideas. Similarly in Germany, Berlin and Vienna were initially successful, they rejoiced in their diets, their charters, for which, for 30 years, they had modestly sighed. Now, having felt the reaction, and knowing from experience what diets and houses are, they will not settle for any charter, given or taken. Cards have become for the Germans something like, for the adult, the toy he dreamed of in childhood. Thanks to the reaction, Europe has realized that the representative system is a perfidious means of transforming public needs and energy ready for action into words and endless discussions. Instead of rejoicing, you are indignant, and at what? Of the fact that the National Assembly, composed of reactionaries, invested with absurd power, under the influence of fear, voted a foolishness. I, on the other hand, see in it the proof that all these universal legislative assemblies and all these representatives, especially archpriests, are absolutely useless, and that it is impossible today to vote on an intelligent constitution. Is it not ridiculous to make laws for future generations, when the decrepit world has scarcely time to concern itself with its future, and to limply dictate its will? If you don't applaud all these failures, it is because you are conservative, is that, conscious or not, you belong to the old world. Last year, angry, indignant against him, you could not part with him, therefore he deceived you on February 24th, you believed that he could be saved with family remedies, with agitation and with reforms, that he could be renewed while remaining the same, you believed it could be corrected, and you still believe it. An insurrection, the election of Ledru-Rollin as president, would be enough to excite you again. As long as you are young, it can be forgiven, but I don't advise you to continue to take things like this, you would become ridiculous. You are very lively and receptive, therefore cross the last barrier, shake the last dust from your shoes, and persuade yourself that small revolutions, small reforms, small republics are insufficient, the circle of their activity is too narrow, lose all interest. You mustn't let yourself be duped, they are all infected with conservatism. I want to be objective, they have their good points. Rome is better off under Pius IX than under the evil and drunkard Gregory XVI. The Republic of February 24 offers new and greater possibilities to the evolution of ideas than the monarchy. But all these palliatives are as harmful as they are useful, with a momentary relief they make one forget the disease. And then, to observe these improvements closely, to see with what an irritated frown they are made and how each concession is presented as an alms given reluctantly, in a way that offends, frankly one is no longer able to attribute a great value to the utility they offer. I can't choose between two different slaveries any more than between two religions, my taste has dulled, I am unable to appreciate subtleties, to judge which slavery is worse and which better, which religion is nearer to salvation and which farther, nor which oppresses more, an honest republic or an honest monarchy, the revolutionary conservatism of Radetzky or the conservative revolutionism of Kavanaugh, nor which is more anodyne, the Quakers or the Jesuits, nor what is worse, the rods or the grill. Slavery exists on both sides, on the one hand it is hypocritical, clothed in the name of freedom, and therefore dangerous, on the other it is wild, beastly, and therefore close to falling. Luckily they do not recognize the family brand in each other and are ready to fight each other. Let them fight, unite, corrode, drag each other to the grave. If one of the two wins, no matter what, the lie or violence, the victory will not be ours, nor, for that matter, theirs. All that the winners will get is to indulge in a banquet for a few days. And we must remain spectators, as in the past, eternal spectators, sad jurors whose verdict has no follow-up, experts whose testimony no one asks for. Frankly, you surprise me, I don't know whether or not I should envy you, with such an active intelligence, you have such a, I don't know how to put it, such a tendency to abstention. What do you want? I don't intend to do violence to myself, sincerity and independence are my idols, I don't want to take sides under either banner, the two camps are so well on their way to the cemetery road that they have no need of my help. Similar positions have already existed. What part could Christians take in the Roman struggles for the pretenders to the empire? They were accused of cowards, they smiled and continued with their job, they prayed and preached. They preached because they were strong in their faith and had unity of principles. Where is our gospel, where is the new existence to which we call men, the good news which we are called to proclaim to the world? Preach the glad tidings of death, show men each new plague upon the breast of the old world, each step forward towards its destruction, point out the decrepitude of his principles, the superficiality of his efforts, show that he cannot heal, that he has neither support nor faith in himself, that no one really loves him, that he keeps himself only through a misunderstanding, show that each of his victories is a blow he brings to himself, preach death as the good news, as an announcement of the coming redemption. Isn't it better to pray? Whom to preach to, when legions of casualties fall on both sides? The Archbishop of Paris was the only one who didn't know that, at the time of battle, no one has heirs. Let's wait a little longer, the struggle over, we begin to preach death, no one will hinder us, then, on the vast cemetery in which all the combatants will have laid their bones, who, more than the dead, deserves to listen to the apotheosis of death? If things go as they are now, it will be an original show, the future building will perish together with the past, with the old rubbish, the democracy that has not yet come to fruition will die sucking the thin and cold breast of the moribund monarchy. A future that perishes is not a future. Democracy is essentially linked to the present, it is the struggle, the denial of hierarchy, of the social lie inherited from the past, it is the purifying flame that will burn the dead forms and will go out as soon as the fuel runs out. Democracy can't create anything, it's none of its business, it will be an absurdity as soon as the last enemy dies. Democrats, to speak the language of Cromwell, only know what they don't want, what they want they ignore. Consciousness of what we do not want contains a premonition of what we want, it is on this that the idea, so often repeated, that all destruction is a kind of creation is based. Man cannot be satisfied with mere destruction, it is against his creative nature. To preach death he needs faith in rebirth. It was easy for Christians to herald the end of the old world, for them, the funeral home coincided with baptism. We have more than a presentiment, only, we are more difficult to please than Christians. They had only one criterion, faith. There was undoubtedly a great consolation for them in the unshakable security of the triumph of the Church, of the spread of baptism throughout the world. It did not occur to them that the baptized child could fail to develop according to the wishes of his spiritual parents. Christianity remained a pious hope. Now, on the eve of death, he consoles himself, as in the first century, with heaven, with paradise. Without heaven he is lost. The advent of the idea of a new life is infinitely more difficult in our day. We have neither heaven nor city of God. Our city is purely human and must be realized on the ground in which everything that is real exists, on earth. We cannot invoke neither the temptation of the devil, nor the help of God, nor the afterlife. After all, democracy does not go that far, it is still on the Christian side, it still has a lot of ascetic romanticism, a lot of liberal idealism. There is in her a terrible power of destruction, but as soon as she sets about creating, she gets lost in schoolboy attempts, in political projects or studies. Of course, destruction creates, it clears the ground, which is already a creation, because it abolishes a whole series of lies, which is already a truth. But democracy lacks an authentic creative force, and therefore it is not the future. The future is outside politics, it hovers over the chaos of all political and social trends, and will order the plot of its new canvas, intended to serve as a shroud to the past and as swaddling clothes for the newborn. Socialism corresponds to the Nazarene teaching in the Roman Empire. As long as we remember what you said about Christianity and continue with the comparison, the future of socialism becomes hardly enviable. It would remain a perennial hope. Of course, but, on the way, it would give birth, under his blessing, to a splendid historical epoch. The gospel was not realized and it wasn't necessary, but the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Revolution did, and Christianity penetrated all these phenomena, participated in all of them, indicating the way, providing the materials. The realization of socialism also consists in the unexpected combination of an abstract doctrine with existing facts. Life only realizes the sides of thought that find a favorable ground, and the ground is not a passive substratum, but gives its juices, its own elements. The new that arises from the conflict of utopias with conservatism enters life in a different way from what both sides expected, and presents itself transformed, different, composed of reminiscences and hopes, of what exists and what will exist, of traditions and outlets, beliefs and knowledge, of Romans who cease to live and of Germans who have not yet lived, united by a church foreign to both. Ideals, theoretical constructions, are never realized as they present themselves to our spirit. Then how and why do they come to mind? It is therefore a kind of irony. And why do you want everything in human intelligence to be regulated to the millimeter? What a prosaic reduction of everything to the strictly necessary, to the indisputably applicable. Remember old Lear seeing one of her daughters reduce her retinue while assuring him that she had more left than she needed. He says to her, "For needs, perhaps, but, you know, when man is reduced to what is strictly necessary, he becomes an animal." Human imagination and thought are infinitely freer than what is supposed. Whole worlds of poetry, lyricism, reflections, independent up to a certain point from environmental circumstances, slumber in everyone's soul. The slightest shock awakens them, and here they are with their visions, their solutions, their theories. Thought, while basing itself on factual data, tends towards their general, universal norms, tries to overlook accidental and temporary determinations in order to launch into full logic, but there is a great distance between the sphere of logic and the sphere of practice. As I listened to you, I wondered how you could have such a sense of justice, such impartiality, and I understood, you are not swept away by the current, swept away by the whirlwind. A stranger always judges family affairs better than a relative. But if, like so many, like Barb's, like Matsina, you had devoted your whole life to action, to respond to the voice that rose from the depths of your offended heart, torn apart by the spectacle of oppression and violence, an imperious voice that commanded you to act and which it was impossible to stifle, if, at the call of this voice that arose not only from thought and conscience, but from blood and nerves, you had actually declared war on power, spent a part of your life in shackles or in the darkness of exile, and if, finally, all of a sudden, the dawn of the long-awaited day had broken, then, like Matsina, you would have pronounced the words of freedom and brotherhood amid deafening applause in the square of Milan, fearing neither white uniforms nor yellow mustaches, or if, like Barb's, after 10 years' imprisonment, a crowd had carried you in triumph to the same square where one day an assistant to the executioner had read your death sentence one day and another had commuted your death sentence to life imprisonment, if your dream had come true before your eyes and 200,000 men had acclaimed the martyr with the cry of "Long live the Republic." If, after all this, you had seen Radetzky in Milan and Cavaignac in Paris, if, once again forced to choose between prison and exile, you had not even been left with the consolation of making the responsibility fall on material, brute force, but you had seen the people betray themselves and ask doubtfully who to give the knife to slit his throat, oh, then, wouldn't you discourse today with depth and moderation, to know to what extent thought obliges and where are the limits of freedom? No, you would have cursed these human herds, your love would have turned to hate or, worse still, contempt. Perhaps you would have gone to a convent, despite all your atheism. That would only have proved that I too am weak, that all men are weak and that thought does not oblige, not only the collective, but not even the individual. But, sorry, I absolutely cannot allow you to steer our conversation into the realm of personal matters. I will note only one thing: yes, I am a spectator, but this is neither my part nor my nature, it is my position. Luckily I understood it. We'll talk about me another time, now I don't want to get distracted. You say I would have cursed the people, maybe, but that would have been very stupid. The peoples, the masses, are elements, oceanids, their step is the step of nature, they are its most direct heirs, guided by vague instincts, by irresponsible passions, they stubbornly keep what they have achieved, even if it is ugly, set in motion, they irresistibly overwhelm or crush everything in their path, even what is good. They advance like the Indian idol, all the passers-by throw themselves under his cart, and the first to be mauled are his most zealous worshippers. Accusing peoples is absurd, they are always right, because they always conform to the circumstances elaborated by the previous life, they are not responsible, neither for good nor for evil, they are facts, like the abundant or poor harvest, like the oak or the ear. The responsibility lies rather with the minority that represents the conscious thought of her time, even though she is not to blame either. In general, the juridical point of view is right only in the court, and that is why all the courts of the world are useless. Understanding and accusing is almost as absurd as not understanding and executing. Is the minority perhaps to blame if all historical evolution, all the civilization of past centuries, have resolved to their advantage, if their intelligence has developed at the expense of the blood and brain of others? If, therefore, has he far surpassed the people grown wild, left uncultured, oppressed by toilsome toil? In all of this there is no fault, it is the tragic and fatal side of the story. The rich man is not responsible for his fortune, found in the cradle, the poor man is not responsible for his poverty, they are both struck by an injustice, by a fatality. And, even granting that we have some right to demand that the vagabond consumed by hunger and suffering, the oppressed and offended people, forgive us our unjust hoarding, our superiority, our intellectual development, because we are not to blame, because we work in conscience to make amends for unconscious sin, where will we find the strength to curse, to despise the people, reduced to the state of a Caspar Hauser so that you and I could read Dante and listen to Beethoven? To despise him because he does not understand us, who enjoy the monopoly of intelligence, is a monstrous cruelty. Remember the course of history, the educated minority, having long enjoyed its exceptional position, its aristocratic, literary, artistic, governmental circle, finally felt a pang of conscience, remembered its forgotten brothers, and the idea of the injustice of the social order, the idea of equality, crossed like an electric spark the most beautiful minds of the last century. In the books, theoretically, this belated repentance of the minority was called liberalism. The liberals, sincerely eager to compensate the people for their age-old humiliation, proclaimed him sovereign, demanded that every peasant suddenly become a politician, understand the intricate problems of a semi-free and semi-slave legislation, abandon work, that is, daily bread, and, the new Cincinnato, was in charge of public affairs. As for daily bread, liberalism did not think seriously about it, it is too romantic to take care of these vulgar needs, it was easier for him to invent the people than to study them, out of love, he has told no less lies than others have told out of hate. The liberals improvised a people a priori, they built it according to certain memories, according to their readings, they dressed it in a Roman toga and a shepherd's fur. But they did not think of the real people, and he lived, worked, suffered beside and around them, and, if anyone knew him, do you know who he was? His enemies, the priests and the legitimists. His fate remained unchanged, in return, the invented people were the idol of the new political religion, the sacred oil with which the foreheads of the monarchs were anointed their tanned, wrinkled foreheads covered with bitter sweat. Liberalism put the people on the throne without having freed their hands or brains and, while greeting them humbly, tried to keep power in its grip. The people behaved like one of his representatives, Sancho Panza. They refused the false throne, or rather did not want to sit on it. Now we are beginning to understand what is false on both sides, as much as to say that we are beginning to glimpse the way forward. So let's point it out to everyone. What's the use of turning back to hurl insults? Not only do I not blame the people, but I don't blame the liberals either. Most of them loved the people in their own way, they have sacrificed much to their idea, which is always honorable, but they were on a false path. They can be compared to naturalists in a herbarium, in a museum. All they know of life is but the corpse, the dead form, the footprint left by life. Honor and glory to whoever had the idea of taking a sack, of climbing the mountains and crossing the seas, to catch nature and life in the act. But what is the point of using their glory to eclipse the efforts of their forerunners? Liberals have never left the big cities and small circles, they have always been men of newspapers, of books, of clubs. They have never known the people, they have studied it, with enormous intellectual efforts, in historical documents and monuments, never in villages and on markets. More or less guilty of this mistake we are all, hence the misunderstandings, the disappointed hopes, the anger, finally the despair. If you knew the inner life of France, you would not be surprised that the people want to vote for Bonaparte. You would know that the French people have no idea of liberty and the Republic, but that they have great national pride. They love the Bonapartes, they hate the Bourbons without realizing why. The Bourbons remind him of the Corvée, the Bastille, the Lords, the Bonapartes, the stories of the veterans, the songs of Béranger remind him of the victories and, above all, the neighbor farmer like him, who returned general, colonel, decorated with the Legion of Honor, and the neighbor's son hurries to vote for the nephew. Yes, it's true. However, one thing surprises me. Why then, if they have such a good memory, have they forgotten Napoleon's despotism, his recruitments, the tyranny of his prefects? It is very simple. For the people, despotism cannot constitute the characteristic of the empire, since until now all governments have been despotisms for them. For example, what did the Republic, proclaimed for the amusement of the reform and the pleasure of the national, mean to the people? The tax of 45 cents, the deportations, the refusal of passports for Paris to the working poor. The people, in general, are not great philologists. The word republic brings him no joy, he feels no improvement in his situation. But the words empire, Napoleon, electrify him, and he goes no further. If you analyze everything this way, I think you'd not only stop getting angry and do anything, but you'd even lose the desire to do anything. In my opinion, as I have already told you, understanding is acting, helping, preparing the tools. You believe that, once you understand the environment in which you live, every desire to act passes. This would mean that you wanted to do something different from what was supposed to be done. In this case, look for another occupation. If you find no external activity, you will find an internal one. The man who does nothing, though busy, is very strange, but no more than someone who does despite having nothing to do. Work is not a ball on a string that is thrown to a cat to amuse it. Work is not determined solely by the desire one has to do it, but also by what is required of it. I have never doubted that one can always think, nor confused enforced inaction with the voluntary absence of thought. After all, I have foreseen the consoling result you would arrive at, to remain in reasoning inaction, to immobilize the heart by means of intelligence, and the love of humanity by means of criticism. To take an active part in the world around us, I repeat, it is not enough to have the desire for it and to love humanity. These are vague and obscure ideas. What does it mean, in the end, to love humanity? What is humanity itself? All this still smacks of the ancient Christian virtues, warmed at the philosophical hearth. The peoples love their compatriots, that is clear, but what is a love that embraces all that has ceased to be ape, beginning with the Eskimo and the Hottentot to the Dalai Lama and the Pope? I can't conceive it, it's too vast. If it is the same love with which we love nature, the universe, then I don't think it can be very active. Is it instinct or an understanding of your environment that prompts you to act? You have abandoned your instincts, therefore abandon your abstract knowledge, and place yourselves, disinterested, before the truth, understand it, you will then see which activity is necessary, and which is not. If you want political activity within the current order, get Marist, get Odilon Burrowed, and you will have it. But that's not what you want. You feel that every honest man is a stranger in the political arena, that he cannot think seriously about whether or not the republic needs a president, whether or not the assembly can send men to forced labor without having subjected them to trial, if it is for Cavaignac or for Louis Napoleon that he must vote. Think a month, think a year, to know which of the two is better, and you will achieve nothing, because, as the children say, both are worse. All a self-respecting man has to do is not vote at all. We see the other questions on the agenda, everywhere it is the same thing, they are devoted to the gods, they have death on their heels. What does the priest called to the bedside of a dying person do? He doesn't medicate him, he doesn't reply to his delirium about him, he gives him the viaticum. So read the viaticum, read the death sentence which is fulfilled with dizzying rapidity, persuade yourself once and for all that not one of these condemned men will escape execution, neither the autocracy of the Tsar of Petersburg, nor the freedom of the bourgeois republic, and do not regret either one or the other. Try rather to convince the superficial who applaud the fall of the Austrian Empire and turn pale at the fate of the semi-republic, that the fall of this republic is just as gigantic a step towards the liberation of the peoples as the fall of Austria, that no exceptions are admitted, nor grace, that the time for clemency has not yet come, you say, borrowing the word from the reactionary liberals, that the amnesty belongs to the future, instead of love for man, ask for hatred of everything that blocks his development, of everything that cuts him off. It is time to tie all the enemies of progress and liberty to the same rope as they themselves bind prisoners, and to lead them through the streets so that all may see this cooperative association of the French Code and the Russian Code, of Cavaignac and Radetzky. Oh, that will be a great lesson. Anyone whose ideas have not been clarified by terrible and shocking events will never have them clear, and will die as a Toggenburg knight of liberalism, like Lafayette. Terror executed men, our task is easier, we are called to execute institutions, to demolish beliefs, to take away all hope, in what is old, to destroy all prejudices, to sweep away all ancient relics, without concessions, without mercy. Our smile, our greeting, we must keep for the day that dawns on the horizon of the future, and if we cannot hasten its dawn, we can at least announce its advent to those who do not see it. Like the old beggar on the Place Vendôme who, every evening, offers passers-by his telescope to see the distant stars. Your comparison is excellent, yes, to show every passer-by how the waves of the avenging torrent approach, grow and rise. At the same time show the white sail of the Ark of Salvation, far away on the horizon. Here is an occupation for you. When all is submerged, when all that is useless dissolves, disappears into brine, when the water begins to ebb and the preserved ark comes to a standstill, then another toil awaits man, an arduous toil. For now, none. Consolation. Written in Paris, March 1, 1849. Der Mensch ist nicht geboren Frisier sen. Goethe. Of all the neighborhoods of Paris, I prefer Montmorency. There nothing strikes the eye, neither sumptuous parks as at St. Cloud, nor tree-lined avenues as at the Trianon, yet it is difficult to let go. Nature is simple like certain women's faces that are not flashy, but attract for a vague expression of grace and trust, and the attraction is all the stronger when we do not notice it. Such nature and such faces have, in general, something moving, soothing, and above all for this calm, for this drop of water granted to Lazarus, the sense of gratitude penetrates the soul of modern man, continually shaken, torn apart, agitated. More than once I have found rest at Montmorency, and I am grateful to him for it. There is a large forest there, a high hill, and the silence that one seeks in vain in the environs of Paris. I don't know why, but this wood always reminds me of our Russian forests. You go and it seems. Come on, soon I'll smell the smoke from the stable and then you'll see the village. There must be a garden on this side manor, because the road widens and follows a clearing. But, alas, having reached the edge, I had the sad surprise of seeing, instead of Zvenigorod, Paris, instead of the mayor's or the priest's little window, the little window from which, for so long and with so much anguish, he looked at Jean-Jacques. It is to this little house that, one day, a lady of about 25, dressed in black, and a middle-aged man, with prematurely graying hair, approached, apparently travelers. Their faces exuded a sense of seriousness and calm. A long habit of concentration and a life full of thoughts and events imprinted on their features a particular expression of noble calm. Not the primitive rest, but the rest that follows the storm, that follows the struggle and the victory. Here is Rousseau's house, said the man, pointing to a small house with 3 or 4 windows. They stopped. One of the windows was half open and the wind stirred the curtain. This movement of the curtain, observed the lady, makes me shiver involuntarily. At any moment one expects to see the suspicious and sad old man pull back the curtain and ask us what we want. To see this peaceful little house in the middle of the greenery, who would say that it was once the Promethean rock of the great man whose fault it was to have loved men too much, to have believed in them too much, to have wished them more well than they did they hope for themselves? His contemporaries, unable to forgive him for giving expression to the secret reproaches of their own conscience, paid him with a false smile of contempt, and he was offended by it. They considered the poet of brotherhood and liberty mad. They were afraid to recognize reason in him, because they should have recognized their own imbecility, and he pitied them. In return for a lifetime of devotion, for the passionate desire to help them, to love, to be loved, to bring deliverance, he had only fleeting ovations and a constant chill. He saw around him only the incapacity, pride, presumption, gossip. Meticulous and delicate by nature, he was unable to free himself from the pettiness that surrounded him and died abandoned by everyone, sick and poor. The only response to his outbursts of sympathy and love was Teresa for him. All his affection was concentrated in her, every movement of the heart, in this Teresa who was never able to distinguish the hours on the clock face, in this uncultured creature, full of prejudices, which enclosed Rousseau's life in a circle of petty suspicions, of bourgeois complaints, and ended up separating him from his last friends. How many bitter moments he will not have passed, leaning against this window from which he fed the birds. The poor old man was left with nothing but nature, and in keen admiration of nature he closed his eyes, tired of life, tired of tears. They even say that he hastened the moment of rest. This time Socrates condemned himself for the sin of conscience, for the crime of genius. Seriously observing everything that happens, he becomes disgusted with life. Everything in the world is disgusting, and what's more, silly. Men get tired, they don't have a moment's rest, they do nothing but foolishness, others try to enlighten them, hold them back, save them, and they crucify them, persecute them, and all this in a kind of delirium, without bothering to understand. The waves rise, overlap, foam, without purpose. Here they break furiously against a rock, there they corrode the sand on the shore, and we are at the center of the vortex. There is no escape. I know that you, doctor, consider life from another point of view. It doesn't irritate you, because it has only a physiological interest in you and you don't ask much of it. You are a great optimist, sometimes you are right. You confuse me, with your dialectic, but as soon as the heart is involved, as soon as one leaves the general spheres where everything is resolved and appeased, and the burning questions of lived life are approached, then the soul rebels. Indignation, momentarily suppressed, awakes again, and one regrets not having the strength to hate, to despise men for their lazy impassiveness, for their reluctance to climb a little higher, in a region a little purer. Ah, to be able to get away from them and let them do what they want in their polypidums, let them live today as they lived yesterday, of habits and rituals, accepting in an absurd way, blindly, what must be done and what must not be done must do, and thus betraying, at every step, their own morality, their own catechism. It doesn't seem to me that you are right. What is the fault of men for your trust in them, for your conception of their moral dignity? I don't understand you. I think I said quite the opposite. It does not seem to me an overconfidence to say of men that they have only crowns of martyrdom for all the prophets and that they repent in vain after having sent them to death, that they are ready to throw themselves like wild beasts on anyone who, acting on behalf of their conscience, gives their actions their real name, on those who, taking on their sins, want to tear them away from this state of unconsciousness. Yes, but forget the source of your indignation. You are angry with men for so many things they have not done, because you believe them capable of all the fine qualities to which you are accustomed, or rather, to which they have accustomed you, but most men have not had the good fortune of such an education. I don't get angry, because I only expect from men what they do. I see neither the reason nor the right to demand more of them than they can give, and what they can give is what they give. To demand more, to blame them, is a mistake, it is violence. Men are only just too insane or imbeciles. At least we don't blame them for the faulty structure of the brain, we forgive their natural defects. Towards others, we have terrible moral demands. Why do we expect exemplary prowess from the first comer, an exceptional intelligence? I really don't know, perhaps due to the habit of idealizing everything, judging everything from above, as in general life is judged according to the dead letter, passions according to the penal code, the individual according to the idea one has of race. I have another point of view. I'm used to the attitude of the doctor, which is the opposite of that of the judge. The doctor lives in nature, in the world of facts and phenomena. He doesn't teach, he tries to bring comfort. Faced with suffering and defects, he seeks their causes, relationships, means, always within the world of facts. No remedy. He sadly shrugs his shoulders, deplores his own ignorance, but does not think of punishing, of making atonement, and does not rebuke anything or anyone. The judge's point of view is much simpler. After all, he doesn't need any. Not in vain Temmie is depicted blindfolded. She is all the more just, the less she sees life. The rest of us, on the other hand, would like her fingers and ears to have her eyes. I am neither an optimist nor a pessimist. I look, I examine without preconceived fear, without a fantastic ideal, and I am in no hurry to condemn. I am only, forgive me, more modest than you. I don't know if I understood you, but it seems to me that you find it very natural that Rousseau's contemporaries tormented him with petty persecutions, poisoned his life, slandered him. You absolve them of their sins. It's a great indulgence, but I don't know if it's equally just and moral. To acquit, one must first accuse. Now, I don't accuse at all. After all, if you like, I accept your expression. Yes, I absolve them of the harm they have caused, precisely as you absolve the cold that caused your little girl to become ill the other day. How is it possible to blame events that do not depend on anyone's will or knowledge? They are sometimes very painful for us, but accusing them is perfectly useless, it only confuses. When the two of us sat by the sick woman's bed and the fever took such a turn that I myself was afraid, you made me feel as much pain as she did, you suffered so much for a few hours. But, instead of cursing the bad composition of the blood and thinking with hatred of the laws of organic chemistry, I was thinking of something else. I thought, how is it that the possibility of understanding, of feeling, of loving, of becoming attached necessarily generates the opposite possibility of suffering, privations, moral offenses, condolences? The more delicately the inner life is evolved, the more brutal and harmful is for it the capricious play of chance, which bears no responsibility for the blows it inflicts. I didn't blame the disease either. Your comparison doesn't hold up. Nature has no conscience. Very good, and I think it is just as out of place to pick on a mass of half-conscious men. Put yourself a little in their condition of incessant struggle, between the premonition of light and the habit of darkness. You consider particularly beautiful greenhouse plants, which have received infinite care, normal, and you blame the wild flowers because they are not so exuberant. This is not only unfair, but cruel. If the majority of men had a little clearer conscience than they do you think they could live in the position in which they do? Not only do they hurt others, they hurt themselves, and therein is their excuse. Dominated by habit, they die of thirst next to a well without realizing that there is water at the bottom, because their ancestors have not mentioned a word about it. Men have always been like this. It's time to no longer be surprised, to no longer get angry. From Adam onwards, there was plenty of time to get used to it. All this is the fruit of that same romanticism for which poets disdain to have a body, to feel hunger. Be as indignant as you like, you will not change the world for this, you will not adapt it to any program, it goes its own way, and no one can make it take another. Study this path, and you will abandon the didactic moralist point of view, you will gain strength. The moralistic judgment of events and the trial of men belong to the lower grades of spiritual development. Distributing Montaigne prizes and reprimands, measuring others with one's own yardstick, is something that flatters self-respect, but it is perfectly useless. There are those who have tried to apply this criterion to nature itself, and have therefore given various animals more or less bad reputations. Seeing the hare fleeing from imminent danger, he called himself fearful. Seeing that the lion, 20 times bigger than the hare, is not afraid of man, but sometimes eats him, he is endowed with courage. Seeing that the lion is not full, he is said to be magnanimous. In reality, the hare is no more fearful than the magnanimous lion or the stupid ass. We can no longer stop at the point of view of Aesop's fables, we must look at nature and men with more simplicity, more calm and more clarity. You speak of Rousseau's sufferings. He was unhappy, it is true, but it is equally true that sufferings always accompany a higher moral development. A nature of genius can sometimes not suffer by concentrating on itself, being satisfied with itself or with science, or with art, but in the practical sphere it will always suffer. The thing is very simple. Natures of this kind, entering the gears of normal life, alter its balance. The environment that surrounds them is too narrow-minded, unbearable. The relationships, calculated for other dimensions, hinder them. They are made for other shoulders, to which they are suitable and necessary. All that for this or that is a small obstacle. All this, in the heart of a powerful individuality, creates an intolerable pain, an implacable protest, an open hatred, a rash provocation to struggle, hence an inevitable conflict with the contemporaries. The crowd realizes the declared contempt of everything that is the object of his adoration of him and throws stones and mud at the genius, until it realizes that he was right. What is the fault of genius for being superior to the crowd, and the crowd for not understanding? And do you consider this position of the majority normal, natural? Do you think this moral fall, this narrow-mindedness must exist? You are joking. Not at all, it can only be like this. Think that no one forces men to be what they are, they obey their naive will, and generally lie less in the practice of life than in words. The best proof of their ingenuity is the promptness with which they repent as soon as they realize they have committed a crime. After having crucified Jesus, they felt they had done wrong and fell on their knees before the cross. I don't understand what moral fall you are talking about, if you don't mean to allude to original sin. Where could they fall from? The more we go back into the past, the more we find there a savage state, the lack of reason, or a development of it completely different from the current one, and almost alien to us, finally, of waning civilizations, of Chinese customs. A long stay in society develops the brain. This evolution takes place with difficulty, slowly, and, instead of acknowledging what they have done, we get angry with men because they resemble neither the ideal of the wise man invented by the Stoics, nor the ideal of the saint invented by the Christians. Whole generations succumb to make a strip of land habitable, centuries passed in struggles, blood flowed in torrents, generations perished in futile efforts, in painful labor, elaborating a poor existence at this price, a little rest and 5 or 6 intelligences who understood the first elementary words of social organization and urged the masses to fulfill their mission. It is a wonder that, in spite of these humiliating conditions, the peoples have been able to attain their present moral standard, their patient devotion, their tranquil life. It is astonishing that men do so little evil. There is no need to reproach them for not being Aristides or Simon Stylites. Will you persuade me, doctor, that men are predestined to be evil? Oh, no, men are predestined for nothing. Then why do they live? What do you want? They were born and live. Why does everything else live? Here, it seems to me, we touch the bottom of all problems, life. Life is at the same time end and means, cause and effect. It is the eternal restlessness of active matter, the continuous motion, the ultima ratio, the point beyond which one cannot go. Once upon a time, the solution to the problem was sought in the clouds or in the abyss. One rose or sank, and found nothing. Why? Because the essential is here, on the surface. Life does not work towards an end, it realizes what is possible, it continues all that it has achieved, it is always ready to take a step forward to live, if possible, more. There is no other end. We often take as our end the successive phases of one and the same evolution to which we are accustomed. We believe that the end of the child is adulthood, because he becomes an adult, but his aim is to play, to enjoy, to be a child. And, if you look at the extreme limit, the end of all that lives is death. Forget another purpose, doctor, which manifests itself through man, but which survives him, passes from one generation to another, grows from century to century. It is in this life of the individual inseparable from humanity that the perennial finalities towards which man tends and rises, and which he will one day achieve. I'm perfectly agree. Indeed, I have just mentioned that the brain processes itself, the sum of ideas and their size increase in conscious life and pass from one generation to another, but, as to your conclusion, let me doubt it. Neither the fact that a trend exists, nor its rightness, necessarily imply its realization. Consider, for example, the most universal, most constant tendency of all ages and all peoples, the tendency to well-being, deeply rooted in all that lives, a spontaneous evolution of the simple instinct of personal self-preservation. It is, so to speak, the innate escape from everything that brings pain and the search for everything that gives pleasure, the naive desire to get better and know less well. Now men, after working for thousands of years, have not even reached the level of the animal for the satisfaction of their needs. In due proportion, I believe that slaves in Russia suffer and the Irish starve more than any animal. Judge from this whether the other tendencies, indeterminate and specific to the minority, have any chance of realizing themselves. Allow me, the tendency to freedom, to independence is at least as good as the tendency to satisfy hunger. It is very strong, very determined. History in no way proves it. Undoubtedly, some classes of society, which have evolved under particularly favorable circumstances, possess a certain desire for freedom, a very weak desire, to judge from the thousands of years of slavery which have ended with the present social order. Evidently, we are not talking about exceptional natures who suffer from unfreedom, but about the majority who give a continuous denial to these martyrs. What the famous paradox suggested to the meticulous Rousseau: man was born to be free, and everywhere he is chained. Do you repeat with irony this cry of indignation that came from the breast of a free man? But what is it, then, if not a violence done to history and a contempt for facts, two things I detest. This kind of despotism offends me. Moreover, it is a very harmful method to assume a priori precisely what constitutes the difficulty of the problem. What would you say to a man who sadly nodded his head to say to you, fish are made to fly, and they keep swimming? I'd ask him why he thinks fish are meant to fly. Become severe, but the ichthyophile would not be taken aback. He would tell you, first of all, that the skeleton of the fish shows an evident tendency towards the development of the limbs. Secondly, he would show you completely useless bones which are a skeleton sketch of a foot or a wing. Finally, he would show you some flying fish that demonstrate how fish not only aspire to fly, but sometimes they succeed. Having given such an answer, he will have the right to ask you in his turn why you let pass, without demanding explanations, Rousseau's motto that man is made to be free, while he is always chained. Why does everything that exists exist precisely as it should exist, and why is man the other way around? You are a dangerous sophist, and if I didn't know you so intimately, I'd think you were very immoral. I do not know what superfluous spines are found in fish, I only know that there are none, but I am deeply convinced that men have a powerful aspiration for independence and freedom in all its forms. They drown out the inner voice with life's little miseries, and that's why I resent it. My accusation is more comforting than your defense. I knew that in a few words we would change sides, or, rather, that you would make a turn by going to the opposite side. You want to flee men with indignation because they cannot achieve moral elevation, independence, all your ideals, and, at the same time, you consider them spoiled children, and you are sure that from one day to the next they will change and become wise. I know that men are not in a great hurry, I don't trust their abilities, nor all the tendencies invented on their behalf. I have the same attitude towards them as towards plants and animals, I study them and even love them. Your way of seeing is a priori, and perhaps, from a logical point of view, you are right in saying that man must tend towards independence. My view is pathological, and, seeing that slavery has hitherto been a constant condition of social development, I conclude either that it is necessary or that men do not feel the powerful aversion to it which is generally believed. Why do you and I, conscientiously examining history, see in it two such different things? Because we're talking about two different things. You, speaking of history and of the people, are speaking of flying fish, I am speaking of fish in general. You contemplate the world of ideas in isolation from the facts, and consider only a few great actors or thinkers, who represent the apex of the consciousness of each age. You only stop at moments of energy in which entire nations wake up and absorb all of a sudden the whole mass of thoughts that have blossomed, to then lie passively for centuries on this patrimony. Similar cataclysms that accompany the evolution of peoples and exceptional individuals, you take them for normal facts, instead they are superior facts, the limit of progress. The evolved minority which hovers triumphantly above the masses and transmits its thoughts and aspirations from century to century, without caring about the masses agitating below it, this minority offers a brilliant testimony to the extreme limit to which it can attain human evolution, and a measure of the immense wealth of energies that can blossom under exceptional circumstances, but all this does not touch the masses. The beauty of an Arabian horse, bred over the course of 20 generations, gives no right to expect every horse to be equally beautiful. Idealists absolutely want to be right. Physical beauty is as exceptional among men as monstrosity. Look at the bourgeois who, on Sundays, crowd the Champs-Élysées, or the races at Epsom, and you will be persuaded that the human race is not beautiful at all. I know, and I'm not at all surprised by the idiotic mouths, the foreheads glistening with grease, the noses insolently upturned or stupidly downturned. You know that, and you're indignant. But how would you laugh at a man who tormented himself because horses aren't as beautiful as deer? As for Rousseau, the absurd social organization of his time was unbearable to him. Around him, a handful of men of superior culture, but without the initiative that allowed the genius to call the evil that surrounded and suffocated them by its real name, responded to his appeal. These dissidents remained faithful to their ideas, and formed the Mountain in '92. Most of them died working for the French people, whose needs were very modest, and who quietly let them be guillotined. I will not already say that it was ingratitude. It is, in fact, difficult to believe that everything they did for the people. We want to emancipate ourselves, it is painful for us to see the mass crushed, we are offended by its slavery, we suffer for it, and we want to get rid of our suffering. There is no need, for this, to thank, could the masses have desired, in the middle of the 18th century, the freedom of the social contract, the masses which today, a century after Rousseau and half a century after Montaigne, remain silent on this subject, and does he feel like a fish in water in the narrow framework of the narrowest and meanest social organization? The ferment which is gripping all of Europe does not accord with your way of seeing things. The dull ferment that inhabits peoples arises from lack of nourishment. The absurd social order deprives more and more men of the means of existence at every step. Their cry, their insurrection is inevitable. If the proletarian were a little richer, he wouldn't even think about communism. The bourgeois are full, their property is secure, they have abandoned all thought of freedom, of independence. On the contrary, they want a strong government. They smile when they hear with disdain that a newspaper has been seized, that so-and-so has been locked up for his ideas. All this causes outrage and anger in a small circle of eccentric men. The others pass by with indifference. They are busy, trade, have families. It by no means follows that we have no right to claim full and total independence, but there is no reason to be angry with the people, if they are indifferent to our concern. True, but it seems to me that you care too much about arithmetic. Here we are not dealing with a census, but with moral power. It is this that has the prioritas dignitatis, as St. Augustine says. As for qualitative superiority, I fully agree with powerful individualities. For me, Aristotle represents not only the concentrated force of his age, but much more. It was necessary for men to understand him for 2,000 years backwards for him to be able to grasp the meaning of his words. You recall that Aristotle calls Anaxagoras the first sober among the drunken Greeks. Well, Aristotle was the last. Put Socrates between the two and you have all the sobers up to Bacon. It is difficult to judge the masses by such exceptions. At all times, a very small number of men have been concerned with science. Only severe and exceptional intelligences venture into this abstract terrain. If great sobriety is not found in the masses, there is on the contrary an inspired intoxication in which there vibrates an immense sympathy for the truth. The masses did not understand Seneca and Cicero, but, in return, how they responded to the call of the 12 apostles. In my opinion, though they are much to be pitied, it must be confessed that they have completely failed in this. Yes, but they have baptized half of mankind. And this at the end of 4 centuries of struggle and 6 centuries of complete barbarism, to arrive, after these efforts of 1,000 years, at a humanity so perfectly baptized, that nothing more remains of the teaching of the apostles. The oppressor Catholicism has made itself of the liberating gospel, of a religion of love and equality the church of blood and war has been made. The ancient world, having exhausted its life forces, collapsed. Christianity presented itself at his bedside as a doctor and as a comforter, but, adapting to the sick man, he caught the contagion, became himself a Roman, a barbarian, whatever you want, and ceased to be evangelical. Such is the force of collective life, of the masses and of circumstances. It is believed that it is enough to demonstrate a truth, such as a mathematical theorem, for it to be accepted, that it is enough to believe you for others to believe you. In reality, some say one thing, others hear and understand another, because their degree of development is different. What did the early Christians preach, and what did the crowd understand? The crowd understood everything that was incomprehensible, absurd, mystical in their doctrine. Everything that was clear and simple remained a dead letter to her. The crowd understood everything that binds the conscience and nothing that liberates man. This is how, later on, the crowd understood the revolution only as bloody justice, as a guillotine, as revenge. Harsh historical necessity became a solemn cry. The word death was added to the word brotherhood. The cry either the purse or the life was transformed, for the terrorists, into that of either brotherhood or death. We ourselves have lived so much and have seen so many things, our predecessors have lived so much for us, that, after all, we are unforgivable if we allow ourselves to be enthusiastic, and we believe that proclaiming the gospel to the Roman world is enough to make it a democratic republic and social, as the Red Apostles believed, or that it is enough to print an illustrated edition of the rights of man in 2 columns for men to become free. Tell me, please, what pleasure do you have in pointing out only the ugly side of human nature? But it is you who have begun the conversation with a harsh anathema against men. And now, you defend them. A little while ago you accused me of optimism, now, I can defer the charge to you. I have no system, no interest other than the truth, and I express it as it appears to me. I do not think it necessary to invent, out of courteous regard for mankind, and attribute to it all sorts of virtues. I hate the phrases to which we are accustomed like Christians to symbols of faith, and which, however beautiful and moral they may appear, bind and subjugate thought. We accept them without verifying, we go ahead leaving behind these false beacons, and we take the wrong road. We get used to it to the point of losing the faculty of doubting their rightness, of being ashamed of touching such sacred relics. Have you ever thought about the meaning of these words, man is born free? I will translate them for you, they only mean that man is born an animal, and nothing more. Consider a herd of wild horses, they enjoy complete freedom, perfect equality of rights, the broadest communism. But, in return, any intellectual development is impossible. Slavery is the first step towards civilian life. To make intellectual evolution possible, some must live much better and others much worse, then, those who live better can go on at the expense of the lives of others. Nature spares nothing to achieve full and complete development. Man is an animal with an extraordinarily well-constructed brain, this is where his power lies. He felt neither agile like the tiger nor strong like the lion, he had neither their striking muscles, nor the finesse of their senses, but an infinity of cunning, of peaceful faculties, which, united with the natural tendency to live in herds, placed him at the first rung of social life. Do not forget that man likes to submit, he is always looking for something to lean on, something to hide behind, he doesn't have the fierce independence of the carnivore, he grows up in the obedience of family and race. At all times, the more the bonds of social life tightened, the more men sank into slavery, and were crushed by religion which persecuted them for their cowardice, and by the elderly who persecuted them in the name of habit. No animal, save the races demoralized by man, as Byron said of domestic animals, would tolerate these human relationships. The wolf eats the sheep because it is hungry and because it is stronger, but does not pretend to enslave it. The sheep does not submit to the wolf, it protests by screaming and fleeing. Man adds to the wild independence of animals an element of humble submission, the element of Caliban, and only in him could a Prospero develop. Here, as everywhere, we find nature's inexorable economy, her calculus of means. If somewhere he crosses the limits, it is certain that somewhere else he does not reach them. Thus, after immeasurably lengthening the giraffe's front legs and neck, he neglects its hind legs. But doctor, you are an aristocrat of 3 crushes. I'm a naturalist, and you know what else. I'm not an armchair, I'm not afraid to know the truth or to speak it openly. I don't want to contradict you, but bear in mind that, in theory, everyone is telling the truth, and for this, as they understand it, not much courage is needed. Do you believe? What a prejudice! Ignore that, out of 100 philosophers, you will not find one who is sincere. It would be 1,000 times better if they were wrong, if they were only talking nonsense, provided they were entirely sincere. But no, one deceives the other for purposes of morality, others deceive themselves for their own quietude. Are there many men like Spinoza, like Hume, who have the courage to draw the ultimate consequences of their theories? All the great liberators of human intelligence acted like Luther and Calvin, and perhaps they were right. From a practical point of view, they freed themselves and others up to some slavery, up to symbolic books, up to the Holy Scriptures, and they found enough reserve and moderation in their souls not to go further. Most of the disciples continue to faithfully follow in the footsteps of the masters. Among them appear somewhat braver men who perceive the deception, but are silent out of veneration and lie out of respect for the subject. just as lawyers lie every day that they dare not doubt the justice of judges, knowing that judges are scoundrels and never believing them. It's a slave kindness, we're used to it. It is not easy to know the truth and, even less, to say it without ambiguity when it does not coincide with the general opinion. How many flirtations, how much rhetoric, how many gilding and circumlocutions have not been implemented by the best intelligences, by Bacon, by Hegel, not to speak casually, for fear of stupid indignation or vulgar whistling. That is why it is so difficult to understand science. One has to guess the truth expressed in a false way. Now judge how many will find the time and desire to work so hard to dig into the humus with which our masters cover their little truths and finally unearth their hidden meaning. So the truth is only for a select few. Touch again your aristocratic idea that the truth is for a few and a lie for all, that. Excuse me, this is the second time you've called me an aristocrat. This reminds me of the words of Robespierre, atheism is aristocratic. If Robespierre had meant that atheism is only accessible to a small number, such as, for example, differential calculus or physics, he would have been right, but he concluded that atheism is false. For me it is revolting, it is demagoguery, it is the submission of reason to the absurd majority of votes. The inexorable logician of the revolution said nonsense and, proclaiming democratic untruth, did not re-establish popular religion, but showed the limit of his forces, showed the demarcation line beyond which he too ceased to be a revolutionary. Now, to show such a thing in the course of chaos and turmoil is to remember that the time of individuality has passed. And in fact, after the feast of the Supreme Being, Robespierre becomes dark, pensive, restless, sad. He no longer has the faith of before, nor the bold step with which he went forward, with which he marched in the blood and the blood did not soil him. Then he did not know his limits, the future was unlimited. Afterwards, he saw the wall, he felt that henceforth he would be conservative, and the head of the atheist Klutz, sacrificed to prejudice, was there at his feet as evidence of the crime, and he could go no further. We are older than our older brothers, we are therefore not children, we fear neither facts nor logic, we do not retreat in the face of consequences, they do not depend on us, we do not invent any God. If he does not exist, he will exist neither more nor less for this reason. I said the truth belongs to the minority, didn't you know? Why did it seem strange to you? Because I didn't add any rhetorical phrases to it. But please believe that I am not responsible for the usefulness or morality of this fact, I simply note its existence. In the present as in the past, I see knowledge, truth, moral strength, the aspiration to independence, the love of aesthetics, all of this in a handful of men who are disliked by the majority, who do not sympathize with it, which are closed in their own sphere. And, alongside, I see the painful evolution of the other strata of society, of narrow conceptions based on tradition, of limited needs, of weak tendencies towards good and weak ambitions for evil. And again, an immense rightness in aspirations. Agree. The general sympathies of the masses are nearly always right, like the instincts of animals, and do you know why? Because the small independence of some isolated individuality is lost in the mass, because the mass is just only insofar as it is impersonal and the development of independent individuality constitutes the limit of the beauty to which the free and strong reaches. What you say is true as long as a mass exists, but observe that the past and the present in no way authorize us to conclude that these conditions must not change in the future. Everything is moving towards the destruction of the decrepit forms of social life. You have clearly grasped, and impressively expose, the inconsistency, the dualism of life, and you are satisfied with it. Do like the Attorney General at the criminal court, establish the crime and try to prove it, leaving it to the court to issue a judgment. Others go further, they want to eradicate the crime. All the powerful personalities of the minority have made an effort to bridge the abyss that separated them from the masses. They could not bear the idea that this division was an inevitable fact. They carried too much love in their bosom to remain forever at their exclusive height. With an impulse of unreasoned devotion, they preferred to die in this abyss than walk on the peaks, as you do. And their bond with the masses is neither whim nor a form of rhetoric, but a deep sense of kinship, the consciousness that they themselves have arisen from the mass, that without this chorus they themselves would not exist, that they represent its trends, and have already achieved what it is about to achieve. Of course, every blossoming talent, like every flower, is united by 1,000 ties to the plant and would not exist without the stem. Nevertheless, the flower is neither the stem nor the leaf. Its life, united with that of all the other parts, however, is a life apart. A cold morning is enough to kill the flower while the stem resists. It is in the flower, if you like, the goal of the plant, the limit of its existence, which does not mean that the petals of the corolla are not the whole plant. Each era, so to speak, makes one more wave spring up, made up of the fullest organizations, the best, as long as they find the means to develop. Not only then do they come out of the crowd, but actually they have come out of it. Take Goethe, he represents the concentrated, purified, sublimated essence of Germany. He left it, he would not exist without the whole history of his nation, but he distanced himself so much from his compatriots in the spheres to which he rose, that they did not understand him, and finally, as soon as he himself understood them, in him, all that who agitated the soul of the Protestant world gathered and blossomed with such force, that he hovered over the then world like the Spirit of God over the waters. Below is chaos, misunderstandings, scholasticism, efforts to understand, in him the clear conscience, the calm thought, much higher than the average level of his contemporaries. Goethe represents your idea in all its splendor. He distances himself, he is satisfied with his greatness, and in this respect he is an exception. Quite different were Schiller and Fichte, Rousseau and Byron, all the men who strove to elevate the masses to their own level. For me the sufferings of these men, excruciating sufferings that accompanied them both to the grave, to the gallows and to the sanatorium, are worth much more than Goethe's rest. They have suffered much, but you must not believe that they have been without consolations. They had a lot of love and even more faith. They believed in a humanity they had invented, they believed in their reason and in the future, drinking from their own desperation, and their enthusiasm was born from this faith. Why then have you no faith? Byron has long answered this question. To a lady who was trying to convert him to Christianity, he said, "How am I supposed to start believing?" Today one can only choose between these two things, believing without thinking or thinking without believing. You believe that an apparently calm doubt is easy, and how do you know how much a man would give, in a moment of pain, weakness, exhaustion, for a single belief? But where to get it? You say, better to suffer, and you advise believing, but do religious men really suffer? I will tell you a case that happened to me in Germany. They call me at the hotel from a foreign lady whose children have fallen ill. There I go, the children had violent scarlet fever. Medicine, today, has progressed so much that we have understood that we know almost no disease and no remedy. It is a remarkable progress. Instead of knowledge we have the habit, the glance, the example. I saw that things were going badly. To console the mother, I prescribed a number of harmless things, gave very complicated orders to distract her, and I began to wait. What strength will the organism find to resist the disease? I thought. The major calmed down. He seems to have fallen asleep peacefully. The mother told me. I signaled her not to wake him up. The boy was dying. It was clear to me that the disease would follow a similar pattern in her sister. It seemed impossible to save her. The mother, a very nervous woman, was half mad, and she prayed incessantly. Her baby died. In the first few days that followed, human nature took over. The mother fell ill with a severe fever. She grazed the edge of the grave herself, but little by little her strength recovered. She became calmer and spoke to me continually about Swedenborg. As he left, he took my hand and said, with an air of solemn tranquility, "Ah, how I suffered, what a terrible ordeal! But I placed them so well, they came back pure, not a speck of dust, not an impure breath touched them, they will be fine. I must resign myself for their sake. What a difference between such fanaticism and a man's faith in humanity, in the possibility of a better order, of freedom. This is conscience, thought, belief, not superstition. Yes, it is thought, logic, abstraction, and, by that very fact, religion, not, of course, the brutal religion of the Gensates which puts children in retirement in the other world, but the religion of the Daisates, the religion of science and generalization, patrimonial, hereditary, transcendental, the religion of reason and idealism. Please explain to me why it is ridiculous to believe in God while it is not ridiculous to believe in humanity, why it is stupid to believe in the kingdom of heaven while it is intelligent to believe in terrestrial utopias. We have freed ourselves from positive religion and have kept all religious habits, we have lost the celestial paradise, and we believe in the advent of the earthly paradise, and we are proud of it. Faith in a life beyond the grave gave so much strength to the martyrs of the first centuries, but a similar faith sustained the martyrs of the Revolution, both gaily and proudly carried their heads to the gallows, because they had an unshakable faith in the success of their ideas, in the triumph of Christianity, in the triumph of the Republic. Both have been deceived, the martyrs have not risen, the Republic has not been established. We came after them and saw it. I do not dispute the greatness or the usefulness of faith, it is a powerful source of movement, of development, of passion in history, but belief in the human soul is both a particular fact and an epidemic. It cannot be produced where it does not exist, especially in those who brood over analysis, doubt, distrust, in those who have explored life and, holding their breath, stopped with love in front of every autopsy, in those who have looked, perhaps more than necessary, behind the scenes, it's over, it's impossible to start believing again. Who can persuade me that tomorrow or in a year's time social brotherhood will be established, while I see that the peoples understand brotherhood, in the way of Cain and Abel? You have nothing left but a modest aside in this drama, a sterile criticism, and idleness until the end of your days. It is possible, very possible. Although I do not call inner work idleness, I believe you have guessed my fate. Remember the Roman philosophers in the first centuries of Christianity, their position is very similar to ours, the present and the future had escaped them, they were at war with the past. Sure that they understood the truth better and more clearly, they sadly looked at the world that passed and the world that came, they felt more in truth than both, and weaker than both. Their circle was getting smaller and smaller, with paganism they had nothing in common, except the habit, the way of life. The artifices of Julian the Apostate and his restoration were as ridiculous as the restoration of Louis XVIII and Charles X. On the other hand, Christian theodicy hurt their worldly wisdom, they could not accept its language, the earth slipped from their feet, interest in them cooled. But they knew how to wait with greatness and pride for the cataclysm to take away one of them, they knew how to die, without seeking death and without claiming to save themselves and the world, they perished impassive, indifferent to themselves, spared from death, they knew how to wrap themselves in the toga and silently contemplate the fate of Rome and of men. Only one good remained for these strangers to their time, a clear conscience, the consolation of not having feared the truth and, having understood it, of having found the strength to bear it and to remain faithful to it. That's all. And that's a lot. After all, no, I forgot, they still had one asset, individual relationships, the certainty of the existence of other men who thought like them, who sympathized with them, the security of a deep bond, independent of any external fact, and if, with this, you have a little sun, the sea in the distance, the mountains, a warm climate, what more could you want? Unfortunately, you will not find this quiet and warm little corner in Europe today. I'm going to America. It's very boring. It is true. Epilogue of the year 1849. Written in Zurich on December 21, 1849. Opfer fallen hier. Wederlam noch stier. Aber Menschen Opfer unerhört. Goethe. Cursed be you, year of blood and madness, year of the triumph of pettiness, bestiality, stupidity, be cursed. From the first to the last day you were a wretch, not even a consoling moment, not even an hour of rest. From the re-establishment of the guillotine in Paris, from the Bourges trial, to the Cephalonian gallows erected for children, from the bullets with which the brother of the King of Prussia shot the Bavarians, from Rome fallen under the blows of a people who have betrayed humanity, up to Hungary sold to the enemy by a general traitor of the fatherland, everything in you is criminal, bloodied, disgusting, everything in you is branded with the seal of apostasy. And it is only the first step, the principle, the introduction. The years that follow will be even more infamous, more ferocious, more petty. What times of tears and despair we live in. The head spins, the heart tightens, one fears knowing what is happening and one fears not knowing what new crime has been committed. A feverish anger excites hatred and contempt, humiliation gnaws at us. One would like to escape, to rest, to annihilate oneself without leaving a trace, without being aware of it. The last hope that warmed you and still supported you was the hope of revenge, of a mad, savage, useless revenge, but which would have shown how there is a heart in the breast of contemporary man. Well, this hope vanishes, the soul is left without a single green leaf, the hurricane has taken them all away, only every now and then the executioner's axe resounds as it falls, and the executioner's ball whistles as it flies to look for the noble chest of a young man shot for having believed in humanity. And they will not be avenged, these dead. So they didn't have a friend, a brother? Is there no one who shares their beliefs? Everything was, but revenge will not be. From their remains, instead of Mario, was born a whole literature of professorial speeches, demagogic declamations, not excluding mine, and prosaic poems. They ignore it. How lucky they are no more, and that there is no life after death. They believed in man, they believed that there was something worth dying for, and they died, admirably, as saints, for the redemption of a weak generation of eunuchs. We hardly know their names. The murder of Robert Bloom appalled, surprised, then, he got used to it. I blush for our generation. We are a kind of heartless rhetorician, cold-blooded, warm only with ink. Our thinking has become accustomed to vain excitement, our tongue to passionate words without the slightest influence on the way we act. We reflect where it is urgent to strike, we reflect where we need to get excited. We are nothing but cowardly reasoners, we look down on everything, we endure everything, we concern ourselves with the general, with ideas, with humanity. We love and hate by chance, without sacrificing anything either to anger or to love. We have killed our soul in the abstract and general spheres, just as the monks dried it up in the world of prayer and contemplation. We have lost the taste for reality, we have left it to penetrate higher regions, like the bourgeois to penetrate lower regions. And you, revolutionaries who were frightened by the name of the revolution, what have you done? Scoundrels of politics, clowns of freedom, you have played at the Republic, at terror, at the government, you have floundered in the clubs, you have lost yourselves in chatter in the chambers, you have dressed up as harlequins with saber and pistol, you have virtuously rejoiced as criminals of 3 surplices, who marveled at being left alive, praised your mercy. You have nothing prevented, nothing foreseen. And the best of you paid for your madness with their heads. Learn now from your enemies, who have defeated you because they are smarter than you. See if they fear the reaction, if they fear going too far, of getting their hands dirty with blood. They are up to their necks in blood. Wait a bit, they will kill you all, no, they will whip you all. Contemporary man fills me with amazement, what indifference, what limited ideas, what absence of passion and indignation, what weakness of thought, how quickly his enthusiasm, energy, faith are consumed and cooled in your own cause. And if you think, where, why, when, did they waste their lives, when they had time to lose their strength? They burned out in school, where they made idiots out of them, they were consumed in taverns, in student revelry, they have weakened into gross and petty depravity, Born and raised in a hospital atmosphere, they developed little energy, they withered before flowering, they have exhausted themselves not through passions, but through passionate fantasies. In this as in everything, they were men of letters, idealists, theorists, they conceived depravity by thinking about it, they read passion in books. Really, sometimes we get angry at not being able to become any animal, it is in fact more pleasant, more honest, more noble to be a donkey, a frog, a dog, than a man of the 19th century. There's no one to blame, it's nobody's fault, it's the misfortune of being born when a whole world dies. There is only one consolation left, it is very probable that future generations will degenerate even more, become more superficial, even poorer in spirit and heart, to them our interests will be inaccessible, and our ideas unintelligible. Peoples, like reigning things, become duller on the eve of collapse, their capacity for understanding darkens, they survive, like the old ones, their own intelligence. Like the Merovingians, conceived in depravity and incest and died in a kind of intoxication, without ever having clear consciousness of themselves, just as the aristocracy degenerated to the point of producing puny idiots, physically handicapped, disfigured in features, so will the European bourgeoisie end its miserable existence in the darkness of intellectual incapacity, in feeble feelings, without convictions, without fine arts, without vigor poetry. The weak, sickly, stupid generations will drag themselves on until the explosion, until this or that lava covers them with a stone shroud and abandons them to the oblivion of the chronicles. And then? And then spring will come, fresh young life will stir upon their gravestones, the barbarism of youth, full of inconsistent but healthy forces, will replace senile barbarism, a wild and fresh force will invade the young breasts of young peoples, and then a new cycle of events will begin, a new book of universal history. We can already understand its tone. It belongs to social ideas, socialism will develop in all its phases, up to its extreme consequences, up to the absurd. Then, once again, from the titanic breast of the revolutionary minority, the cry of denial will be released, and, once again, a mortal struggle will begin, in which socialism will take the place of current conservatism and will be won by a revolution unknown to us. The eternal game of life, ruthless like death, inevitable like birth, constitutes the courses and recurrences of history, the perpetuum mobile of life. Towards the end of the 18th century, the European Sisyphus pushed to the top the heavy stone composed of the fragments and ruins of three heterogeneous worlds. The stone swayed as if it wanted to stop, instead he turned and slowly began to descend. Perhaps it could still have been stopped by props and piles of earth in the genre of representative government and constitutional monarchy, then it would have gradually eroded under the weather, taking every change for improvement and every displacement for progress, like this European China called England, like this antediluvian country, set in the midst of antediluvian mountains, called Switzerland. But, for this purpose, it would have been necessary for the wind not to blow, for there to be neither bumps nor jolts, but the wind blew and the blow came. The June storm detached the Roman feudal flood definitively, and the stone fell with increasing speed, shattered everything in its path and broke into 1,000 fragments. And poor Sisyphus looks and does not believe his eyes, his face is hollowed out, the sweat of fatigue mixes with the sweat of fright, tears of despair, of shame, of impotence, of indignation accumulate in his eyes. He believed so firmly in progress, in humanity, he hoped so philosophically, with such intelligence, with such erudition, in contemporary man. And he deceived himself. The French Revolution and German science are the pillars of Hercules of the European world. Beyond the ocean opens, the new world can be seen, something else, but not a revised edition of the old Europe. The world was promised liberation from ecclesiastical violence, from civil slavery, from moral authority. But, sincerely proclaiming freedom of thought and freedom of life, the men of the movement did not perceive the incompatibility of freedom with the Catholic organization of Europe. They could not yet completely disown her. To move forward, they were forced to bow their flag, to betray it, to make concessions. Rousseau and Hegel are Christians. Robespierre and Saint-Just are royalists. German science is a speculative religion. The Republic of the Convention is at once a pentarchic absolutism and a church. The symbols of faith were replaced by civil dogmas. The Assembly and the government celebrated the mysteries of the liberation of the people. The legislator became a priest, an oracle, who, good-naturedly and without irony, proclaimed immutable, infallible sentences in the name of the autocracy of the people. The people naturally remained, as always, the lay matter, the thing governed, for him nothing changed, and he attended political liturgies as he had attended religious liturgies. But the terrible name of freedom mingled with the world of habit, of rights, of authority, it penetrated hearts, rang in ears and could not remain passive, it fermented, gnawed at the foundations of the social edifice. It was enough for him to inoculate himself deeply enough to decompose even the smallest drop of the old blood. With that poison in his veins, the decrepit body could not be saved. The awareness of an imminent danger has clearly manifested itself since the absurd epoch of the Empire. All the intelligent people of the time awaited the cataclysm, they feared it. Legitimists Chateaubriand and Lamennais, then still abbot, prophesied it. The bloody terrorist of Catholicism, de Maistre, while fearing it gave a hand to the Pope and the other to the executioner. Hegel lowered the sails of his philosophy, sailing proud and free on the sea of logic. He was afraid of moving away from the coast and of being surprised by the storm. Niebuhr, haunted by the same prophecy, died after seeing the year 1830 and the July Revolution. In Germany a whole school was formed which dreamed of stopping the future with the past, of obstructing the exit of the newborn with the body of the father. Vanitas vanitatum. Finally, two giants came to triumphantly close the historical phase. The old figure of Goethe, who participated little in the interests bubbling around him, alien to the environment from which he had moved away, remains calm on the threshold of our era and closes two pasts. He weighs on his contemporaries and reconciles with the past. The old man was still alive when the only poet of the 19th century appeared and disappeared, the poet of doubt and indignation, confessor, executioner, and victim at the same time. He hurriedly said a skeptical funeral mass to the decrepit world, and perished at the age of 37 in regenerating Greece, and where he had gone only to not see the shores of his homeland. After him everything fell silent, and no one noticed the sterility of the century, the complete absence of any creative genius. At first it was still illuminated by the twilight of the past century, shone on his glory, he was proud of his men. As the stars of another sky set, darkness took possession of everything, everywhere impotence, mediocrity, superficiality, and, in the east, a barely visible ray of light, announcing a distant dawn before of whose advent more than one cloud will be torn apart. Finally some prophets came, announcing the coming disaster and distant redemption. They were considered crazy, their unusual language provoked indignation, their words seemed delirious. The crowd does not want to be awakened, she asks for only one thing, to be left in peace with her sad existence, with her petty habits. He wants, like Frederick II, to die without changing linen. Nothing better than a bourgeois monarchy could satisfy such modest needs. But, if decomposition got its way, the underground mole worked tirelessly. All the authorities, all the institutions were plagued by a hidden cancer. On February 24, the disease, which was chronic, became acute. The French Republic was heralded to the world by the trumpet of the Last Judgment. The impotence, the decrepitude of the old social organization became evident, everything fell apart, dissolved, mixed up, and everything is maintained precisely thanks to this confusion. The revolutionaries have become conservatives, the conservatives have become anarchists. The Republic killed the last free institutions that had survived under the kings. Voltaire's homeland has thrown itself into Pietism. All are defeated, all is won, but there is no winner. To those who were hoping, we said, it's not the time for convalescence, it's the redness of the fever. Bold in thought, Fearless in speech, we have not feared to examine the evil, nor to speak it, but now a cold sweat covers our brows. I for one turn pale, I fear, before the dark night that approaches, I shudder to think that our predictions are fulfilled so soon and that their fulfillment is inevitable. Farewell, dying world, farewell Europe. And we, what shall we have? Last links that unite two worlds, belonging neither to one nor to the other, people detached from their race and their environment, left to themselves, useless people, because we cannot share either their decrepitude or their adolescence, there is no place for us. People of negation for the past, people of abstract constructions for the future, we have nothing either in the past or in the future, and therein lies the proof of our useless strength. To leave, to begin with one's own life, the liberation, the protest, the new existence. But are we actually so free from the past? Our virtues and our vices, our passions, and above all our habits, don't they belong to this world, from which we have distanced ourselves only in convictions? What would we do in virgin forests? We who can't go a morning without having read 5 or 6 newspapers, we who have no other poetry than the struggle with the old world. Let's confess it frankly, we would be very bad Robinsons. And those who went to America, didn't they bring old England there? And, from afar, won't we hear their moans? Will we be able to turn our heads, close our eyes, plug our ears, ignore with premeditation, stubbornly keep silent, that is, acknowledge ourselves vanquished, surrender? No, it's impossible. Our enemies must know that there are independent men who will not surrender their freedom of speech at any price, until an axe is passed between their heads and shoulders, until a rope is around their necks. And so, let our word resound. But to whom to speak? And of what? I really don't know, but he is stronger than me. Omnia mea mecum porto. Written in Paris on April 3, 1850. At your gates it is not Catalina, it is death. Proudhon. Voice of the people. Visible, old, official Europe does not sleep, she does. The last, weak and sickly remnants of life that is passing away are just enough to hold together for some time the parts of the body that are dissolving, tending to form new combinations, to develop new forms. On the surface, many things are still solid. Business takes its course, the judges judge, the churches are open, the purses are buzzing with activity, the armies maneuver, the courts shine with lights, but the vital spirit has been lost, everyone has a restless heart, they have death behind them and, basically, nothing is right. Basically there is no church, no army, no government, no justice, everything has turned into the police force. The police guard Europe, save it, under her blessing and under her protection thrones and altars are maintained, it is the galvanic current with which life is artificially sustained to hold back the fleeting moment. But the devastating fire of the disease is not extinguished, they have only weakened it, it is hidden. All these walls, these fortresses which seem to have acquired the eternal solidity of rock with old age, are not at all secure, they resemble the trunks which remain upright for a long time after the forest has been cut down, they retain the appearance of stubborn indestructibility as long as someone don't kick them with their foot. Many do not see death, only because they imagine it as complete annihilation. Death does not destroy the component parts, it only dissolves them from the unity they previously constituted, and gives them the freedom to exist amidst different conditions. Of course, a whole part of the world cannot disappear without leaving a trace, it will remain, as Rome remained in the Middle Ages, it will disintegrate, dissolve in the Europe to come, and lose its present character there by submitting to what will be new, and modifying it with its influence. The physiological and social inheritance that the father leaves to the son continues the life of the father after his death, nevertheless, there is death among them, as between the Rome of Julius Caesar and the Rome of Gregory VII. The death of the current forms of social life should cheer rather than afflict. The terrible thing is that the dying world, instead of a successor, leaves a pregnant widow. A long night of chaos and emptiness will pass between the death of one and the birth of the other. Less fortunate than Simone, we will not see the newborn. However hard this truth is, we must adapt to it, resign ourselves, since it is impossible to change it. We have long enough studied the senile organism of Europe. From the first social strata the sign of death is visible, but we have to penetrate very deeply to discover a precursor symptom of universal life. In the beginning, we too hoped and believed, or tried to believe. The agony deformed the features one after the other so quickly, that there was no mistaking it. Life faded away like the last lights at the window before dawn. We were shocked, scared. With folded arms we watched the terrible progress of death. And what have we seen, after the February Revolution? Suffice it to say that we were young 2 years ago and now we are old. The closer the parties and the men came, the more the desert became around us, the more alone we felt. How to share the madness of some, the recklessness of others? On the one hand, laziness, apathy, on the other, falsehood, stupidity, nowhere the strength, the power, except in some martyr who died for men without bringing them any advantage, and in some other martyr ready to crucify himself for the crowd, to give his own blood, his own head, and forced to keep the one and the other, at the side of the choir which had no need of this sacrifice. Lost, with nothing to do in this world that was collapsing on all sides, stunned by meaningless discussions, by daily offenses, we abandoned ourselves to worry and despair. We had no other desire than to lay our weary heads somewhere, without even wondering whether or not there would be dreams afterwards. But life has taken over, and instead of despair, instead of the desire to perish, I now want to live. I no longer want to recognize myself so dependent on the world. I want to stay all my life at the bedside of the dying as the eternal mourner. Is it possible that there is nothing in ourselves? That we are something only thanks to this world, to the point that now, while he is succumbing killed by absurd laws, we have no other occupation than to linger sadly on his ruins, no other meaning than to serve him as a funeral monument? Stop suffering. We have given the world its due, we have not been stingy, we have given it our best years and a full and sincere interest in its lot. We have suffered, more than he, from his sufferings. Now let's dry our tears and manfully look at our surroundings. Whatever it is, we must bear it. The worst is over, a past misfortune is a past misfortune. We have had time to become aware of our position. Let's hope for nothing. If you will, we await everything. It's the same. Many things can offend us, break us, kill us, but nothing can surprise us, if all our thoughts and all our words have not been only on our lips. The ship sinks. The moment of doubt was terrible, when, side by side with danger, there was hope. Now the position is clear, the ship cannot be saved, all that remains is to perish or be saved. So let us abandon ship, let us throw ourselves into the boats, each try their luck with their own strength. The sailor's point of honor does not suit us. Let's get out of the stuffy room in which a long and stormy life ends. We come out of the heavy and spoiled atmosphere of the sick room, into the pure air, into the fields. There will be enough amateurs to embalm death, and still more worms to live on his putrefaction. We leave them the corpse, not because they are worth more or less than us, but because they want it and we don't want it, because they live on it and we suffer for it. Let us walk away free and disinterested, knowing full well that there is no inheritance for us, and feeling no need for it. Once upon a time, you would have called this abrupt break with the present a flight, and incurable romantics will call it that even now, after all the events that have taken place before their eyes. But a free man cannot escape, because he absolutely depends on nothing but his own convictions. He has the right to stay or to leave. Escape is out of the question. The problem is only this: is he actually free? What's more, the word escape becomes very ridiculous when applied to someone who has had the misfortune to go forward and look farther than others like, and who doesn't want to go back. He could say to men a la Coriolanus, "It is not we who flee, it is you who stay behind," but both are absurd. We do our job, the people around us, there. The evolution of the individual and of the masses takes place in such a way that they cannot assume full responsibility for the consequences. But a certain degree of culture, no matter how acquired, obliges. To deny one's culture is to deny oneself. Man is freer than what is generally thought. He is very dependent on the environment, but not so much as to submit to it. A large part of our fate is in our hands, just understand it and don't let it slip away. But, having understood, man allows the world around him to do violence to him, to overwhelm him against his will. He denies his independence by continually relying on him instead of on himself, and thus increasingly restricts the ties that unite him to the world. It is from the world that he expects every good and every bad thing in life, and he does not trust himself except in the extreme case. With such boyish submission, the fatal force of the outside world becomes invincible. To grapple with it seems madness. But this austere power pales from the moment when, in the soul of man, instead of devotion and despair, instead of fear and obedience, this simple question arises. Am I really so inextricably linked to this environment that I cannot free myself from it even when I have really distanced myself from it, when I have nothing to ask of it, when I am indifferent to its gifts? I am not saying that this protest in the name of the independence of the individual is easy. It does not break lightly from the heart of man. It is preceded both by long trials and long individual misfortunes, and by the painful epochs in which man is all the more he distances from the world the more he understands it, when all ties between him and the outside world turn into chains, when he feels he is right in the face of events and the masses, when he recognizes himself as a rival, a stranger and not a member of the big family to which he belongs. Everything changes around us, everything fluctuates, we are on the edge of a precipice and we see everything collapsing, darkness is approaching, not a single guiding star appears in the sky. We will only find a haven within ourselves, in the consciousness of our unlimited freedom, of our aristocratic independence. With this renunciation, we place ourselves on the vast and virile terrain which alone permits the development of a free existence within society, even if such a development is possible for man. If, instead of saving the world, men wanted to save themselves, instead of freeing humanity, freeing themselves, what immense progress they would make to the health of the world and to the liberation of man. The dependence of man on the environment and on the age is beyond doubt. It is all the stronger as half of the bonds are formed without the awareness of the conscience. There are physiological bonds against which the intelligence and the will can only rarely fight. There are hereditary elements that we carry when we are born, such as facial features, and which form the links of the last generation with the whole series of those that precede it. There is a moral physiological element, education, which history and the present inject into man. Finally, there is a conscious element. The environment in which a man was born and the age in which he lives induce him to take part in what is happening around him, to continue what was begun by his ancestors. It is natural for him to become attached to his surroundings. Inevitably, he reflects in and for himself his time, his environment. Now, it is precisely in the way he reflects it that his independence is revealed. The reaction stimulated in man by what surrounds him is the response of his individuality to the influence of the environment. This response can be full of sympathy or full of contrast. Man's moral independence is a truth. It is a reality that is just as irrefutable as his dependence on the environment, with the difference that the former has an inverse relationship to this. The more man is aware of himself, the more independent he is, the less he has this consciousness, the more intimately he is linked to the environment, and the more the environment absorbs the individual. Thus, instinct without conscience never achieves independence, at least in its truth. It manifests itself only as wild freedom in the animal or in the rare, spasmodic, and inconsequential denials of this or that aspect of social conditions, in the partial and individual revolts which are called crimes. The mere awareness of independence does not imply a break with the environment. Individual independence is not yet an enmity with society. The relationship between the environment and the world is not always the same, therefore the environment does not always provoke an opposition on the part of the individual. There are times when man is free although he is dedicated to the common cause. The activity to which every energetic nature feels itself inclined and coincides with the tendencies of society. These epochs are rare, then everything is thrown into the whirlwind of events, one lives, suffers, enjoys, dies. Natures endowed with a special genius, such as Goethe, keep aloof, while weak and characterless natures remain indifferent. Even individualities who fight the general current are swept away and feel satisfied only in the struggle. The émigrés were just as absorbed in the revolution as the Jacobins. In such moments, it is useless to speak of devotion and sacrifice, everything happens by itself and very easily. No one backs down, because everyone believes. After all, there is no sacrifice. What appears to be such to the spectator are the actions that constitute the simple execution of the will, the natural way of acting. There are other epochs, and they are the most frequent, peaceful, even slumbering epochs, in which the relationships between the individual and the environment continue as they were established by the last revolution, not tense enough to break, not heavy enough to be unbearable, and, finally, not exclusive and recent enough for life to compensate for the main flaws and smooth out the main wrinkles. In such epochs, the problem of the link between man and society does not concern the spirits at all. There are private quarrels, tragic catastrophes that bring certain individuals to ruin, the titanic moans of the chained man resound, but all this is lost without a trace in the established order. Accepted relationships remain immutable because they are based on habit, human carelessness, laziness, the absence of the satanic principle of criticism and irony. Men live in private interests, in family life, in scientific or industrial activity. They judge and conciliate by seriously imagining that they are doing something. They work zealously to fix the fate of their children, so that current individualities and the present cancel each other out and they recognize as a passing, transitory thing. An era of this kind continues in China and, in part, in England. But there is a third kind of epochs, very rare, and the saddest, the ages in which the forms of social life, having outlived themselves, perish slowly and with difficulty. Then the civilization of the minority not only reaches its extreme limit, but leaves the circle of possibilities offered by the historic dwelling, so that it belongs in appearance to the future, while in the end it is equally detached from a past that it despises as from a future that develops according to other laws. It is in these moments that the individual comes into conflict with society. The past presents itself as an absurd opposition. Violence, lies, ferocity, greedy servility, narrow-mindedness, the lack of any feeling of human dignity, become the general rule of conduct of the majority. All that was virtuous in the past disappears. The decrepit world no longer has faith in itself and defends itself with desperate tenacity because it is afraid. Driven by the instinct of self-preservation, he forgets his gods, it tramples on the rights it has relied upon so far, denies intellectual development and honor, becomes a wild beast. Prosecute, justice, and with all this the power remains in his hands. One submits to him not only out of cowardice, but because on the other side, everything is uncertain, nothing is decided, nothing is ready. Men, above all, are not ready. On the other bank, an unknown future rises on the cloud-covered horizon, a future that confuses all human logic. What comes to solve the problem of the Roman world? Christianity, a religion with which the free man of dying Rome had as little in common as with polytheism. Humanity, in order to get out of the narrow forms of Roman law and to take a step forward, took a step backwards by retreating into Germanic barbarism. Those among the Romans who, yielding to the weight of life, oppressed by anguish, by fear, threw themselves into the arms of Christianity, have saved themselves, but those who did not suffer less, but had more character and more intelligence and who did not want to escape from one absurdity to abandon themselves to another, did they deserve any reproaches? Could they take the side of the old gods with Julian the Apostate or, with Constantine, the side of the new ones? Could they participate in the events of the time, while seeing where the spirit of the time was leading? In such times, the free man isolates himself and grows wild more easily than he decides to follow the path of his fellows. It is easier for him to deprive himself of his life than to sacrifice it. Can it be said that man is less right because no one agrees with him? Does intelligence need control other than that of intelligence? And by what right can universal madness refute individual conviction? The wisest of the Romans have completely withdrawn from the scene, and they have done well. They scattered along the coasts of the Mediterranean, they got lost in the crowd in the great silence of pain, but they weren't lost to themselves. Thus, after 15 centuries, we must recognize that the victors were they alone, free and vigorous representatives of man's independent individuality and dignity. They were men, they didn't belong to the herd, they didn't want to lie and, having nothing in common with the herd, they moved away. And what do we have in common with the world around us? Some individuals related to us by the same convictions, the 3 righteous men of Sodom and Gomorrah, are in the same position as us. They constitute the protesting minority, strong in thought, weak in action. With the exception of these men, we have no real link with the present world, any more than with China. I am disregarding, for the moment, the physiological link and habit. This is so true that, even in these rare cases, when men pronounce the same words that we do, they understand them quite differently. Do you want the freedom of the Montagnards, the order of the Legislative Assembly, the Egyptian organization of the work of the communists? Today, everyone plays cards face up, and the game has also become much easier. You can't go wrong, every corner of Europe is the scene of the same struggle between the same opposing camps. You feel clearly, deeply, which of the two you are against, and the disgust and hatred that inspires you, but do you equally clearly feel the bond that unites you to the other field? The hour of frankness has struck, free men deceive neither others nor themselves, all compassion leads to something lying, false. The year 1849, to worthily fill the measure of all moral offenses and tortures, offered us a terrible spectacle, the struggle of the free man against the liberators of humanity. Proudhon's bold speech, incisive skepticism, denial, and relentless irony outraged the official revolutionaries as much as the conservatives. They rushed at him furiously, they defended their traditions with the imperturbability of legitimists, they were frightened by his atheism and his anarchy, they could not understand how one could be free without a state, without a democratic government. They listened with astonishment to the immoral assertion that the republic is made for men, and not individuals for the republic. And when logic and eloquence failed them, they declared him suspect, covered him with revolutionary anathema, and excluded him from their orthodox units. Own genius and the bestiality of the police saved Proudhon from slander. The filthy accusation of treason was already passing from mouth to mouth in the democratic crowd, when he launched his famous articles against the president. These, stunned by the blow, found no better answer than to oppress the prisoner, imprisoned for thought and word. Then the crowd repents. That is what freedom crusaders are, the privileged liberators of mankind. They are afraid of freedom, they need a master not to get into bad habits, they need authority because they don't trust themselves. Under these conditions, what result could the accommodation in temporary huts of the handful of men who followed Cabet to America produce, if not the prompt appearance in their midst of all the evils of European politics? In spite of this, they belong to the present much more than we do, they are more useful than us because they are closer to practice, they will find more sympathy in the mass, they are more needed by it. Above all, the masses want to stop the impudent hand that snatches from them the piece of bread fruit of their work, this is their first need. As for individual freedom and independence of speech, they are indifferent to them, they love authority, the offensive splendor of power still blinds them, the proud independence of the individual offends them, by equality they mean equal oppression, they fear monopolies and privileges, they look askance at ingenuity and do not allow man not to do what they do. The masses want a social government that governs them for them and not against them, as it is today. Govern yourself? They don't even think about it. That is why liberators are much closer to the current revolution than any free man. The latter may be a completely useless man, but he does not at all follow that he should act against his convictions. But we need to moderate, you will say. I very much doubt that anything concrete will come of it. Think that even when a man completely abandons himself to a cause, he produces very little. What will he do, then, if he voluntarily deprives himself of half his strength, of his organs? Give Proudhon the portfolio of finances, or make him president, he will be a kind of Bonaparte. Bonaparte is in constant oscillations and uncertainties because he has the fixed idea of the empire. Likewise, Proudhon will find himself in incessant hesitation because the present republic is as hateful to him as it is to Napoleon, and the social republic is currently much less possible than the empire. After all, let him also act with the others. Whoever wants or can sincerely take part in the struggle of the parties even though they feel an intimate disagreement, those who do not feel the need to go their own way even though they see that others are walking along a false path, who does not believe that it is better to get lost and even disappear than to give up one's truth. It will do very well, since the least the liberators of mankind can do is to drag the old forms of monarchical Europe into the abyss that will also swallow them. I recognize as much right to those who want to participate in the activity of the present, as to those who want to get away from it. It is only his will that decides, and this does not concern us. I am happy to have touched upon this obscure subject, this which is the most solid chain among those which bind man, the most solid because he does not feel the violence that he inflicts on him or, worse still, because he recognizes it indisputably right. But let's see if this chain isn't corroded by rust. The submission of the individual to society, to the people, to humanity, to the idea, is nothing but the prolongation of human sacrifices, a kind of lamb sacrifice to appease God, the crucifixion of the innocent for the guilty. All religions have founded morality on obedience, that is, on voluntary slavery, therefore they have always been more harmful than political organization. Obedience implies at the same time the transfer of all the independence of the individual into general, impersonal spheres which are no longer under his control. Christianity, the religion of contradictions, on the other hand recognized an infinite dignity to the individual, as if to sacrifice him more solemnly before redemption, the Church, the Heavenly Father. This way of seeing penetrated customs and developed into a complete system of moral servitude, into a whole counterfeit dialectic, perfectly consequent with itself. The world, becoming more worldly, or rather, finding that it remained as worldly as it always was, has mingled its elements with Christian principles, but the basis remained the same. The individual, the true and real monad of society, has always been sacrificed to some general conception, some collective name, some banner. And no one wondered who they worked for or who they sacrificed for, thus giving up the freedom of the individual, or who took advantage of it, or who emancipated themselves. Everyone sacrificed, at least in words, themselves to others. It is not the place here to examine to what extent the lack of intellectual development of peoples justified such educational measures. They were probably natural and inevitable, we meet them everywhere, but we can say with certainty that, despite the remarkable results they achieved, they nevertheless arrested and distorted the spiritual development of peoples with false representations. In general, I very much doubt the usefulness of lying, especially when one no longer believes in it. All this Machiavellianism, all this rhetoric, gives me the impression rather of an aristocratic amusement for preachers and didactic moralists. The general basis on which man's moral servitude and the leveling of his individuality rests so firmly lies almost entirely in the dualism with which all our judgments are imbued. Dualism is Christianity elevated to the rank of logic, freed from tradition and mysticism. It consists above all in a division into apparent antinomies of what is in reality indivisible, for example the body and the soul, in a declared opposition of these abstractions, and in their unnatural reconciliation. It is the translation into philosophical language of the evangelical myth of God and man reconciled by Jesus Christ. As Jesus Christ, redeeming the human race, crushes the flesh, so, in dualism, it is idealism that plays the part of one shadow against another, giving the spirit predominance over matter, the species predominance over the individual, and thus sacrificing man to the state and the state to humanity. Imagine the chaos that reigns in the conscience and in the intellect of those who have never heard anything else. Dualism has so distorted the simplest conception that they have to make immense efforts to grasp truths as simple as daylight. Our language is that of dualism, our imagination has no other images, no other metaphors than his. For 15 centuries, all those who taught, preached, wrote, acted, were imbued with dualism, and it is a great thing that some men, towards the end of the 17th century, began to conceive some doubts about it, but, nevertheless, they continued, out of decency and partly out of fear, to speak the language. It goes without saying that all our morality starts from the same principle. It demanded continual sacrifice, ceaseless activity, uninterrupted dedication. That is why his rules were mostly not applied. Life is infinitely more stubborn than theories, it goes its own way independently of theories, and overcomes them in silence. There can be no stronger objection against current morality than this denial by practice, but men live peacefully in this contradiction, they have been used to it for centuries. Christianity, by splitting man into two, into an ideal and a brute, has confused his ideas, and he, finding no way out in the struggle between conscience and desires, has become so accustomed to hypocrisy, often sincere, that the complete antagonism between word and deed does not disdain him. The man blamed his weak, bad nature, and the church hastened to give him, with indulgences and absolution, an easy means to settle the bill with a terrified conscience. The church feared that, otherwise, despair would lead him to another train of thought, not easy to be appeased by confession and forgiveness. These lies have taken root so deep that they have outlived the very power of the church. Dressed-up civil virtues replace dressed-up bigotry, hence the theatrical enthusiasm in the Roman manner and in the manner of Christian martyrs and feudal knights. Here too, practical life goes its own way without the least concern for heroic morality. But no one dares to attack this morality, and it maintains itself, relying on the one hand on a secret mixture of piety and respect, like the Republic of San Marino, and on the other on our cowardice, our lack of character, our false modesty, and our moral slavery. We fear the charge of immorality, that's what holds us back. We repeat the moral delusions we have heard, without however attributing any meaning to them and without making any objection to them. Thus naturalists speak for convenience of the Creator and marvel at his infinite wisdom. The respect imposed by fear of the wild cries of the crowd becomes so habitual that we look with astonishment and indignation at the impertinence of the sincere and free man who dares to doubt the truth of this rhetoric. This doubt offends us, just as an irreverent phrase for the monarch once offended the subject. It is the pride of the livery, the pride of the slave. Thus a conventional morality and language were formed, and it is in this language that we communicate to our children belief in false gods, which deceive them as our parents deceived us and as our children deceive their children, until a revolution put an end to this whole world of lies and hypocrisy. I can no longer bear impassively this eternal rhetoric of patriotic and philanthropic declamations, devoid of any influence on life. Do you think there are many men ready to sacrifice their lives for any cause? Certainly not, but more, no doubt, than there are who have the courage to affirm that dying for one's country is not really the nec plus ultra of human happiness and that it is worth much more to live for one's country. What children, what slaves we still are, and like the whole center of gravity, the whole point of support of our will and of our morals is outside of us. This lie is not only harmful, it is humiliating, it offends the feeling of our dignity, it perverts our conduct. One must have the strength to do and say the same thing, therefore men must confess with their mouths what they confess every day in deeds. It may be that, in wilder times, this sentimental chatter may have been of some use, like outward politeness, but today it dries up, sleeps, confuses. We have long tolerated the rhetorical exercises composed by heated Christianity, diluted with the murky water of rationalism and with the Swedish solution of philanthropy, being declaimed with impunity. It's time to examine these Sibylline books once and for all. It's time to ask our masters for accounts. What is the point of all the declamations against selfishness? What is brotherhood? What is individualism? What is the love of humanity? Certainly men are selfish, because they are individuals. How can one be oneself without a clear awareness of one's individuality? To deprive man of this consciousness is to dissolve him, make him an anodyne, faded being without character. It is because we are selfish that we seek independence, well-being, recognition of our rights, that we thirst for love and activity, and that, without evident contradiction, we cannot refuse the same rights to others. It is individualism which, a century ago, awakened men from the deep sleep into which Catholic opium had thrown them. Individualism led to freedom as humility led to submission. The writings of the selfish Voltaire did far more for emancipation than the writings of the sensitive Rousseau did for brotherhood. Moralists speak of selfishness as a bad habit, without asking whether man, deprived of the keen sense of individuality, can still be man, and without saying what selfishness will be replaced with in brotherhood and love of humanity. Nor do they explain why one should fraternize with everyone and what the duty to love everyone is based on. I see no reason to either love or hate anything just because it exists. Leave man free in his sympathies, he will find who to love and with whom to be a brother. For this he does not need any command, any order, and if he finds no one, it is his business and his misfortune. Christianity, at least, didn't stop at such trifles, boldly commanded to love not only everyone, but especially enemies. For 18 centuries men have admired all this. It is time to recognize that this rule is not entirely clear. So why love one's enemies? Or, if they are so lovable, why be their enemies? The fact is, simply, that selfishness and altruism, brotherhood and love, are neither virtues nor vices. They are fundamental elements of human life, without which there would be neither history nor development, but a scattered life like that of wild animals, or a life in the herd of domesticated troglodytes. Destroy altruism in man, and you have the ferocious orangutan. Destroy selfishness in him, and you will have the peaceful jocko. Slaves are those who have less selfishness. The very word selfishness does not have a complete sense. There is a narrow-minded, animal, dirty selfishness, just as there is a dirty, animal, narrow-minded love. The real task does not lie in killing selfishness with words or in singing the praises of brotherhood, which will not get the better of him, but in combining these two inseparable elements of human life in a harmonious and free way. As a social being, man tends to love, and for this he has no need of any order. Self-hating is useless at all. Moralists consider every moral action so antithetical to human nature that they give it great credit, and it is for this reason that they impose brotherhood as a duty, in the same way as Lent and the mortification of the flesh. The latest form of the religion of slavery is founded on the split between society and man, on a presumed antithesis between them. As long as the archangel brotherhood exists on one side, Lucifer egoism on the other, there will be a government to conciliate them and keep them in check. There will be judges to punish, executioners to execute, a church to implore God's forgiveness, a God to instill fear, a police commissioner to put in jail. But the harmony between society and the individual is not established once and for all. Each historical period, almost each country establishes it in its own way. It changes with circumstances like all living things. There can be no universal norm, nor general decision. We have seen that in certain epochs man abandons himself very easily to the environment, while in others he can hardly maintain the bond that unites him to it, and this by separation, moving away and taking all his possessions with him. It does not depend on us to change the historical relationship between the individual and society, and unfortunately this does not depend on society either, but it depends on us to belong to the present, to conform to our degree of development, in short, to create our conduct in response to circumstances. In reality, the free man creates his own morality. This is what the Stoics meant by stating that for the wise there is no law. An attitude that was admirable yesterday may be abominable today. An imperishable, eternal morality no longer exists, that there are no eternal punishments and rewards. What is really imperishable in morality is reduced to something so general that everything particular is lost in it. For example, every action contrary to our ideas is criminal, or, as Kant said, every action that man cannot raise to a principle is immoral. We have advised not to contradict oneself, whatever the cost, and to break false ties, suffered, as in B. Constance Adolphe, for a false modesty, for a useless sacrifice of oneself. Whether or not the present circumstances are as I have set them out to you is debatable, and if you prove otherwise I will gratefully shake your hand, you will be my benefactor. It is possible that he got carried away and that, painfully studying the horrors that manifest themselves everywhere, he lost the ability to see the good side. I am ready to listen, I want to consent. But, whether the circumstances are indeed such, it is no longer possible to argue. So, you will say, all that remains is to abandon oneself to indignation, to inaction, get away from the world, to grumble and be angry with everything, like old men, abandon the scene on which life boils and buzzes, and wait for the end of our days, useless to others, burdensome to ourselves. No, I advise not to strike a quarrel with the world, but to begin an independent life, which may find salvation in itself, even if the whole world perishes. I advise that we examine carefully whether the masses really go where we believe them to go, and that we go with them or without them, but seeing the way clearly, I recommend abandoning the opinions drawn from books, the ideas that have inoculated us since childhood by representing men who are completely different from what they are. I want to put an end to sterile murmuring and capricious discontent. I want to reconcile all men by proving that they cannot be better, and that if they are what they are, it is not their fault. Whether this or that external activity will result, or whether there will be any, I do not know. And in the end it doesn't matter. If you are stronger, if you have in you not only something good, but something that deeply moves others, this will not be lost, such is the economy of nature. Your strength, like the grain of yeast, will necessarily raise, ferment everything it touches. Your words, your deeds, your thoughts will take their rightful place without your worrying about it. But, if you lack these faculties, or if the ones you have do not act on your contemporaries, it is not a great bad thing, neither for you nor for them. Let us therefore cease to be eternal comedians and eternal public men. We don't live for others, we live for ourselves. The majority of men are practical and do not care at all about the lack of historical activity. Instead of assuring people that they passionately want what we want, it would be better to ask, do they actually want anything? And, if they want something completely different from us, it is better to concentrate, withdraw from the market, move away in peace, without doing violence to others and without wasting one's own strength unnecessarily. Perhaps this negative action will be the beginning of a new life. However, it will be a conscientious action. On the other hand, among the Europe of Gregory VII, of Martin Luther, of the Convention, of Napoleon, there is no death, but development, transformation, growth. That is why all the ancient attempts at reaction, Brancaleone, Rienzi, were impossible, while monarchical restorations in modern Europe are so easy. Donoso Cortés, Marquis of Valdgamas, and Julian, Roman Emperor. They have eyes, the conservatives, and they don't see. More skeptical than St. Thomas, they probe the wound and don't believe in its depth. Here, they say, is the progress of social gangrene, here is the spirit of denial that preaches destruction, here is the demon of revolution shaking the last supports of the venerable political edifice. It is clear, our world is heading towards ruin, sweeping civilization and institutions with it. He already has one foot in the grave. And they add, double the strength of governments, bring men back to beliefs they no longer hold, support the authority over the standing armies, the good of all is at stake. Saving a world with reminiscences, with coercion. What madness! You save it with good news, not heated religion. It is saved with a graft that brings forth a new world, not with the restoration of a perishable order of things. Christians, you know it. Is it stubbornness on the part of conservatives? Is it lack of intelligence? Is it fear of a gloomy future that dims their gaze so that they see only what is succumbing, so that they only cling to the past and lean only on ruins that are about to collapse? Yes. But it is, at the same time, the result of the total confusion of ideas which we have reached by dint of incomplete revolutions and absurd restorations, by dint of contradictions and disguises. This confusion makes it extremely difficult for us to follow any clear, simple, natural idea. It pre-exists us as a legacy, we find it restored in our soul in the name of authority. The awakening of the intellectual faculties, their logical function, are deviated from their course. The natural relationship between man and the outside world is altered. Education makes men mad before they have had time to reach a certain degree of maturity. In the past there was at least more unity, an epidemic madness was not felt, everyone was in error, but everyone agreed on the general concepts. Today, imagine the chaos that obscures the thinking of the contemporary generation. Prejudices of the Roman world, prejudices of the Middle Ages, prejudices of the Gospel, prejudices of encyclopedists, Catholicism and political economy, Voltaire and Loyola. Dualism in theories and materialism in life, an abstract morality, a rhetoric on the lips and a conduct that has nothing in common with it. This heterogeneous mass settles in our spirit without control, without coordination, without analysis. Once we reach maturity, we are too busy, too lazy, and too cowardly to cite all the dogmas one by one before the tribunal of criticism, and this is how we almost never reach the lucid clarity of realism. This confusion does not exist anywhere like in France. The French who, in general, are not scandalized by them, are devoid of philosophical education, understand the results very quickly, but grasp them in an abstract way, and these results remain isolated, they lack a whole, a method. Hence, inevitably, the uncertainty of ideas, the contradictions that are encountered at every turn. In France, one is forced to repeat the most elementary truths, to go back to principles which were not new at the time of a Bacon or a Spinoza. There is nothing acquired by you, as for example in Germany from the scientific point of view and in England from the legal point of view. Hence the tendency to abrupt changes of which we are the constant witnesses. A generation of revolutionaries becomes absolutists. After 3 revolutions we are still dealing with the question of censorship, preventive arrest, deportation without trial, because there is nothing that can be judged definitively. The same confusion was produced in science thanks to Cousin's eclecticism, which gave it a systematic organization. It reigns in all fields, among Democrats as well as absolutists, and even more so among moderates, who know neither what they want nor what they don't want. Let me give you a recent example of this uncertainty in the ideas of our adversaries. I propose to choose another time among our family. The Royalist and Ultramontane newspapers enthusiastically quoted a speech by Donoso Cortés, a speech which was very remarkable in many respects. The speaker deeply felt the terrible condition of present Europe on the eve of an inevitable and fatal cataclysm. The picture he draws is palpitating with truth. He represents Europe disorganized, powerless, in ruins, dying of weakness, and the Slavic world spilling over the Germanic Roman world to stroll weapon in hand across Europe. He says, do not think that the catastrophes end here, the Slavic races are not to the peoples of the West as the Germanic races are to the Roman people. No. The Slavic races have long been in contact with the civilized world. Russia, placed in the middle of conquered Europe and prostrate at her feet, will absorb through every pore the poison she has drunk and which kills her. Russia will soon fall into decay. I do not know the universal remedy that God will keep ready for this universal putrefaction. Well, while waiting for this divine panacea, do you know what the man who wrote these sentences from Daniel proposes? We are ashamed to say it, he dreams of saving the world by making England Catholic and leaving the task of saving the continent to the standing armies and royalist authority. He wants to ward off the terrible future by going towards a past that almost no longer exists. We do not believe in the pathology of the Marquis of Valdgamas. Either the danger is not that great, or the remedy is too weak. Royal authority is re-established, his standing armies prevail, the Church triumphs, Mr. Thiers has himself become very Catholic, the reaction leaves nothing to be desired, yet, salvation does not come. Perhaps because England continues in her schism. Socialists are accused every day of being strong only in criticism, in ascertaining the evil, in denial. And you, anti-socialist gentlemen? To top off the confusion, the editors of a pearl dust white newspaper insert in the same issue, in which they expand in compliments to Mr. Donoso Cortés, certain fragments of a rather mediocre historical complication, in which they tell, about the first centuries of Christianity, facts that completely refute the point of view of Mr. Cortés. M. Cortés puts himself exactly on the ground of the conservative Romans, such as Pliny, Trajan, Diocletian, Julian, and sees, like them in relation to Rome, the dissolution of present-day Europe, and he trembles, which is natural, since there is to quiver, and wants to save at all costs this dying society. To save her, he looks for a way to stop the future. In his reasoning he starts, like the Romans, from a false fact, from an unproven hypothesis, from an exclusive opinion. He thinks that the current forms of social existence, as they have been elaborated by the reciprocal action of three elements of European history, Roman, Christian and Germanic, are the only ones possible. And yet, we see in ancient history and in the contemporary Orient wholly different social foundations, perhaps inferior, but of enormous solidity. M. Cortés assumes that civilization can only develop in the political forms of today's Europe. Yet, Greece and Rome are there to prove otherwise. It is easy to say, as the speaker does, that the ancient world was cultured and uncivilized. It is doing schoolwork, such distinctions are successful only in theology. The civilization of the ancient world was a minority civilization, like ours. And, like ours, to be possible, it needed anthropophagy. But he does not follow that one has the right to give preference to the modern world, if a preference is permissible under these designations of culture and civilization. The world that began with the Iliad, which produced Phidias, which was summed up in Aristotle and which, at his sunset, ended his beautiful career with Horace, was also cultured and civilized. M. Cortés did not notice that, by himself saying that the only source of our world is Christianity, he recognized its historical, i.e. temporary, character. Far from seeing the morning dawn of a new day, of a much more human civilization than Christian civilization, Monsieur Cortés, always looking towards the past, sees only the dissolution of absolutist forms and, beyond that, barbarism and Russian invasion. Troubled by this gloomy prospect, he looks for a way of salvation. But where to find a foothold, something stable, in this dying world? Everything is rotten, everything falls apart. Driven by despair, he turns to moral and physical death, he wants to lean on the soldier and the priest. But what kind of social organization is this that demands such means of salvation? And whatever it is it ever worth keeping at this price? We are in agreement with M. Cortés, Europe, as it is today, is adrift. Socialism, since its first appearance, right from Saint-Simonism, has said it. On this point, all the socialist schools agreed. The great difference between political revolutionaries and socialists consists in the fact that politicians wanted to implement reforms and improvements while remaining on the same ground as the Catholic world. Socialism, on the other hand, proclaimed the most complete negation of the existing order of things. He denied monarchy and sovereign representation, courts and law, the civil code and the criminal code. He denied feudal, Catholic Europe, like, faced with Rome, St. Paul or St. Augustine, men who said to the face of the Romans, "For us, your virtues are vices, Your wisdom is folly, just as our holy faith is folly for you. Such a denial, when it takes root and spreads, when it agitates a whole generation, is not the caprice of a sick imagination, it is not the individual cry of a soul wounded by the world, but a decree of death pronounced against a decrepit world. And that he will not be long in being executed. Today's Europe will fall under the protest of socialism not only because its iniquity has become less strong, but because it has exhausted all its vital energies, exhausted its blood, its spinal cord, because finally, it is no longer capable of continuing its development, it has nothing to do, nothing to say, nothing to produce, it throws itself into the past to build the future, reduces its activity to conservatism, it does not act, it keeps its place. You want to prevent the events that you foresee from happening. But what then do you keep with such zeal, with such obstinacy? You may succeed, for some time, I won't say no, such is the lion's share in historical matters. History has by no means that character of forced predestination which is taught in Catholic schools and preached in philosophical churches. It has in its formula an extremely variable element, the element of subjective will. Man improvises, creates, but, of course, this element has its limits and conditions, and a universal revolution will never be stopped for long by regret and violence. It can still be believed that by taking over the spirits, by blinding them, by deceiving them with a fantastic goal, resistance is made possible. Napoleon tried it. But does the reaction proceed by similar means? The two means devised by M. Cortés are the return to monarchical authority and to the Catholic faith, that is, to superstition and terror. But, in the first place, let us ask Monsieur Cortés how we will be able to have a faith that we no longer have, not to doubt where we doubt, not to know what we know. This question is not new. Byron has already addressed it to a pietist lady who wanted to convert him to the schism of the Anglican Church. So all that remains is terror. Much is forgiven in the name of progress, and yet terror, when it was practiced, even in the name of progress and liberty, rightly stirred up all generous hearts. And reaction calls for terror as a repressive means of maintaining a status quo whose decrepitude, whose impotence our speaker so forcefully acknowledged. He wants terror to go back, he wants to massacre the child to restore his exhausted energies to the cachectic and dying old man for an instant. Have you seriously thought about the blood you would have to shed to return to the blessed times of the Edict of Nantes and the Inquisition? Note well, I am not saying that this is impossible, I know mankind too well to doubt it, but it will only be possible when we allow ourselves the nights of San Bartolomeo and the massacres of September. To this end, you will have to plunge the people further into ignorance and strip them completely to raise standing armies. You will have to go through the moral infanticide of the entire following generation, in order to save a perishable social form which is no longer sufficient for you, nor for us, to protect you from barbarism or from the Russian invasion in the name of civilization. But where, pray tell, is the difference between the Russian invasion, barbarism, and your Catholic civilization? Sacrificing men, generations, the development of an entire historical period, do you think about it, Christian philanthropists? Is it ever possible that this Moloch state is the purpose of man? One might as well say that the glove is the purpose of the hand. As for me, I know of no form of social existence, no political, patriotic or theological question, for which I would feel like sacrificing a single human being. Man has every right to sacrifice himself, but, in truth, the heroism of self-sacrifice for others is too easy to be a virtue. Unfortunately it happens that, in the midst of popular storms, long-contained passions unleash bloody and implacable, without regard and without mercy, we can understand them, accept them by covering our heads, but to raise them to theories, to recommend them as a means, never. And isn't that what M. Cortés is doing, setting himself up as the panegyrist of the disciplined soldier of the standing armies? You say that the soldier and the priest are much closer than one thinks. Sinister confession. They are the two extremes that touch, like the two enemies of Byron left alone on earth in darkness, when all that was between them disappeared. It is on the ruins of the old world that the last representatives of moral slavery and physical slavery join hands to save it. The Christian Church has used soldiers since the day it became the state religion. It is true, but she never dared to confess this apostasy. She knew well all that this alliance had of lying, of hypocrite. It was one of the 1,000 concessions made to the much despised thunderstorm. Let's not blame the Church for this. It was a necessity imposed by the force of things, and which served the very infancy of Christian doctrine, eminently transcendental, utopian. The abstract morality of the gospel was never more than a noble dream without the slightest chance of being realized. Well, what the Church has never dared, has been dared by M. Cortez. He dared to place the soldier next to the priest, the altar next to the guardhouse, the church next to the barracks, the gospel that forgives next to the military code that shoots brothers. Ladies, let's sing a De Profundis or a Te Deum, if you like. It's over with the church and the army. The masks have finally fallen. We recognized each other. Yes, the priest and the soldier are brothers. They are the unfortunate children of the moral confusion, of the dualism in which humanity struggles. And whoever says, love your neighbor and obey authority, says the same thing as someone who repeats, obey authority and shoot at your neighbor. Christian self-denial is just as unnatural as murder out of obedience. It was necessary to deprave, pervert all the simplest notions in man's conscience, to make him accept such madness as truth, as duty. Once it is admitted that one must hate the earth and honor the sky, that we must despise the temporal, the only good we possess, and seek the eternal which does not exist except in our faculty of abstraction, we logically end up admitting that the individual is nothing, that the state is everything, that the salus populi supremo lex est and that pereat mundus et fiat justitia and all the other maxims that smell of burnt flesh, that recall torture, triumph, order. But why, then, did Mr. Cortez forget the third conservative member, the guardian angel of collapsing societies, the executioner? Isn't the executioner confused with the soldiers more and more, thanks to the nobility of mind of the leaders and the rigor of passive obedience? All the virtues that M. Cortez honors shine in the highest degree in the executioner, the veneration of authority, passive obedience, self-abnegation. He needs neither the faith of a priest nor the enthusiasm of danger that animates the soldier. He kills in cold blood, impassive like the law, like the knife. He kills to avenge society, he kills in the name of order. He competes with all the villains and emerges victorious, strengthened by the support of society. Less proud of the priest and the soldier, he does not expect any reward, neither from the gods nor from men. He does not seek glory, he abdicates his honor, his dignity as a man, all for the triumph of order. He therefore executes the man with avenging justice. We too will say, in the manner of Cortez, the executioner is much closer to the priest than one thinks. Oh, the executioner plays a leading role every time a new man is crucified or an old crowned spectre is guillotined. De Maistre did not forget this when speaking of the Pope. And, speaking of ordeal and the executioner, let's move on to the persecutions of Christians. Take, for example, Mr. Capefig's fragments. If you don't have a good history of the early centuries at hand, or, better still, let's open Tertullian and the First Fathers, on the one hand, and the writings of the defenders of order, of the Roman conservatives, on the other. The same fight, the same fury, the same energy, expressed in the same terms. Christians are treated by Celsus or Julian as dreamers, utopians, visionaries. They are flogged under the name of enemies of the state, of the family, of property, as infanticide. One thinks one reads a prima paris exasperated by the Constitutional or the National Assembly. If the friends of the Roman order did not preach the massacre and extermination of the Nazarenes, it is because paganism was more humane, less spiritual, more tolerant than conservatives, bourgeois and orthodox, because ancient Rome did not yet know the Catholic expedient of San Bartolomeo, glorified to this day by the Vatican frescoes. The spirit is the same. If there is a difference, it exists only in calculations and individualities. It is the difference between the informer Bochard and the informer Pliny, between the clemency of Cesare Traiano for horror of the denunciation and the clemency of Cesare Cavainac who did not share this susceptibility, and note well that this difference is real progress. The regime has fallen so far that a Pliny or a Trajan could not be the head of a state or of a commission of inquiry. Even the means of repression are similar. Christian clubs closed, their fraternal agapes were forbidden, they were judged to be sectarian, they were condemned without having heard them. Tertullian protests with indignation, like Michel, of Bourges, against this iniquity in his famous letter to the Roman Senate. Christians are outlawed, they are persecuted, they are mistreated, they are imprisoned, they are thrown to the wild beasts, something, in Rome, in the style of the policeman. It is not enough. The propaganda continues, the condemned are no longer flogged. On the contrary, they are celebrated by their co-religionists like the convicts of Bourges. Then the greatest representative of the ancient order, Diocletian, deals the terrible blow, he organizes a general persecution, a real extermination. Well, in the final analysis, what has Rome done with her civilization, or with her culture, with her legions, her legislation, her executioners, her wild beasts, her pamphlets, her massacres of her? He has experienced how far the cruelty of conservatives can go, of the soldier who does nothing but obey, of the judge who gets confused with the executioner, and, at the same time, he proved the insufficiency of these means against the word, against propaganda and conviction. Note well, the old world was sometimes right against the Christians who undermined its foundations in the name of a utopian and unattainable doctrine. Even conservatives can sometimes be right against socialists. But what was it for? Rome's time had passed, the time of the gospel had come. What did all this barbarism, all these persecutions, all these reactions lead to? To the cry of rage and despair of Emperor Julian, the luckiest of restorers, to the cry that you have won, Galileo. I know of only one French writer who has emancipated himself from traditional influences, who has the courage to write truths that do not impose themselves as deductions. Proudhon. Warning. Vom anderen Ufer, From the Other Shore, is the first book I have published in the West. The essays that compose it were written in Russian in the years 1848 and 1849. Today, 1855, many things of which I speak here are no longer new. 5 terrible years have opened the eyes of the most stubborn, most inveterate sinners on our shore. At the beginning of 1850 my book made a great stir in Germany, he was praised and attacked with the same warmth, he received more than flattering praise, but talented, sincere men like J. Froebel, Jacob Vollmeier, criticized him with disdain. He accused me of preaching despair, of not knowing the people, of indulging in a lover's rancor against the revolution, of lacking respect for democracy, for the masses, for Europe. On December 2, he answered better than I could have done. In 1852, I met my most ingenious opponent in London, Mr. Soldier. He was packing to flee to America. In Europe, it seemed to him, there was nothing they could do. It seems to me, I said, that circumstances have proved to you that I wasn't entirely wrong after all. Soldier laughed and replied, it took all this to realize that I was writing lies at the time. Notwithstanding this gracious confession, the general result of the criticism and the impression left by my book was unfavorable. But wouldn't this irritated mood betray the proximity of danger, the fear of the future, the desire to hide one's weakness and, finally, a capricious and stiffened decrepitude? Isn't the proximity of danger the proximity of hope? Strange fate, that of the Russians, they see further than their neighbors, they have a sadder vision and boldly say their opinion, the Russians, these mutes, as Michelet calls them. Here is what another Russian wrote long before me. Who more than us has glorified the 18th century, the light of philosophy, the meekness of customs, the universal diffusion of the social spirit, the most intimate and benevolent union of peoples, the meekness of governments. Although dark images were still drawn on the horizon of humanity, the edges were gilded by the luminous rays of hope. We considered the end of our century as the end of humanity's greatest misfortunes. We believed it could see the union of theory with practice, intellectual conceptions with action. Where is this consoling system today? Its base itself is destroyed, the 18th century is about to end, and the unfortunate philanthropist is measuring the grave a stone's throw away in order to descend there with a deceived and broken heart and to close his eyes forever. Who would have thought, expected, foreseen? Where are the men we loved? Where the fruit of science, of wisdom? Century of progress, I do not recognize you, immersed in blood and flames, in the midst of murder and destruction, I do not recognize you. Misanthropes triumph, here are the fruits of your progress, they say, and of your sciences, perish philosophy. And the poor, deprived of a country, the poor, deprived of hearth, father, son, friend, repeats, perish. The bloodshed cannot last forever. The hand that scourges will, I am sure, be cut off by the sword, the sulfur and saltpetre will run out in the bowels of the earth, the thunder will fall silent, sooner or later the calm will return, but what will this calm be? Maybe cold, dark death. The decadence of the sciences seems to me not only possible but inevitable and imminent. And when they fall, when their splendid building collapses and their beneficent lights go out, what will happen? My heart quivers with fear. Let's assume that some spark remains under the ashes and lights up his peaceful and isolated house, but what about the world? I cover my face. Is it possible that mankind has reached the extreme limit of progress, that it has to work again to get out of it little by little, similar to the rock of Sisyphus which, having reached the top of the mountain, rolls down under its own weight to go back up again under it the hand of the tireless worker? Sad vision. It seems to me now that the same story demonstrates the probability of this hypothesis. We hardly know the names of the ancient peoples and kingdoms of Asia, of which some historical fragments seem to demonstrate that they were not barbarians at all. Kingdoms died, peoples disappeared, from their ashes new races arose, in the midst of darkness and in the rare glimmers of light they grew, learned, and became glorious. The eons, perhaps, have sunk into eternity, the light of day has more than once illumined human intelligence, and more than once night has come to engulf the human soul in darkness, before it rose and flourished. Egypt. Egyptian civilization merged with Greek civilization. The Romans learned at this great school. And what followed this brilliant era? The barbarism of many centuries. The thick darkness was slowly giving way to a slow twilight. Finally the sun shone, the good and credulous philanthropists drew new reasons for hope from a success, they believed they were reaching perfection and in their joyous intoxication, they cried out, "Earth!" But suddenly the sky is covered with mists and the fate of humanity disappears in the clouds. O our posterity, what will be your fate? Sometimes an unbearable anguish invades my heart, sometimes I fall on my knees and reach out my hands to the invisible. No answer. My head falls to my chest. An eternal motion in the same circle, an eternal repetition, an eternal passage from day to night and from night to day, a drop of bitter tears. Friend. What for me, you, we all live. What did our ancestors live for? What will our posterity live for? My soul is exhausted, weak and sad. These burning lines, full of pain and tears, were written in the last years of the last century by N.M. Karamzine. This book was first published in German in 1850, then in Russian in 1853. Both editions are out of print. To the Russian edition my father added 3 essays destined for the second German edition which the censorship had not allowed, El Epilogo, Omnia Mea Mecum Porto and Donoso Cortes. Instead, in the Russian edition, he excluded an essay on Russia written for a foreign audience. I do not include this essay in the French edition because I think my father's innumerable publications have sufficiently clarified his ideas about Russia, which, moreover, has changed greatly since then. A. Herzen Son.